So, meta observation, I'm starting to get chit chat a little more. It's like a group chat, like a WhatsApp chat, but it's a little bit more like hanging out with friends async when it's hard to get everybody in the same place or at the same time or some combination thereof. The interesting thing about it is, why is it different than just using a WhatsApp with voice memos? Because in theory, people could do that. And people sometimes use voice memos on WhatsApp. Is it just the UX? Is it just the fact that you can kind of sort of do an audio draft and re-listen to it? Is it the concept of, okay, this is just psychologically a hangout that I have on the desktop, and I'm kind of hanging out with my friends in this audio room over here, like the way Discord works, but async audio rather than sync audio. I guess maybe that's what it is, and if so, I think I can see it. Maybe it's just because I process information visually much more quickly than I can hear it, that, for just speed of information intake, I prefer usually chats, but I can start to see where async audio is interesting.
In addition to the asynchronous group chat, I see it also as a Pinterest of ideas, where you have an idea, you can start to put them together. It's also a production tool, so you can make a podcast, you can refine them, you can make something new out of it easily. It also combined some of the pain points away from the traditional models where you doing a podcast, there's usually some time of editing, post-production going on, and it's a barrier to start doing something because you know that that's the work which is waiting for you to do before you can publish anything. So this is like a lure to getting to do something just quickly, and then you realize that you have actually some substantial body of stuff you have put together. With these bytes, it's easy to see that everybody can basically have their own customized stream, or I don't know, how do you call it, chapters or theme-based composition of today's topics or something you missed or discussions going on. So like an algo feed of Twitter, but in this form. ChitChat put together the latest developments in the multiverse discussions happening in the last week. I would love to get something like that going on, and give me the arguments for and against the most prominent topics or the ideas coming out of the last month. Another way of describing what's going on here is like a fragmentation of ideas, but in a positive way. So there's like 1,000 tiny pieces which you can stitch or glue together and make something out of them, or new ways of seeing things. Well, in a way, that's like what the LLM models are at the moment. It's not a new body of knowledge, it's just different angles to the same existing stuff we already have. Throw in the latest tools where you can transfer between text, image, convert to video, audio, whatnot, different language translations, all put together, and that's the latest in the rich media experience combined with ideas, thoughts, concepts. So is this the new Twitter, in a sense that Twitter used to be the place for people who have ideas to express them, and Instagram was for the visuals, but this is the version 2 or 3. Obviously, I don't want to make too much of a comparison to the Twitter, but in a way, a place for the ideas to evolve and develop themselves. The genius of this platform is the same as with the original Twitter, 140 characters, maybe with the 280 characters as well, that you have to be concise and have a clarity in your thinking in order to, in short time or amount of characters, express your idea. And this is usually the curse of the podcasts. There's a low information density, as I tend to call it. So basically a lot of words, a lot of time goes by and not too many ideas, not too many things are coming out of it. Obviously, if you're just making entertaining content or stuff like that doesn't apply. Building your content out of these Lego blocks of high information density bits, I think is really the way to go into the future. There are great tools like Descript, which actually was a little bit of an inspiration for me to start podcasting again 2020. But it starts from the processing side, not from the content, it starts from the tools. And I'm not too excited about that approach in general.
These are some very good insights about what's going on here, so thank you for noticing.
It's pretty awesome that you can now create a podcast episode which basically doesn't end, or you can append to it just whenever you feel like it, add commentary, replies, and take it further. Still using the same link. In a way, I think this reminds me of the Palaci's open Kindle book, which is rewriting, well, not itself, but the end user who bought it once with $10 gets always the latest version. So it's like a placeholder for the episode. So is the Airchat episode a new season?
In addition to that, you don't want set speakers, and you also want to leave long enough time between the different pieces of the conversation that people can genuinely think about what somebody said and come back with a thoughtful response, as opposed to having to give a knee-jerk reaction in the moment. And then, of course, the listeners should be able to join in.
And you can also retake if you don't feel like that your answer was exactly there, which is impossible on the live and usual podcast situations.
Yes, as a consequence, I think our exported podcasts make the speakers sound much better than live recorded podcasts.
And not only the speakers, but also the guests may feel more comfortable because they know that it's not a live situation, it's not one take or nothing situation, and they have their time to reflect things as well. So I think it's a win-win for everyone. Also for the audience, because if you get more concise, more thoughtful answers, that's good. Obviously it doesn't work for all the old podcasts which are just shooting shit and stuff, but for those where actually there's some things to talk about and concepts and that type of more factual based things. This may also lower the barrier to actually become a guest on a podcast, because I have onboarded quite a many people who are prominent, done a lot of stuff doing even public speaking, but they haven't done any podcast episodes before as a guest, and there's certain barriers for people, mental barriers to speak publicly, do this type of thing, and this sounds more like a casual chat and a more familiar situation from other apps, so I think that's a plus as well.
Yes, but people get stuck in their habits. I brought some podcasters on here and they sort of overlook all the advantages and start just thinking about their familiar situation, so somebody will have to break the ice.
It absolutely creates this middle place between other social apps and sharing and content creation, and there is an idea maze that happens in here that is just incredibly fabulous, especially when you see it in real time, like during the banking crisis, during the FX crisis. It was amazing. And then the last thing I would say is that it's doing all this middle ground stuff really well, and that's incredible. But it brings this human, warm, intimate element to it that maybe it's simple, but no one else is doing it as well. Fly Airchat. I think this is like the Bitcoin and fiat thing. It is a perfect counterweight to Twitter. Twitter is, and I believe always will be, the fastest place to go get real-time news and real-time use and consume a bunch of information, albeit in a little bit of a cold fashion by reading, and then come here and talk about it if you want to talk about it with people here. I'm not saying your conversations only have to happen here, but the other thing is the way this audio is and the way the warmth is, if it became like everyone's trying to report up what's going on in the world in the way that Twitter does, I think that would be overwhelming in the audio format. And even though the book mode is terrific and almost works like Twitter in terms of consumption, I think it would become overwhelming. And yeah, I think, it's up to them, but I don't want them to be Twitter. Twitter's Twitter. It's fine. This is such a perfect counterweight. And again, this reminds me of the Bitcoin fiat discussion. Like, if Twitter were to disappear, the world and Airchat would not be as great because we wouldn't have this like great source to go and just see the various opinions in real time and then talk about them. Similar to if the US dollar disappeared, Bitcoin wouldn't be able to solve so many problems that, the traditional banking system actually has solved. And I don't know. There's a big Chesterton Feds thing that I think Bitcoin advocates, they get so obsessed with the price and like the dogmatism of like it almost becomes religious, and they lose the fact that it actually works pretty well. It works pretty well. When it doesn't work well, it's terrible, but it works pretty well. Long shits for life. Just kidding. Hey man, this is cool. I like your channel. Long shits for life. Just kidding. Hey man, this is cool. I like your channel.
This ties into an old saying from the old Twitter days. It's like the bigger the meeting, the more it feels like you're on stage. And the more it feels like you're on stage, the less free-flowing philosophy occurs. And that free-flowing philosophy, the casual chit-chat, that's how you get innovative ideas to emerge, where people don't have their guards up. So when you're on stage, you have your guard up. It's all about your public image, how people are perceiving you. But when you're in a casual chit-chat, when you're in a conversation, you're just immersed in the subject, and you're in the interest and the curiosity. That's how the ideas bubble up to the surface from the subconscious. When your guards are down, that's how they break through. It's funny, we spend so much time crafting a project or, whatever you're creating. And at the end of it, when it's done and does all the things that you hoped for originally, you look back and you think to yourself, man, those days were the good old days where I was building that thing, and now it's out there. But like when you're in it and you're building it, it's not like the good old days. It's like, gosh, I got to get this working. I got to finish the project. I got to get it functional. It's so funny how that is. And then afterwards you look back and you're like, man, those were the good old days. So it's just good to have that conscientiousness in mind. And afterwards you're going to be nostalgic about this period of your life, So you might as well be nostalgic about it now and just realize, like, this is it. Like, this is the fun part. It's not once everything's done. Once everything's done, then we're just chilling, It's like, this is my fun, So it's not the end product, it's the process. And the end product is also the whole point. But, without it, there is no fun in the process. But all the fun isn't just end at the end. It's now.
Even though we can distribute information at the speed of light, so basically when somebody gets an idea, we can distribute it immediately, but yet it still takes years, decades, generations to get the new ideas to become mainstream enough that they will be acted upon. And that's also something Hoffman mentions, but it's quite clear we've been losing more or less 100 years in many science fields. if we look now back and think what was happening in the early 20th century. In itself, that's nothing new. Lovelace and Babbage invented the computer 100 years earlier than we basically implemented and did it. So we could have a computer revolution starting way back, if only. The same thing with a lot of stuff. You don't need a fancy technology. You just need to sit down and think about things, and new thoughts arise and new ideas can be built to the world. Airchat conundrum. It's so easy to do this that you tend to jump the gun and start talking without thinking. Yet, exactly because this is asynchronous and you can take your time to respond so that you can speak clearly, you can be concise, and you can have a clarity in your thinking and in your speak, which way to go.
Is that really true? I mean, sometimes you can come up with a design or an idea for something, but the practical technology to implement it and make it mass scale doesn't quite exist yet. And so because of that, you can create these little oddities here and there, but you can't really make progress in the field because all the other pieces are not in place.
Robert Brown, 1827, looking through microscope. Pollen took almost 80 years for Einstein and others to then define Brownian motion, and there was basically nothing between that the technology prevented to come up with that idea.
Fair enough, but I don't think 8 years is actually a lot of time for a scientific breakthrough, especially in a time period when you didn't have telecommunications technology and digital libraries and easy publishing and all that stuff. So the pace of innovation now is getting faster. I think the moment from now when some new fundamental breakthrough happens to when people start taking advantage of it is a much, much shorter window. In general, I think breakthroughs in one area speed up breakthroughs in other areas. We're operating on such an incredible infrastructure stack now of real-time news, and which is built on top of electronics, and internet, which is built on top of just microprocessors and transistors, which is built on top of electricity, which is built on top of just burying cables and lines, which is built on top of course, fast communication and coding, Shannon's work and information theory, which is built on top of just language. So all these innovations build on top of each other and then make it even easier and faster to innovate. So AI, for example, I think is going to enable faster innovation curve because it'll be easier to draw inferences across far-flung pieces of data.
Yes, indeed, 80 years is not a long time in the course of human history, but if you think about somebody say to me that you can only have like 7 dogs or something like that, I don't remember exact figure, the idea that if the dog lives like 10 years approx, you can base your life to 7 dogs or a small number of animals, pets you have, and that sort of puts some kind of a limit to the things you can do. So yes, 80 years is not a long time in that sense, but consider that human life is really short at this point. It is a really long time. Consider that if things could have been improved early and we have the means to do those things. So basically 80 years is a few generations waiting to die out and new ones picking up the stuff.
Absolutely. So the key question is what prevents us from moving faster? Obviously, I think regulations are a big deal, especially when it comes to human health. I think access to information is so good now that it would be hard to point to that as the reason. Bad memes, anti-rational memes, which are everywhere. But yeah, what is it that keeps us from moving faster as a society? I'm used to Silicon Valley, tech industry, Bay Area, which moves quite fast, blisteringly fast, bewilderingly fast. Why does the rest of the world not move that fast? Why don't all industries move that fast? My go-to answer is always regulation, but maybe that's not the only one, or maybe that's wrong.
I don't think it's wrong. I think that was part of maybe it was that Johan Nordberg's book opened the story of human progress. I hope I get it right. His point was that basically Europe was so bad at regulating, blocking innovation that we were the ones who succeeded, many centuries ago, and this is basically where the Western civilized world is based upon now. So that's part of it. And earlier on, there was always times when everything was reset. There was some new open field to go to. US opened up, and it was called Russia and California, and then there was always internet came. So there's always been some non-regulated, some place where you can go, you can explore, innovate, and do new stuff. Sort of a valve. Where this bottled up innovation and freedom has been able to direct its focus. But now we're sort of stuck. There hasn't been resets, so to speak, and everything is sort of putting down to halt. Because there's no garbage collection in regulation and these type of things. But I have also other idea, but that's for the next. I think the biggest issue still is the human nature. The old saying that you have to wait for the old generation to die for the new ideas to pick up. I think that's basically the essence of it. So it's bundled with ego issues in a sense that you've been investing so much your reputation, what do you know, and maybe your sense of self to your career, and then something comes and puts you totally in a different position, saying that, hey, this is not true anymore, or we have better ideas, or this doesn't work. And it's really hard actually to reset everything and keep on going. So basically I think that partly that's the one. Then there's also the fact that a lot of the publicly funded ideas are not exactly favoring innovation. They are more favoring incumbents and the knowns, not the unknown unknowns. Risk-taking is not part of it. And I think that's a pretty important part of it as well, in a sense that public funding has been taking over a lot of fields which used to be private, and it's really hard for some of the fields to get funding, and a lot of people gravitate towards where the meal is coming from instead of where their heart is. Did you know that you can make any PDF, any text basically, a spoken audio, and you can choose and this is in iPhone, choose the speaker, AI voice, the speed and other parameters, and turn it into a audio file. I think this is pretty cool if you have a long PDF file and you want to go outside and be in the sun or walk or run or do something, and hey, you can listen to that one without having somebody else narrate the voice. Did you know that you can make any PDF, any text basically, a spoken audio, and you can choose and this is in iPhone, choose the speaker, AI voice, the speed and other parameters, and turn it into a audio file. I think this is pretty cool if you have a long PDF file and you want to go outside and be in the sun or walk or run or do something, and hey, you can listen to that one without having somebody else narrate the voice.
That's a good phrase. There's been no garbage collection and regulation. You're right, these laws stick around forever and they become more and more invasive. So now we've fled to the internet, now we've fled to crypto, but there's regulation thanks to AI coming at math and crypto and code as well. So pretty annoying. I also don't think it's a coincidence that the big breakthroughs in tech have really been in unregulated frontiers recently, almost in the domain of pure mathematics and code. And that's crypto and that's AI. Absolutely true. The ego gets stronger in most people as they get older. In the lucky few, it gets weaker. And the stronger ego stands in the way of progress. Douglas Adams had a funny saying along the lines where, like, everything that's invented before you were, like, 20 is, like, cool and fun and, something that you can build a career upon. Everything invented between 30 and 50 is kind of interesting, and everything invented after you're 50 is an obstacle and a bad thing and should not be allowed. His actual quote is much better. I suggest you look it up, but it was something along those lines. One of the prime uses of GPT-4 should be programming Apple shortcuts and Apple script because they're so hidden. Kudos to Apple for trying to build a programming language and interface that ordinary humans can use, but ordinary humans don't want to program at all. The only programming language they want to use is English.
Yes, shortcuts is amazing if you just know how to do it, because sometimes it's a bit weird how they execute things, and you just have to know it, and it's not obvious and intuitive. But if GPT-4 would do the trick, that's a way better way to do it, and looking forward to that. I already hacked Siri, so I can buy and via shortcuts use and ask anything and trigger it from quick actions and different places, and yeah, I get the power GPT from the Siri. There's also this history rhymes but doesn't repeat itself type of thing going. Unfortunately, with all these bad stuff in the world, I mean really bad stuff, genocide, war, all these sort of basic principles which take usually the, well, if your grandparents were part of it, you still remember if you were lucky that they were talking about those things, and you know, you have a common shared memory. But after that, the bond is broken in a way that the history doesn't pass from the history books the same way. So people tend to repeat the same mistakes. Funnily enough, I think that's the same thing with inheritance. Is it the third generation who spend it all? It tends to take actual physical memory of sharing information and experiences with people, not to repeat the same mistakes.
So this is an example of a shortcut that already does this. Pretty impressive that it was built within shortcuts itself. So there's loads of these that just send things off to the ChatGPT and then come back with the answer, whereas this will detect certain keywords like playlist and certain other shortcut stroke Siri integrations, and then turn what ChatGPT does into a native iPhone action. So a simple one's like a playlist, give me the top 10 songs by this artist or whatever it might be, and then it uses ChatGPT to get that back, and then uses shortcuts to turn it into an Apple Music playlist. There's also a few apps that do this. I think PT on the iOS App Store includes a similar functionality, but this shortcut's completely free, uses your own API code, and just shows where things can go. So this is an example of a shortcut that already does this. Pretty impressive that it was built within shortcuts itself. So there's loads of these that just send things off to the ChatGPT and then come back with the answer, whereas this will detect certain keywords like playlist and certain other shortcut stroke Siri integrations, and then turn what ChatGPT does into a native iPhone action. So a simple one's like a playlist, give me the top 10 songs by this artist or whatever it might be, and then it uses ChatGPT to get that back, and then uses shortcuts to turn it into an Apple Music playlist. There's also a few apps that do this. I think PT on the iOS App Store includes a similar functionality, but this shortcut's completely free, uses your own API code, and just shows where things can go.
COVID times were what they were, but I have fond memories of Clubhouse, the early days of Clubhouse. I wasn't exactly the earliest there, but still rather early. Malcolm McDowell, the actor in the Clockwork Orange, he talks about Stanley Kubrick's stuff. I don't think he ever spoke about that before. I think there was some controversy about the post. His name was supposed to be there, if I recall correctly, and then it was taken away in the last minute. But he was really opening up. It was the first time he was in Clubhouse, and he spoke like 2 or 3 hours. A lot of intimate discussions, or that's at least how it felt. Then I met a lot of musicians who were really talented and couldn't play anywhere else. Antonia already introduced in here Airchat. Uni, I interviewed her in my podcast Talks with Petru. You can check her out, and many more. I wonder what comes out of Clubhouse next.
Well, hang on. Let's not forget about Ludwig Boltzmann. Boltzmann did some incredible work that did rely on Brown's work, but he's the one who determined he invented statistical mechanics, and that rolls up into a lot of progress. And then it also relates interestingly through where that that entropy, which is initially a concept that's discussed in the context of gases, really, which is Boltzmann's kind of bread and butter. That concept of entropy very much relates into information, with information being the inverse. And to this day, I think that relationship between information and entropy is actually a pretty meaningful area of science that still has a lot of work to be done in it. And then obviously, information gets into Shannon's, like, I think, von Neumann jokingly said to Shannon that he should use entropy because then no one could argue with him. But there was actually a really deep insight there. And so I think von Neumann knew it was a joke when he was saying it. Yeah, shortcuts I don't understand why they don't emphasize it more. There's been so many things I'm like, oh, how do I possibly do this? Or I Google it, like, is there an app to do this? And what comes up instead is like, go into your shortcuts, do this. It's pretty amazing. It reminds me of the early days of like Visual Basic and Excel. We just kind of cobble together stuff, and then maybe it's not pretty, but it works every time you hit the button. So
I see shortcuts very much as a power user feature, and there is that risk of overwhelming the standard user. I think this is some of the discussions in the Airchat feedback room, is that power users all want different features, and I guess shortcuts was Apple's attempt at addressing that, which just allows them to build it themselves versus Apple building it and then rolling out to everyone and overwhelming menus and confusing things.
It's actually a really clever solution.
I hope they will actually import also the automators, more advanced features, like I think I was doing cron jobs, so you could do scheduled scripts, and that was really helpful for a lot of automations. But at the moment, shortcuts is quite clunky in that way that you can do automations, but only on the iOS and iPads, but you cannot do it on the computer yet, and that limits a lot. But if you could basically have some kind of triggers for automations, that would be fantastic. Currently, there's a lot of new users in Blue Sky. 2 months ago, they had 200 people in the network, and then basically they had a lot of invites which were not used, and suddenly just in the last few weeks a lot of people been actually using them, and obviously they also been giving new ones out, and now there's 50,000 people in the network, and you can see that they're starting to have a little bit of issues with moderation. The tools are not in place, there are some health threats, and it's getting out of hand in a way, but I guess it's positive that there's people are interested of decentralized networks, and competition is good. It seems to be that there's a lot of creatives coming in to the network at this point, so if you want to get some Hollywood writers or directors, now is a good time to join. In a way, you can say that this is a reset. You have a chance for, it's a tiny window, but you have a chance to get your presence to be known for some of these luminaries who have a lot of followers in the other networks, and suddenly they are in a position where they might only have like a 50, and if you reply or you do something, you may get their attention, and this, in a way, this is a fresh start for some people. But this doesn't obviously last too long. But I think it's great that young people, or those who missed the previous waves, now have a chance as well to recreate their networks, build them again, or reshape them in a new format. This one is from Forecast, 16th of September 2021, when they had a first time 100 daily active users, and I think now they have between 10 and 20k altogether users. So networks are taking different times to do things, but obviously as Blue Sky, Forecaster is also invite only, so they have a regulating valve how quickly they want to turn the knob. This is pretty amazing what you can already now do. I don't know what are the YouTube API limits. Can you pull the whole Lex Friedman transcripts out of it, or maybe Brett Hall YouTube channel is available soon in a way that you can ask ChatGPT about topics, and the whole content is accessible just by asking. Maybe somebody here in Airchat can do that even.
I think this quote is magnificent. It's something I've experienced over the years many times. Sometimes the problem is really difficult, can stump someone for years, even decades. And then a solution emerges that's so simple that it defies your intuition. You're like, it can't be this simple. And then you realize it is, and then you think, oh, I could have done this myself. Or this is so simple that it's trivial. Like this, it's almost like imposter syndrome, where it's not even an achievement. But it is an achievement because the problem was so hard, you know? It's kind of like the idea of the bicycle. Oh yeah, it just has 2 wheels, it's so easy. You know, anybody could have came up with the bicycle, but nobody did for a very long time. Same with the car. Same thing with tons of things that we think are simple, but are only simple because we're so familiar with them and because they're so easy to understand after the fact. Before, they're immensely complex. And it's like that quote, I can't remember who it's from, but he said, if they would have gave me more time, I would have made it simpler, or I would have wrote a shorter letter. Condensing something down to that level of simplicity, that's like masterpiece level. That's like finished product. Before, when it's all complicated, usually it's not completely figured out yet. So cherish the simplicity. But don't get me wrong, simplicity doesn't always equal ultimate truth. To have the ultimate truth and the ultimate functionality merged with something so simple that almost anyone can understand it, that is the ultimate state. And it takes a very, very long time to get there. It's so funny that it's underappreciated sometimes when you do arrive. But if you have had the endurance to last that long, then you won't mind the underappreciation, because you're never going to get to that finish point unless you can keep on going despite people not appreciating, you trying to find this masterpiece answer at the end of the rainbow. So by the time you're there and you actually do find the answer, everything will be unlocked anyways, and I figure you'll be pretty excited. Or whatever it is you're working on applies to most, if not all, fields, I think.
What's the value of the views, the headset icon, for non-authors? Yes, it shows the aggregate number, but Airchat is not about mass views advertising model. So I'm really questioning why it's there. I understand the value for the author to see who's been viewing and listening to the shit, but for the rest, why? There's been a lot of discussion and actually action as well in the Nostr network in the last I would say this year, about the views, the function of the views. And because a lot of the stuff is coming from the advertising model, and it's not really needed if you don't have an advertising model, or even if you cannot count the views properly because there is no central state. It has gone so far that it became almost like the chap wars. Chapping meaning the tipping in the Nostr world, and the leading iOS client Damus removed the like button and wanted to indicate that, hey, if you want to acknowledge the order of the note, send a little bit of a fraction of a cent over, and it's way better signal than just liking something. So there was only Zaps mode. You could take it off if you didn't like, but the thing was that you couldn't see the likes either for the other people's notes. And there was a lot of people who were like, oh no, I don't want to have that at all. I'm stop using Damus. Then actually Iris implemented the option that you can take them all away, all the reactions, taps, likes, retweets, and even replies. And now it's optional. You can pick and choose whatever you like. And this is basically, I think, is a really good question to ask. What are the ways to acknowledge? What are ways to show your appreciation, show your presence when we are not really present, but not taking the advertising or revenue or business models imposing things on us which probably lead to the wrong signals. And well, what do you measure? That's what you were going to get. Palazzi settled his bets early, and I don't know why, but for some reason I'm puzzled with that. Not the decision itself, it's by all means his money, but whether that actually undermines the signal he's sending. Why do it early? Why not wait? And I think that's probably the underlying issue underneath. If there's a 10% probability or whatever it is, and you settle it early, why?
It's just standard on social networks these days. People want to show off how many impressions they got. You saw on Twitter, they put it back front and center, so people could kind of get bragging rights. Same reason people want you to know how many followers they have. We don't feel strongly about it. Whenever that right rail gets crowded, like it may get crowded again because we have some new stuff coming up, the first thing to go is the headset icon. It gets crammed underneath likes, and you may see it disappear as early as 2 or 3 days from now. By the way, I wouldn't assume that this is not going to be an advertising-based business model. After all, in audio and podcast, that is currently how people monetize. And even if we don't want to monetize heavily, we're still going to be forced to just to split revenues with the creators. Every big social network now is doing that, and I think large creators are going to start expecting it more and more. That said, it wouldn't be our first choice. Subscriptions or tips or some kind of a micropayments or purchasing model would be way better.
Absolutely, advertising model is nothing new. People love free stuff and they want somebody else to pick up the tab. And that's just how the world is. But when there's always a chance to do a little bit of a reset, it's always good to think about a bit. Maybe there's a better way, but I don't know how much the creators of the tech apps can influence people to do things differently. Nevertheless, that was just my whole point.
I don't know how true this is, but I heard that somewhere around 10% of YouTube's revenue was coming from subscriptions and 90% was coming from advertising. So clearly they started with advertising, and the advertising on TV is big, but still that's a little disheartening for someone who's trying to consider a subscription-based model. That said, we want to keep a small, lean, mean product team. We don't want to build out a big advertising and sales team, and this is much further down the road, obviously. This thing will either have to massively succeed or fail by then. So, but much further down the road, we would much rather try to find premium features where we can charge for subscriptions as opposed to have to do advertising. But I think the pressure to distribute money to creators, if this ends up being a hierarchical creator network, will force us towards advertising. Even then, there's different kinds of advertising. There's brand advertising where we have few large relationships, which I would hate. And then there's kind of bottoms up, grounds up advertising, like the type that Google does, where anyone can buy an AdWord and it goes into an algorithmic slot, and you don't necessarily need a lot of salespeople to sell it. Although Google still used a lot of salespeople to sell it. They would probably tell me I'm crazy for thinking you can do advertising without salespeople, but I'm going to try anyway.
I think Nosta is a really good example of now trying to, I wouldn't say impose, but nudge people to send tips. Kind of the Netflix subscription model, but in a more granular basis, that for each and every note you can tip. You can just click the button. It's not much, but it will aggregate. Because it's so easy, it may become like a habit. And if you start it early on, I think there's a chance that people get used to it. It's like when you go into restaurants, at least in the US and some part of the world, you know that you need to tip. In some part of the world, well, where I am mainly, that's not what we do. But you pick up the custom and the habit wherever you are. So in that similar way, I don't know whether it will actually be enough that if you could siphon a bit of the tips from the content providers, but that would be also incentive for the creators, that if you can see that whatever you create, you're getting money. So nothing new, once again, OF, Substack, all those who've been testing those models for many, many years already. But the fact is that people are paying for services, Netflix, newspaper subscriptions, and the rest. The bigger issue I see is the alignment. If you're going for the advertising model, it tends to, corrupt, in a sense, your business model, because you need to listen to them, because that's where your money is coming from. So that will direct the product as well, and it conflicts in its core with the users, because you have to serve for the advertisers. And even though you're struggling and you're fighting against the notion, but the fact is that your revenue model is in conflict with the user's best interest in some sense. And we see it in Apple as well. It was not too many years ago that they were saying that they are all for the privacy of the user, but yeah.
Subscriptions is more likely to work here than microtransactions. If microtransactions work anywhere, it's going to be on Nostr and Blue Sky and so on, where you already have cryptographic keys underneath your accounts. So in a sense, you already have a wallet. Let's see if it works. I think the tax regulations in the United States and the tracking around that makes it difficult. And there may be other obstacles besides just user behavior. But a tipping-based economy would be nice. There's also an argument that we don't want the kinds of content creators who want to get paid, because eventually then the whole app degenerates into listicles and selling vitamins and selling branded water and selling fashion and selling food, and it's just the content quality goes way down. Maybe it is really about authentic conversations about people who generally want to share ideas and learn. We're keeping a small team. We don't need to make a lot of money. I think ideologically we're built to serve users, not advertisers, and we don't care that much about the money. That said, you're right in that institutions take on a life of their own and then eventually get corrupted by incentives, regardless of whatever ideology the founders might have. So you're right. So advertising is kind of a last resort model.
Yes, and I think that's probably in the essence of this. If you're building this for yourself and you love this type of discussions and high quality content in some sense, ideas, thoughts, argumenting, and the appeal for these type of things is pretty small considered to all the TikToks and whatnots where you just lip sync and do dancing and all the silliness. But maybe that's the niche. You could argue that is it good content if you're not getting paid for it? Yes, there are public services. Yes, if you are accomplished, you don't need the money, you don't care. And in some cases, you just do it anyways. But money tends to be also a motivation for things. But maybe it's for the second-hand dealers of ideas. And maybe that's where the line is drawn.
Yeah, I think the views they're good feedback, because you can get a sense of whether the conversation you're having has any interest to anyone. So there's a good feedback mechanism there. And then if you go into them, you can sort of see who's more interested as well. And that gives you a good sense. Now, I think that's what it's doing. Whether the fact that it's doing that is meaningful to the platform at all, I don't know. Since people liking chits and whatnot isn't really standard, it does seem like some sort of user feedback would be good, but I don't know if it should be the headphones or not. I love where you've mentioned, and I think it would be a really cool thing to see happen if, in particular, AI platforms that have a cool tool but don't have distribution yet come to Airchat, and it's possible for an Airchat user to subscribe to that AI tool being available to them in the app, and revenue sharing there makes a ton of sense. listening to you talk about this, because you're right, the large advertisers eventually have asks that are anti-user. So, but I also think money is a good way to like get real information and real feedback. So it's tough. You could maybe consider a hybrid version where you are having some large advertisers, but the large advertisers are essentially paying into the pool that gets distributed somehow to the creators on the platform. So you're not really in the middle of it. And I always find it, I'm terrible at advocating for myself, but I always find it really easy to advocate for other people. So then if I'm in that conversation, I say, look, it's going to be $1 million to sponsor the platform, and it all goes to the users, and I'm not going to, sure, maybe I would give you a break or take this pressure or whatnot, but like really, we serve the users. That's the point. And if you don't like it, then that's fine. Don't be here. But it sends the signal that like, yeah, you've got to pay you to be here because you're a big business, but also you can't rug pull me because at the end of the day, I don't really care. I'm just going to distribute to the users. And if it gets cut off, then every user is just going to see you stop sponsoring, or every creator is going to see you stop sponsoring. As far as the tipping model, like I have a lot of experience in that in the hospitality industry, and I actually did some work where I helped the divide between. That was cool. I came up with a system that really helped address the wage gap between the front of house and back of house. But what I was going to say is that, so tipping is standard in the restaurant industry. I don't like auto gratuities ever, unless it's like an enormous party, because I want the incentive. The incentive does work really well, and that's why the service is exceptional in the United States, I think. But online, I would almost say that using a tip, I think, doesn't get used as often as having a paid subscription where one of the options is don't pay right now. It's a small little hack, but you may as well take that side of it. And you're right, eventually you are going to have to monetize, or rather, you don't have to monetize, but you'll want your creators to monetize in a way that doesn't turn them into like total clown shoes, attention hogs that are blasting your platform with this garbage we see everywhere else.
It's a good observation that if we don't monetize for our users, somebody else will, or they will, and they will use horrible tools to do it, and they'll start just like blasting ads in the middle of their content. So it's better that we come up with a single clean way to do it. That's good.
What do you think caused the Blue Sky invite inflection?
I haven't followed closely enough to have anything definite, but I have one story for you. I don't remember anymore when LinkedIn was founded even, but I do remember when it actually hit in Finland. That was one weekend when Pasilola, a local entrepreneur, was sick. He was having a flu, nothing serious, but he was bored. He was bored out of his mind. Oh, well, that's what I think at least. And he started to send out invites to LinkedIn to his friends, and he was well connected. And lo and behold, after that weekend, more or less everyone or anyone in the tech scene was already in LinkedIn. So that's how it happened. It happened because of a flu. So maybe that's the case with Blue Sky as well. Somebody was just bored out of their mind, or they wanted to escape bird sight, or combination of all these things. Once upon a time, there was a rich man who owned a media platform that requested access to a public, decentralized media platform. But there was a problem. There was 50,000 people already in, but they didn't have any invite. Here's an app I don't have any compelling reason to come back to. Well, probably I'm not in the target market, but it's creating the all traditional news houses feed and learning by AI or whatever algorithm your taste. And it's by the Instagram founders, so they clearly think that there's something into this thing. The fun of tech. First you're like, wow, this is going to change the world. It can do so many things, amazing, fantastic. Then you dive in, you play around with it, you figure out the limitations pretty quickly. It's only the fancy demo cases that work. The rest is like a hack put together, and it basically falls apart when you try to do some serious stuff. And then you're like disappointed, and it's like, okay, what happens now? I have to wait. So many possibilities, but they're not here. They're coming here, but I have to wait, or I have to build it myself. Duh. future of books and libraries. Previously, you have to read, take time, hours, days to get the information, get the stories, get the thrill. Well, nowadays you can go to Netflix and check the fiction, and you can even fast forward, and it's way more faster. Well, you're losing a little bit of imagination, but the interface is different. The content may be the same. Now, you can ask questions and learn it that way. Can you summarize this chapter? Can you give me the main 5 ideas? Can you give me the storyline of this thing? What happens with that character? Maybe this works better with the non-fiction. But yet, it's a completely different way of absorbing the same knowledge. Faster, I bet. What's the future of Salesforce, SAP's, HubSpots and whatnots? When you can build tiny micro apps with AI tools and you can put them together, they have nice interfaces, they can do one thing really well, they are modifiable, they are dynamic, they are composable, they can do wonders if you couple them together, and they can also change according to your business needs. What becomes more valuable when most of the content is done by AIs? There's no intention, there's no thought behind it, it's just the product. Most of the social media, phone calls, outreach campaigns are just done by bots, for bots. What's left? The human touch, the genuine connection between persons. How do you cross over that barrier when it's practically a bot war and firewalls are up? How about a delayed access? By that I mean that, you can invite your friends for free, but if somebody who you don't know, a third party, wants to join the discussion, they have to pay. So you're just creating your content, but the idea is that the rest of the people will never get it if you keep it private, but maybe it becomes publicly available in 15, 30 days or some type of delay. So as a creator, you don't basically need to do anything. You just be yourself and you create content. And those who are curious enough and want to get access early, well, they pay for that privilege.
I have something similar but even better in mind, so stand by. It's going to be fun. I don't mean to be mysterious, but we now have full-on competitors cloning us, so unfortunately, that's just the way it goes.
Why the corporates are going to Blue Sky? Well, first of all, I think they need a place to go. The APIs are really closing down now in Twitter, so they cannot use it for either posting their stories anymore automatically or with their publishing systems. Another thing is the same happens also with the DMs, so they cannot use the customer service anymore. So they clearly need some place to reach out to their customers and also tell their audience that there's some new stuff to read. Then the other thing is that if you ask where to go, well, you could go to Mastodon, but it's a bit awkward. You could set up your own server, but Blue Sky has a Twitter feel and look. So you can also use your own domain as a verification, and obviously you could also put up your own server, and in that way have your own instance and maybe extend your offering for your readers as well and put up paywall or whatnot in the future. So it has a lot of these appeals, and if you ask where else to go, not too many obvious answers, Noster maybe, but I think it feels a bit too radical for the corporate folks. This can be seen as the next predatory model, or someone exploiting other people's content and repackaging it. Well, if it's in public domain, then that's what it is. On the other hand, I think Fred had also good points that what is left, it's not all in the papers, it's not all in the tweets, it's not all in the blog posts, it's not all about in the public discussions, it's not all about in the YouTube. That's the canned stuff. That's the old stuff. That's the frozen ideas. If you want to get the most dynamic version, if you want to get the customized version, you still have to get to the person in real life. And that comes back to the my previous chit about human touch, the connection between people, the undivided attention, what you can only get when you have a presence in the moment with someone. This is an example of great technology, what's available at the moment. Anything you do in your computer, you can rewind. Anything you have done, you can double check. So would you like to have a perfect memory, whatever you've been doing? I was considering it, and my answer was nope. What happens when search engines start to give ChatGPT type of summaries? So they're not just giving queries back based on the keyword search, but they are actually giving the concept. So they are summarizing the content of the website. So if there's like tons of articles and it's just giving actually the answers to the questions. Well, if you have books like Google Books, how about that one? How is the fair use and the copyright laws going with this one? So you never basically go back to the real sources anymore. You just use the search engines to fetch things. Or is this basically the ChatGPT, the AI, which becomes a search engine? Interesting times.
Agents. I believe that it's you that was talking about Donald Hoffman's theory of consciousness. Now, it's been a while since I heard it, and I'm certainly no Hoffman expert, but from what I remember, he put it together on, it's a pretty decent podcast called Theory of Everything, the Toe podcast. But Hoffman had described his series of consciousness as basically, forget about what he thinks of what we're looking at or not looking at, but consciousness as, an amalgamation of a lot of different agents and that are sort of different, taking controls and being aggregated up and down, broken apart, et cetera, et cetera. And I actually think it's pretty useful. And I think that agent-based approach is going to be really powerful going forward because now we have AI agents. So I think you're just going to be managing an elite team, or a large team, rather, of intelligent agents that are going out and all aware of a common goal and working on it in their own individual ways. And that gets pretty close to, how individual organisms survive and compete in an ecosystem.
This is an interesting twist in a decentralized protocol, especially with the corporate employees and those who are getting a lot of followers due to their job. Here's an idea for somebody using shortcuts and having Apple devices. So whenever you open Airchat, your music will mute, and whenever you go away from the app, the music resumes. How many you can stack before it starts to shake? I rest my case. I asked Bing Chat, which is now using the ChatGPT-4, to give a summary of that archive.org article named LoRa, Low-Rank Adoption of Large Language Models. And this is what Bing is saying. The article you provided is a scientific paper titled A Deep Learning Approach for a Detection of COVID-19 from Chest X-ray Images. The article does a really good job of giving basically the biggest talking points, but altogether I would say that is it better to have a large, huge models which are slow to do in the big companies, and also you have a large body of data sets, but they may not be as high quality as these smaller ones. Also, if you're individual and you're working in an open source world, you are not bound by the licenses. You can do stuff and basically taking the Japanese automobile industry innovation, tiny tweaks, which are not so interesting as themselves, but a lot of people doing those things individually all the time, around the clock, just by pure interest, and being really good at those things combined. And then becomes the issue also with the data sets. If you have a black box, can you really use it if there's no clarity where the content, the data was coming from? And is the bottom line that big is not better? It's better to actually be in the gold rush of California, sell the tools, and keep away from the capital expenses.
I've had this very same concern. I don't think it's fair use to just ingest other people's data, mash it up, and then give you the answer without linking back or attribution or driving traffic. Search engines, in the early days, there was quite a bit of war around what the concept of fair use was. And I think one of the reasons why search engines got away with fair use is because they were driving traffics and they were showing a very limited transcript. Or the first few lines. They weren't actually giving you the full answer. And it's one of the reasons why I think Google's one box, which is its summarized search results at the top, have been held back to some extent.
I think Google crossed the line with that summarizing thing. They were practically doing the ChatGPT thing. They gave the full answer. They were ripping the whole content and not driving traffic anymore. And evidently advertising model is not working as good as it used to do. So they need to do something, but that's the black ops. This raises the larger issue of using somebody else's content. I remember there was a case where an artist's latest piece of art was refused because it was too similar to AI-generated pieces. Well, the twist is that her previous art was used part of the dataset without her consent, and that was the result. So in this literal sense, the artist was actually replaced by her own work. But on the other hand, it's like in the Fred Wilson's article, it's only the old stuff. But I understand that when you're doing creative art, you have a fingerprint. Usually you have a style, and you want to stick to that one, or that's who you are. So it's not like that you can do different stuff in that sense. So it is distinguishable, and it is a huge problem in that case.
That is a great point. When you're valued for a fingerprint that you invented, trademarks, patents, intellectual property law, all of this exists to give you some protection around that fingerprint. But if that fingerprint is swallowed and regurgitated, is it plagiarism? Is it copyright theft? Or is it only if literally that fingerprint is produced? How many times do you have to remix that fingerprint? How many ways across how many other fingerprints before it's considered original? And I think most people have a poor definition of creativity. So they think creativity is just remixing things. And so for many people, you can argue them into a corner that this is original, but then on the other hand, if they understand how it's made, and if they see this case of an artist being replaced by an AI version of that artist, then they can also see that it's just a copy. So this is going to be a very difficult situation, and I'm very interested in seeing where society comes out on this.
Andy Warhol is a great point. He was creating popular art. He was having a literal factory of producing copies of his work. He loved to make money, but he was also popularizing pop art. So I think what happens now is that everybody has the 15 minutes in literal sense. It may take that 15 minutes to actually make it part of popular art, but you don't have the time to actually commercialize it like Andy had. Andy had years, decades to build upon on that. And if you look like from the 90s, 2000s, Course, and the other ones who are doing similar stuff, I think it's the same thing. It's so Murakami. It's so distinct. It's so identifiable. But if you don't have time to actually commercialize it as a young artist, I think that's a huge issue. This documentary, which is on Netflix, gives an idea about how he was producing stuff and his creative factory. Is the message the medium? This is what I was thinking just today. Should I actually start to export some of the discussions to other places, social media? But I'm not actually sure. The reason is that, they can listen to the things. This is still in back mode. But the conversation is different. It's not the same. It doesn't have the same feel if it's only text, whether it's in Twitter, whether it's in Nostr, whether it's in some other places. It's the place sets the tone. and the context for the discussions as well. And if you rip it out of the original content, it's not the same discussion anymore. And if you just point towards this chit, for example, then it's not the same because the other people cannot at this point contribute either. So it's, I don't know.
That's right. It's a conversation. And to really get everything out of a conversation, you have to be part of the conversation. That said, there will still be occasional chits or threads or pieces of chits that would benefit from export and being standalone. But try too hard and you'll have people creating pithy aphorisms on here and building brands out of that. And that would be a shame.
The other thing I'm discovering at the moment is that, I've been having this steps in a stream room where basically I'm putting stuff during the day. But should I stitch things where I'm into another discussions like here, so that somebody who wants to see what I've been up to can follow, also for me to actually refer back later on, because sometimes it could be really hard to find the discussions which are just replies to somebody else's room's threads. But nevertheless, if you want to reuse them. And also for later, if you want to actually stitch something created together, first it was just a reply to something, but then it became a topic, and then it became a room. How to do that 2 weeks back, 2 months back. And actually a question for you as well. Is it possible to export all the chits later on where I've been part of? Those which are mine, the rooms are okay, but then if I've been just giving some random comments this and there and everywhere, are they also included in my backup, if you will? This interesting thread, the topic, what it shows here is not exactly the content of the thread, but is when Apple was in serious trouble in 1997, Wired asked, their staff and other people what should be done. And there were 101 answers to the question, and obviously we know already now the answer, but it's humbling to see what was suggested at the time, and we are in that situation every day. We don't know about the future, but we have a lot of ideas. This is a pretty exciting new era, avenue, universe, whatever word you want to use, combining Nostr, the decentralized public node service with payments, and then you have AI world, which is open sourced. If you combine these two together, it opens up a lot of possibilities where you don't have to ask permission from anyone, and you can explore, and it just takes ideas, innovation, brilliant people, and a weekend, and you can probably do something that the big guys haven't managed to do in months or years before. 100 billion here, 100 billion there, and soon we'll start talking about real money. If OpenAI is trying to achieve the AGI, and they're going to invest 100 billion for that venture, good luck. And Google is investing in the next 5 years a similar amount to development of the LLMs. What about Meta and Apple? So throwing in other few players as well, and we are in a range of at least $500 billion. So in federal terms, it's like a half chip then. Jeff Bezos was a huge advocate of pizza box teams. Was it around 2 pizzas, and that's the maximum size of the team. The same with the micro apps, so the tiny services which then basically have these interfaces and talk to each other. But apparently now it seems that there's a unbundling going on, and now it's time to bundle things to the bigger packages, and it's not always best to have these tiny micro apps. In the Amazon Prime article, they say that they reached a peak maximum capacity already at 5% in some of the services, so it may not be always the most efficient way of running things.
This jives with my experience. Anytime that I've thought about doing microservices, it never seemed like it was really worth it. That said, I think there are some cases where it does make sense. So I feel the same way about microservices as I do about optimization, which is build it first as a monolith, measure it, really figure out that you actually do need one, and only in that case then go for it. So tall spike, short tail here.
Some not so obvious advantages of Airchat type of discussion is that you cannot interrupt people. Think about it. You just cannot. And that's an amazing thing. But it also is a preventative thing. Because those people who actually want to dominate, those who actually just want to roll over you and push their point of view, be rude, they cannot do it. So they may even avoid that type of discussion because they cannot take it over. This also helps people who are not so comfortable speaking instantaneously in real life chat, where you have to respond immediately, so you can take your time. But that's something I probably already mentioned. And obviously it also gives the voice for those people who are not so powerful in the real life situations, dominating. So you can have more equal voices and measured discussions. Because many times if you have teams, the team dynamic is usually not representing the quality of the conversation. And this puts it in a completely different level. And maybe you also think more what you're going to say, because it needs to stand on its own legs without the other qualities you can input to your output while speaking in synchronous situation. Just this morning I was just thinking, because I was installing Bing on my phone, and well, it's also in some other places now because the ChatGPT 4 is there, and it's becoming quite nice. And never in the world I was thought about doing that because it's Microsoft and all the packages that comes with that. But it starts to become like an option, because it can create images, you can ask questions, it can do the searches from the internet as well, and soon having the plugins as well. And you start to ask questions like, okay, why would I go to Google? Can I do those things with Google? And Apple is sort of fallen from the tree already. It's not in the space even. So the options really are like OpenAI or Bing, and Bing is free in some sense.
Take the example of learning a new habit and unlearning an old one. I think from the brain's perspective, you create synapses and then myelin based on repetition. And there's a concept, or at least it was research. It was accepted research data that you need, say, 66 days to change a new habit. And I think because we understand so little about how the brain works, that we still believe that is true. And I don't get why we couldn't do that faster. If our technology is presenting information to us faster and we're able to summarize it and understand it faster, why can we not implement it into our brain faster? I have an interesting theory about this. I don't understand why we are opposed to learning faster, or anyone could be opposed to learning faster, if you think that in the last 100 years our technology has exponentially sped up and our nervous system is tuned into our environment. I think it's just a matter of understanding our potential, and we could learn much faster now than we did 50 years ago, even 10 years ago. I think we're heading into Neo's learning mode in the Matrix, and I'm all in.
Learning new, that's okay. Giving up the old stuff, that's harder. And I think that's the resistance, why things are changing so slowly.
I spoke to 3,500 students at the Australian Student Leadership Conference the other day, and my opening slide was, and the kids literally started screaming, they were so excited. It was, the first person to set foot on Mars is currently sitting in a classroom, And the response to that statement in itself, that was made by an administrator of NASA that I shared on the screen, was so large. These young people are so excited about technology, they're so excited about gamification, they're so excited about computer science and AI. It's the teachers that aren't, it's the curriculum developers that aren't. And we need to start shaking things up so the students can advocate for themselves.
Our education system is more or less still based on the 19th century paradigms, educating people to the factories and having a kindergarten or daycare for the kids. So it's not about learning, it's just keeping them busy. It's not about teaching them how to think. It's not about teaching them how to, giving them the tools for the future. Because if we would do that the way things are done, it's not exactly how you would plan it to do it now if you start from scratch. Given all the tools, the ways you can learn, and you can do it asynchronously like we're doing here in Airchat, those tools would make it so efficient that maybe you need to educate yourself or learn something only a few hours a day, and the rest of the day you can do something fun or creative projects or whatnot. But I don't think it takes 8 hours a day, 6 hours a day to sit in a class. That's not a normal way of doing things. Adults are not doing work anymore that way either. Well, some of them are not.
Hi, thanks Naval for putting this room together. So I'm a high school student at Alpha, which is a school where we have no teachers. We use apps so we can learn 2 times as fast within the span of 3 hours each morning. So all of our core subjects are in those 3 hours, and this frees up our afternoons to work on our Alpha X projects, which are our Olympic level masterpieces. Mine, for example, is researching a way to prevent and cure breast cancer through the connection between epigenetics and food. Super happy to answer any of y'all's questions.
This is true. What I see from working with people with movement habits, patterns, is that once the new habit is perceived as valuable by the brain, more efficient, especially more pleasurable, easier, more fun, it automatically overrides the old habit over time, but inevitably your brain will select to do what feels good and works better over the old way.
Few hours a day is enough. I haven't checked what has happened since, but this book is over 10 years old, but it talks about over 100 years old institution making customized learning for students already many years ago. And Diana, thanks to Diana, you can check out the Alpha Room here as well. They are already doing that, so high school students learning lessons from apps a few hours a day, and that's enough. What happens when AI bots, the LLM models, will start to take over the back offices of municipalities, governments, a lot of bureaucrats' work that may already now be outsourced somewhere, but these outsourcing companies figuring out how to do it without the employees, scaling. So we're getting a lot of people who are pushing papers who are not needed anymore. And the interface is just a common language. You explain and consider it done. If more than half of the early subscribers to the Twitter Blue have already cancelled, this doesn't promise too good for the cash flow of the company. So is there like a real risk that it's going to go bankrupt this year? Will the public learn if you can query any legislative body, any bills suggested or passed already? You can check the whole history of anybody who has been elected, whether they actually do what they promised to do. You don't have to trust, you can verify. You can just ask, who did this bill benefit? How has this candidate been able to perform? Have they actually ever done anything they have promised to do? Where did they oppose, etc., whatever you can ask. How does this go with the think tanks? Do we only need a think tank bot in the future? Just add your bias and you are good to go. Nostr founder just dropped an article where he's pointing out that Blue Sky isn't really a protocol in a sense that it's not open. A lot of things are centralized. There's only one instance. There's a lot of good points in there. I wouldn't call it a scam. But having OpenAI as an example going out, all good and for the benefit of people, whatnot, open source, and then close it up. In this case, you can say, and I think that's what they believe. They start with this instance and doing this way, but when gonna they open it up? When is that moment? There's never gonna be a perfect moment, and the longer you wait, harder it is to build something. This is the same thing what's happening with Nostr at the moment. Some of the clients are building centralized backends. There are a few big relays nodes at the moment, which pretty much everyone is using. So it's becoming centralized de facto, even though it's open, but it's just more convenient, and this is the way it's gonna tilt the further along it goes. So the idealism fades away. The true decentralization never happens because it's not built upon from the beginning, and the inconvenience and imperfectness of building the hard way from the decentralization up never happens.
I think if anything, Blue Sky was more like a philosophical cry for help. Like it was a noble intention. Maybe it's a means of encouragement to get the ball rolling and to display demand for this type of thing from Twitter, from the administration of Twitter. But it's just kind of the wrong way to do things, though, when it comes to like really getting a good result. You know, it might have encouraged other people like me and Fiat Jaff and stuff to take a shot at it. So it was successful in that sense, but it failed in the sense that you don't start with funding and then work on a protocol. You start with a protocol and then you get funding for it, you know? If you are expecting to come up with the hard part after you get funding, then of course it's not going to go well most of the time. Quite a moonshot. So it's just common sense, you know? I mean, this is not something that money can buy. If money could buy these decentralized protocols, then billions of dollars that's been funneled into this space would have gotten us somewhere, but it's created mostly garbage. So I don't think money is going to be what does this. It's going to require some blood, sweat, and tears, true cypherpunk ethos. And even then, we'll see. The real challenge is making these protocols costly to attack, especially the part where you're trying to discover honest nodes. Because if you go to discover nodes and it's just a bunch of Sybil nodes, then you're in trouble, you know? And if creating a bunch of Sybil nodes is easy or requires trusting a third party to find nodes, then you're in trouble, you know? And I don't think Blue Sky creates any cost when it comes to discovering these aggregator nodes. I don't know, they're very vague about the whole thing, and it's just very... I will refrain from commenting on it further. But in terms of Nostr, like, you know, they rely on the mutual relay model. So I just find a friend and see the relays he's connected to, and if I trust him and he's found some good relays, then it's all good. You know, it just that doesn't scale very far, but it works for now. So I think Nostr definitely has the leg up here, and hopefully there will be better ways to discover nodes in the future that are extremely costly to attack and scale far better. Once we have that, and ways to store large files and stuff,
I think we're going to be off to the races.
Steps in a stream.
This is for some historians to check and verify, but I think that's how it is with protocols. They start with a few people who are maybe the outliers in some sense, and it's messy in the beginning, and then it catches up. But you cannot, like you said, you cannot put it with money. Has it ever worked that way? Has it ever been the case that you can just buy your way to the protocol? And if you buy your way to the protocol, it's already twisted in the sense that, well, aren't you asking for some kind of payback? You need to return the money somehow, or you have some ideas how you want to go about it. There's only pretty much like the founding of Bitcoin, not too many of these completely selfless acts of putting up great stuff which actually catches up. The other thing is that if you truly want to have it decentralized at scale and in scale, it needs to be so easy to do that it's basically part of every client, the whole thing. But can you actually build this type of a monolith from the beginning? Because the value chain will build up. There will always be middlemen. There'll always be these aggregators. There'll always be these ones. These are the weak points. And through decentralization, peer-to-peer kind of worked to a point till it didn't. And then now we have hosting and AWSs and whatnots. So the file sharing didn't catch up. CI is another take on the same thing. But how to solve this issue that we don't really need anything which is in the middle, and make it so unattractive to that middle party to build up their position. I think that's what's required. So it needs to be so decentralized from the beginning that it's already game lost. Everyone on this app already knows this, but I think it's a really great point. So if you're working only synchronously, you have hard time doing it very concisely and asynchronously. But those who actually master this short art form can do the long art form. The same thing that if you can do really good short tweets, having a long article is no issue, but it doesn't go the other way around. So this is going to be a big change, or I think it's already a big change for a lot of people, and maybe it's a generational thing as well. Some people just cannot cope this, and I'm really looking forward actually having more people doing async stuff, but it seems to be really that a lot of people are rolling back to the post pre-COVID times where things were just happening slowly.
Second, I push everything asynchronous and unscheduled. That's why I built this app, or at least one of the key motivators why I built this app.
But do you ever feel that the more features you add in, the more cool things add in, it becomes more of a distraction rather than, a change? How do you kind of battle with that?
Stability AI's founder, CEO, Emar just posted his first blog post. He said it's pretty lonely to be in CEO, and listed also some other reasons, also stating that speech is the easiest, then comes text, and then the visuals is the most complex form of communication in regards to how much effort it takes. And AI will flatten that out, but nevertheless, I think he would benefit from Airchat as a medium to express his thoughts, and I think we would benefit from his insights as well. Anyone want to throw him an invite? This is already some half a years old podcast episode, but I think he, as far as I recall, I listened to it when it came out, but I think he was really opening up, and there was a lot of background to where he's coming from and why did he establish Stability AI, and he also talks about his personal life and the health issues he's having. I think this is a pretty powerful concept. The founders are here. I can put the cheat on a comment. Reminds me of when I used to play some console games, Xbox games, for example, a large huge games with huge maps, and I was either listening to some podcasts or I was listening to some music. So in practice, I was more or less like walking, or I was having a visual concepts and places. And when I visited those later on and the music was not on, or I was listening to that music without playing, it was the same association if I would actually be like doing that in real life, like talking with somebody over the phone or in real life and we were walking somewhere. So I can attach the conversation to some physical locations. And you can also remember, at least I can remember the discussions just by going forward. So this visualization, I think, is a really powerful tool if your brain happens to work that way. This response by Rappel, who is Twitter co-founder and been building decentralized networks for a long time and also knows the Blue Sky team and is friends with them. Check it out. I will in the next chits elaborate a bit more. This is an intro if you want to check out what's been happening before. It also mentions the Rappel's article I posted previously. This is a good state of the Nostr and Blue Sky in 60 minutes or 30 minutes if you do it in 2x. It summarizes the weak points and what's going to happen or what can happen in the future and why things are as they are at this point. Rappel points out that at the moment Blue Sky, which is the company holding the client and holding the keys, physically the keys as well, because that may be news for someone, but not your keys, not your data. There are only one pair of keys, and those are by the Blue Sky, which is signing all the messages. So you cannot really at this point take your keys and go away. It's not possible. So it is in a way it's similar to the Signal. Even though you have Signal and you can copy the code and run your own things, but you cannot interoperate with the other Signal instances or actually with the official one. So what do you do with the protocol? Is it a protocol if you cannot actually play with other people? You're just like an isolated island which doesn't communicate with anyone. This is the state of Blue Sky at this point. He calls this as a cathedral model, where there is one single entity, team of people, maybe one person, like in Mastodon's case, who controls the building of the infrastructure and the ecosystem. You can even ask whether it's an ecosystem if there's some single point of failure or choke point, in a way that you have to appeal to someone, lobby them to do something, hope that they actually will come through to their promises. Is that a protocol, and can you build it later on? He also mentions that when is the good time to do anything? When is a good time to step back? I mentioned earlier on that I don't think there's ever a good time, and it's getting harder and harder the further you go along the development process. The opposite view of cathedral model is a bazaar model, where nobody's in control. You have only soft influence. If you don't like something, you can build it anyways. But usually it's better that you try to get some other people also to cooperate with you, so you have a more appeal to the market, then you have a better product what the other people can also use, and hopefully also that other people will see what you've been building, because if it's not a protocol, if at least it's not standardized, if it's not working properly for everyone, those who are building, creating, writing something, and those who are reading it. So that's why the soft influence is so important, and that's why it's so chaotic. That's why it's also fun. And he mentions the fun point, that the crazy stuff is happening in Nostr because you can build fun stuff, and people love fun stuff, and that's sort of part of the appeal. You just don't do the boring backend and documentation and whatnot, which doesn't appeal to the end user. You can put some crazy stuff on it and make it really appealing. and worth your while, even though it may not be the most important thing from altogether. But the biggest takeaway, I think, is that it's not about the people, because Rubble is saying that the people are awesome who are building Blue Sky. They've been handpicked, they've been doing this for a long time, they know exactly what they're doing, they knew what they were getting into, so it's not about their intentions, it's not that they are against the vision what Noster is, for example, building. The common goal is the same. He doesn't even believe that the persons are trying to build something which is a business for the Blue Sky. So it's not about that. But I think the real point is that alignment matters. The structure you have is very important. If you have a strong, wrong structure, in a sense that it's not aligned with the common goals, the public goals, the public domain goals, it's really hard to do it right. Blue Sky was caught off guard in the sense that they wanted to do this in their offices without too much attention and build it properly. But yet the invites went out and somehow it just exploded in a sense. I think there's now 70,000 people in the network, and they just released as well that no heads of states, so they don't want to get a certain type of attention at this point. Yet, can you build it? And when is the right time to release it to the world? If you are incentivizing builders who are seeing all the buzz, who are not part of the core loop of the decisions which are now made about the protocol and the future of the ecosystem. The protocol capture is a real danger, meaning that it will just be a one nice instance. And it was also mentioned in the video that people really want just a Twitter clone. They just want to have it like a Twitter. And just yesterday, I thought I was retweeting something, but it actually was risk-eating. So I was actually doing it in Blue Sky. Even I was just confused with the interfaces. They look the same. And those people may not care about protocols and all the fancy stuff underneath. They just want to do the same thing over and over again. And that's absolutely fine. But the builders at this point and some other people may have more deeper ideas and way to shape the future, that we are not repeating all the Web 2.0 mistakes. And it seems to be that Noster might be a better chance for this. Having funding cushions building Blue Sky at this moment, being overwhelmed by the demand, by a lot of people there having attacks by trolls and needs to build moderation and all these things coming with running an instance distracts. And then the appeal comes that should we take a little bit more money? Should we just try to keep this all afloat? And because the structure is not done in a way, Rubble shows a document when Blue Sky was, they were discussing about Blue Sky, that how it should be structured, and he suggested that there should be a foundation responsible of the code, and then a private company running an instance, having the business model of itself, but it's just one of the many, or like an example of the possibilities to be built upon the protocol. Because this didn't happen, this conflict remains, and it's up to the people to keep the integrity. And sounds to me that it's harder to do the split, if there ever will be a split, the further along you go. David asked Rubble, has there been in the history some successful cases where a top down build of a protocol is successful. And he gave some answers, and I don't want to spoil them for you. Check them out in the video. But the outcome is that it doesn't build an ecosystem. Yeah, they can remain, they can still be sustained, but for other reasons. So this outlook doesn't look too promising for Blue Sky at this point. Maybe a time to check Noste. How much of your private life is going to OpenAI without you knowing it? There's a lot of services, there's a lot of companies using ChatGPT, and in order to do the job, they need to send information. Are they anonymizing? Are they taking off the private sensitive information which can identify you? I doubt it. Some are doing, probably. Most of them, maybe not. Are they excluding all that information from the learning models? How big of a bomb is this soon? Well, maybe you have to, as always, assume that anything you send out is out of your control and in public domain. But yet, it just occurs that we really desperately need some open source models and Mulvad LLM type of service. This is a huge loss for, well, I think for everyone. So Twitter is dying as we speak. This segment at 4 hours, 4 minutes by Wolfram catches a bit what I was about to say, trying to say.
That there are certain aspects of the universe. So, we think space is made ultimately of these atoms of space and these hypergraphs and so on. And we think that, but we nevertheless perceive the universe at a large scale to be like continuous space and so on. In quantum mechanics, we think that there are these many threads of time, these many threads of history, yet we kind of span. So in quantum mechanics and our models of physics, there are these, time is not a single thread. Time breaks into many threads, they branch, they merge. But we are part of that branching, merging universe. Right. And so our brains are also branching and merging. And so when we perceive the universe, we are branching brains perceiving a branching universe. Yeah. And so the fact that the claim that we believe that we are persistent in time. We have this single thread of experience. That's the statement that somehow we manage to aggregate together those separate threads of time that are separated in the fundamental operation of the universe. Mm-hmm. So just as in space, we're averaging over some big region of space and we're looking at many of the aggregate effects of many atoms of space. So similarly, in what we call branchial space, the space of these quantum branches, we are effectively averaging over many different branches of possible histories of the universe. And so in thermodynamics, we're averaging over many configurations of many possible positions of molecules. Yeah. So
if you have infinite compute, doesn't it look from our perspective, which is obviously not correct, but just to give some mental picture, static? We started to see a trend where YouTube and other content creators who have hours, or in this case, for example, 2,000 hours of video content, rich media content, they're going to be deleted from the public consumption, and they're going to be turned into a ChatGPT or some kind of AI bot or whatever format which you can subscribe and you can ask questions or entertain yourself. So if you couldn't make it enough big in the YouTube advertising monetization model, maybe you have enough to turn it into some other type of subscription-based service, or if you have a website and you could do the same. So is this the beginning of, once again, siloed internet behind paywall gardens? Is it nobody knows? Modes, no modes, big, small, who knows? Here's some basics of four kinds of universality required for human level intelligence. First is computational, can run any given program. 2, reachability, can eventually generate any program idea. 3, stepwise, can take any kind of step in the space of programs, ideas. 4, comparison, can compare select options using any criteria. There's 8-minute video in the top of the Twitter thread. Check it out, it's way better explained there. Daft Punk was so ahead of their time. Check this video from 3-minute mark onwards till the end, and you will see familiar stuff which is appearing more and more nowadays. thanks to image to animation models. Airchat is like a box of chocolates, but it's also Pokemon type of treasure hunt. If you know that you said something and you would like to find it in somebody else's room where you replied, good luck. Same way, if you've seen someone whose content you like, but where did they reply all those things? They are not in the wind, but they are somewhere in the Airchat. So you start to roam the rooms, you start to wander, open the chocolate box, and once in a while you find these gems. They were just hidden in different corners of the box. Can you afford not to use these augmentation tools available already now? Just you put a link to a project, in this case it's a GitHub or Replit code base, and it will give you suggestions, ideas, maybe point some errors, optimization things. You could probably even get a better version of something when you just ask the right questions and request what you would like to have, versus you hope that somebody else is interested of your project, if it's an open source project, and will contribute and point out those things what the AI just did for you. When big search engines are starting to answer your questions without going to the original sources, and this will not drive traffic, and obviously it's not good for the content creators. Why should I do it? I don't gain anything. Somebody else reaps the benefits, the monetization out of it. This is the same question for a lot of other industries as well. And I don't think there are really good answers at the moment, but I think this is getting to the low level in a way that if the fight has been more like in the news organizations, like we've been seeing what's happening now in Canada, happened earlier in Australia, where they're threatening, Facebook is threatening to close Canada off from their news sources if they're not paying. The similar thing happening now pretty much to everyone. If you have a good blog, or if you have a great content, maybe really niche content, what happens when you can ask it and the answers are coming to you without you ever knowing who was the one who actually created it? You just care about the answers. What's the incentives? What's the future for the content creators? Nothing new under the sun. So if you're coming from a small language base that doesn't have too many potential customers, and you're writing a book in that language, and then there's a local publicly organized and run library system which is buying a few copies of your book that the rest of the population more or less is buying. So you are not actually selling those books, so you are not getting revenues for writing all that content for the people to read. What's your incentive of doing that? If you're not looking for the fame, if you're not looking for those other qualities, boosting your career and using it as a calling card or similar measures, why should you do it? Well, you could argue and say that, well, if you want to write it, and if not, don't. And that's a fair point. That's always been the case. So it's been like a hobby for many. The similar thing with musicians. There's only a few who can make living out of it, and that's the power law. But this is getting more and more obvious to the more and more larger part of the life, which can be codified and put into the LLMs, and it will spill out the answers and the fine ingredients. The raw material is all that human creativity, which is then synthesized and offered as a basic service for the rest.
This is a really good point, although in those other use cases, both the library and the search engine, there was attribution. So you were trading discovery in exchange for monetization. You had more people discover your content. Sure, some weren't paying for it and were getting something for free, but most of them then would come in, or enough of them would come in and buy your content that was overall a win-win. No such case with AI. With AI, there is no attribution, there is no driving of traffic. Both libraries and search engines drove traffic. AI does not drive traffic. AI assembles it all together and makes it its own. And that's why I think it's going to be a unique case that will be litigated and thought of differently by society.
How to prove it yours? That's going to be really hard as well, because it's not direct quote. It can be roundabout way the same thing. In some really specific cases, there's nobody else coming up, but usually contributions are incremental and combining already existing things. So it's become almost mission impossible to prove that it's yours originally, especially when it's a black box. What comes to the libraries, I'm just taking an example of Finland, for example, which is just plus 5 million people. So publishing any non-fiction books is already difficult, even without the library system. When you have a really efficient and good library system, people are assuming that you get everything for free. They're not buying anything, more or less, unless it's really popular, and that's usually fiction. So you cannot get, there's no market, you cannot sell it outside of Finland. Well, nobody speaks Finnish, more or less, outside of Finland. So there is no market, there's no incentives to do this. And when you have this type of culture that you get everything for free, it's really hard to turn the tide, and I think that's what's going to happen also. Nobody's paying for searches. Google searches are for free. Same thing with AI bot thing, so it's getting really difficult, I would assume, in the future. And even if you're going to go to the court with copyright infringement, or that's what you're claiming, it's going to take years, maybe a decade. And what happens in the meanwhile? Well, the market happens. So you already lost one way or the other. I really like this amplified intelligence, because if you're already an expert on something, you can do so much more. You know exactly how to do and how to get the most out of it, which you cannot do if you're a noob in some area, because you just don't know your way around. And this also means that a lot of other people can do the same thing. What are you doing if because they don't know either? But if you already are really good at something, there are some others who can do that as well. But this kind of keeps your progress, advancement, and for the rest, they can catch up, but you can still be in the lead and just do greater things. Be careful whom you're speaking with. Your deepest secrets might be going to the places you never figured out, and that's a fingerprint as well, which probably can be combined later on. Is that the wet dream of Google and others who are having the advertising model? I had a quick test run, and it seems to be quite okay and nice. The token size was a bit small, but I think you can even change that. So ask some questions like, explain me decoherence, and it gave some reasonable answer. Also, what is 42, and it got the reference to the Hitchhiker's Guide, but I guess these are pretty basic questions to ask, but yeah, it works. A very informative dashboard for the Farcast network, how it's growing and what's happening in there. The link should show the dashboard, but here are something what's happening now. One of the things which was really interesting was that there's like 13,000 total users, out of which only plus 900 has been casting, so posting more than 100 times. 157 new users, but this is capped because there's no open sign up at the moment. Average casts per day 2K. What else is here? Monthly active casters 3K, so 3,000 out of 13,000. There's also connected addresses, which is 10K, so something has been dropping off. Total casts, if I didn't already say, 669,000. I have some text on my website, which has been there for, I don't remember when I wrote it, last year probably, but at least the archive.org capture is from the January this year. So Mark Randolph, who is the co-founder of Netflix, wrote almost exact verbatim in his tweet. And it's quite a coincidence, so I don't know what to think about it, but yeah, these things apparently happen, and I'm not saying that he was visiting or copying my copy. It's just a coincidence. Why the large language models text is so good? And then there was this explanation that it's using the most efficient language, which is more sophisticated because the dictionary is huge. So that's the least resistance path. And I was like, is there beauty in the LLM models? Is this the thing what David Deutsch and Brett Hall are talking about? What are you thinking?
I liked another explanation that was in the same thread where the writer said, well, this is David Deutsch's thing that truth is hard to vary. So if you find 100 explanations for something, the 90 that are wrong will all be wrong in different ways, but the 10 are right that will be right in the same way. So even if you take the most likely outcome, it can often end up being the truth. Now, in this particular case, it turned out that the example the original poster was giving was actually very easy to vary just by asking GPT the question in a slightly different way. You would get the wrong answer. And then the original poster had to fall back on, well, the syntax is really good, even if the content isn't. So anyway, just kind of passing along those two observations.
This sounds pretty amazing. I'm not sure though whether it's going to be open sourced or whether it's going to be still quite resource heavy.
Did you hear about Google's paper on Soundstorm?
No, I must have missed it. What's it about?
Well, it's a parallel decoder for efficient audio generation. So it can even be used to generate dialogues.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, like this one was generated by Soundstorm.
Wait, what?
But make a summary of this PDF. Here's the URL. Bing. Make a summary of this URL. Here's the PDF. The results were the same. Today I did it with Bard, and maybe 1 or 2 weeks ago I did it with Bing. They are supposed to do that, so they should be able to retrieve the PDF and read it. But they were totally hallucinating, just pulling some completely different, whatever, statistical. Usually people are asking these type of, these are the results people are usually hoping to get for type of answers. And in this case, Bard also showed 3 different options, and they were 3 different hallucination articles. Not too impressive.
And isn't it ironic? Don't you think?
It's like the Boston Dynamics CEO's interview in Lex Friedman, where he's talking about how LLMs are basically sophisticated curve-fitting machines, statistical machines, even though they could perfectly fit what humanity has put together in a form of text and ideas in creative form. Yet, how can it become conscious out of that one? And how can somebody think that it is a proof that the prediction machine can do stuff by itself and it can have a will of its own, refuse to do things and act upon like a little child, for example, who needs to learn language as well without any grammar books or anything. We just implicitly figure out the rules of the game, how to communicate with other people. And now we have managed to make machines who can simulate the same things. The same thing has happened many times in the history. For example, when we were mainly having agricultural societies and a lot of people were just working on fields, and then they were suddenly kicked out of them and going to the cities. And this is still the situation in China and some other places where a lot of people are looking for even the horrendous working conditions in the factories, but it's still better than what's in the countryside. So this has happened over and over again, and it's not going to stop, and always we've been finding ways. And as long as we have creativity, as long as we have ideas, things we want to create, and there's a demand for whatever we come up with, we will provide the supply for those things, and that's what's creating the value. Value is subjective. It's not about producing things. In Lex Friedman's Boston Dynamics CEO's interview, he talks about that even now especially in Europe, I think he mentioned it's very difficult to find adequate amount of people to work on logistics. It's just not possible to get the people there, so it's becoming a real issue. So the Boston Dynamics and others robots are going to take over those field work which was done before the tractors and other machines took it over. So the similar thing is now just happening, and I think it's just a really great thing. But obviously the transitory periods are hard for those who are not so fit to adapt to the new cultures and technologies. I'm not worried about kids at all. Like Daniel mentioned, they are so quick to adapt to things. Even me, I'm not obviously a kid anymore, but just playing around with the AI and all these tools, and it doesn't take many minutes or hours. It's like, okay, why can't you do this, and why we can't do it that way, and why this doesn't work yet, and I have to do all this thing myself. So there's also this demographic thing that a lot of the population, at least in the West, is going to the wrong direction. We don't have new people coming, taking over the old jobs, so we're going to have a shortages of people soon. So the robots and the AI are not coming minute too early to solve that issue as well. Have you noticed that a lot of the things we're discussing and what's happening in the world require to take some kind of a principled position? So we're talking about ethics, we're talking about values, or lack of them. And that's something I think is going to be defining the next maybe 5, 10, maybe a longer time as well. We need to go back to those because they've been in the background for way too long, and humanity tends to forget things. It takes 3 generations to start the wars again when your grandparents are not telling you about the first-hand experiences anymore. The same thing with the values. We forget that actually we need to fight for them. They need to be always on your mind, and you need to be always educating, teaching, and living by them, or they will be gone. And now we are being tested in a way in a lot of fronts, economical, political, even in security levels. What our values, there's no Switzerland anymore. You cannot be just neutral. You need to take a position. And that's pretty interesting times, but it's also very revealing times also. A lot of true colors are coming up, and also whether you swimming without if there's a generational gap, or it's not about age, it's more like type of people between those who are using the latest AI technologies, and that's a really small amount of people who are really efficiently using them at the moment. There's an enormous gap also between those who, well, I remember it's COVID times when they started, there was a lot of accounting companies, just a lot of back office stuff which was done at office. There were desktop computers, so there was no laptops. And these companies, SMEs, were having, even big companies were having difficulties of making everything remote. And that was sort of a shock therapy treatment for that. But a lot of the things are going back to the way they were, even though things are changing. But the remote asynchronous way of doing things, going back to the mode of going to physical meetings, traveling to different places with airplane, and these means take a lot of time. It's not efficient. It's not how things are done in the most remote, only asynchronous companies, which tend to be most likely software companies and others, where they take advantage of the latest tools and are aware of them. So there's a huge difference also in the business life between those who are using the latest tools and using the latest methods, and those who are just still basically back in the 40s, 50s, 60s ways of working. It hasn't changed that much. Obviously, the school system is in the same level as well.
I mean, it's on GitHub, so it's headed for some sort of open source. Who knows which license model, but also it looks incredible. It's really fast speech generation. I mean, they talk about the matching. They talk about the matching piece, but it sounds like the generation for like 30 seconds worth of speaking is 2 seconds on TPU 5, symbol V. So this looks awesome. Hashtag symbol, sigil. Symbol, sigil.
Conversations needs to happen more. Meetings, never. I think that's a great line. Another notion from the segment, and I intentionally kept it long because there was in the end a slip, or I don't know, maybe it was a plug about Automatic WordPress's new ChatGPT feature, which is not public yet. So if anyone has any information, happy to hear. Put your comments in. This doesn't project confidence. Let's just say November 15, 2022, a firmware update cannot extract private keys from the secure element. And yesterday, 17th of May this year, technically speaking, it is and always has been possible to write firmware that facilitates key extraction. You have always trusted, let's say, not to deploy such firmware, whether you knew it or not. I guess there's this saying about digging yourself deeper, and sometimes it's better just to stop. Maybe that applies here. Some of these ChatGPT API wrapper apps are making hundreds of thousands per month, and obviously it's a fad, it doesn't last, but it's still good money, and some others taking the opportunities available. Isn't it getting a little bit expensive when each and every time you're sending the prompt template, which is in, for example, Snap's case, like 1A4. It's a long list of things, and it doesn't even include yet the history and the actual question the user is asking. And since, as far as I understand, it's stateless, the API, so you have to remind it and provide the context each and every time. This doesn't answer the previous question about prices, but gives some ratios and some ideas, and I will put the link on the comments so you can check the source yourself. My guess is that you're just focusing on more on the AI because there's so much happening and it's so hot space, so every hour seems like there's a lot of things happening. But yeah, things are moving. Personal voice is coming to Apple later this year, so you can type and it will talk with your voice, maybe soon, in Airchat near you. The Supreme Court ruled that Andy Warhol has infringed when he was using a photograph of Prince the artist, and that was the basis for his artwork, which was too similar, and fair use did not apply for that reason. And because he was famous, he still needs to stick by the rules. And why this is interesting, LLMs, if you're training with other people's art, and if you're using these LLMs and generating pieces of output, I wouldn't call it art, and they are too similar as well, are you as a user infringing as well? For the productivity nerds who want to use Apple shortcuts, but always been cursing that Mac OS doesn't allow the automations which are available on mobile devices. Well, here is the thing which makes it possible. It's a paid app, but it's $10. So totally affordable and can make your life easier with time-based, or for example, if you're plugging in some USB devices or take them off, or some application becomes active, and so many other triggers you can use to make your life easier. If Instagram allowed anyone to become a photographer, share their pictures, even though they were not really good or they didn't have a professional gear, Twitter and Facebook allowed you to express what you feel and share some moments with your friends and family and strangers. Airchat is giving voice to people. If you're using social media for conversations like here in Airchat, you care about the discussions. That's the main purpose and the benefit you're getting. Who views it, who listens to it. It's a nice additional bonus, but that's not the main goal. If you're looking for attention, the content doesn't matter that much. You just want to monetize it, you want to gain power or influence or some other means. And there's a lot of that happening in TikTok, attention videos, a lot of places doing this. Then if you want to broadcast your ideas or whatever you're putting out there, Instagram pictures or tweets, then it's one-way communication. You just want to state your piece and that's it. So there's at least 3 ways you can, as a content creator, use the media. Then I'm sure there's also a similar way you can consume it totally passively. You want to just contribute some way, or you genuinely want to actually further the discussion or the conversation. If you export your Airchat discussion, it's not the same conversation anymore. You can put it in Twitter, you can have conversations there, but it's different people, it's different format. It doesn't have the same feeling. It has completely different context. The same thing if you put it on YouTube, people can watch it, people can comment it, but it's then broadcasting. It's not the same thing. So the place where the discussion happen really matter as well. And you cannot expect to get the same results from different places where you're putting the content, even though from the outset it looks like the same thing. What do you really own? I mean, I have a voice, you can hear it. It has a particular sound and personality. I have my thoughts, ideas, which are in different forms all around the world, in different places, in websites and Airchats and Twitter and Instagrams and people's private archives. I have my DNA, which is also all over the place. There's a lot of things we're leaving behind. And when we leave, who owns those? Yeah, I can state something, but Shakespeare stuff is still there. There's a lot of stuff living forever. And now there's also the voice prints and appearance and all these things which can be used for whatever reasons later on. So, do we really own our own habitus, whatever composes of us, or are we just basically creating it for the rest of the world to use it afterwards? Airchat is your muse, your secret weapon, if you use it that way. You go into rooms, you find some fascinating discussions, you jump in, then you realize something you haven't realized before because you needed to think about it, and that just inspired you to leap into some direction you haven't been before, and now you have a new idea which you can start to explore.
In this episode, David Deutsch talks about the example of a tennis player and the decision he or she needs to make when returning a ball. It's not a conscious thinking because there's no time for that, but it's not a reactive reaction either, because it's a decision which needs to be made, and he talks about that later on. That player has a story about it, so they can talk about it like, yeah, I know the opponent usually does it this or that way, or whatever, the reasons behind it, why the response was what it was. But that's not what happens in your mind. There's no time for that. So where does it happen? And I think this is the interesting part. This is the quantum computing part. This is the part which is, I haven't seen too much people discussing, but I think is the key for our consciousness and everything which we cannot explain at this point. And it's a bit, well, I would love that there would be, David Deutsch would go more deeper in that discussion. Maybe it's coming in the next episodes, I hope so. When talking about these things, it's so easy to go to the labels. Yet we don't know what consciousness is, so it's almost like redundant to talk about it. But I think the important point what he is making or trying to make, and I'm not sure he actually makes it clear enough for many people to understand, maybe I'm confused as well, but about the implicit and explicit part. And I think that's really the key, but it's so subtle when we're stuck into the words like and taking the example of our own mind, it's like, yeah, subconscious, conscious, but we don't really know what those terms mean either. So, yeah, we have some context we've been putting those things, but it's not the consciousness, it's not the awareness. And I think the really brilliant part is when he's talking about when you don't use words, but you still can communicate. So even speaking words, thinking in that level is not needed for that implicit knowledge, which can then be made explicit. But that's really the important point, and that's really deep rabbit hole. I think we should go as soon as possible, because that's the key for the things we're really missing at this point. Here's a little thought experiment on quantum physics. So if you start from the premise that everything is known, there's no uncertainty, there's no risk, everything is just boring in a sense that nothing flows. Everything is at the end state from the beginning. But you would like to have the smoke and mirror show, the sensation that and the illusion that things are moving. There's uncertainty. You don't know what's going to happen next. How would you do it? Wouldn't it look like the Everettian world where there's a multiverse? We only have the one collapsed state which we see, and the rest is, well, in the wind, in the multiverse. So it's there. And that's basically how you do it. So it's just an illusion how we experience time and the flow in order not to know the end game from the beginning. Airchat creates its own problems. You know the feeling when you're in a cocktail party and you are in a range of 2-3 groups, so you can actually follow 3 discussions at once. Well, here's the same thing. If there's like 3 people actively dialoguing, but they need to do it async, so the chits go one after the other. So there's discussion 1, the next one discussion 2, the third one is discussion 3, and you just want to maybe follow one of them. So how do you do that? Or if you're following 3 of them and they're completely different, they are even comically separately, differently intertwined, it's getting confusing. Related issues. So if there's a huge threat while you were sleeping and now you're catching up and there's so many of them and it's a long discussion going for tens or maybe hundreds of chits. So if you're in the beginning of the infinity or beginning of the chat thread you haven't listened, can you comment on something while you're listening to without knowing what's in the next 100 chits and where the discussion is going? And should you put it into the reply section of that chit, or can you put it to the main thread if you have the access rights? So what is the best way, or is there best way, or it doesn't really matter? This has also the consequence that if you have a few of these chits you want to reply, which are further along the path into the past, maybe a few hours, or doesn't really matter, and then you, as a burst mode, reply to many of them. For those people who are already at the end of the thread, will just see that you are spamming the thread with a lot of individual chits clustered, and there may be even like a cluster bomb in a sense that they are replying to separate people in separate discussions within that same chat. When centralized media is dead, well, that's already no news. We cannot trust a few parties. This is what we need to do in the past because technology wasn't advanced enough, and, well, we are having only a low bandwidth ourselves, so we needed to trust something and get the news from somewhere. But now everything is fake, everybody's producing content, nothing is true, you can't trust any of the centralized sources, so we have to go to the Netflix mode, turned into a Newsflix, where bots, AI is gathering from the fragmented sources, verifying sources by the authenticity, the source, and also double-checking with thousands, sometimes millions of info pieces coming real-time in, and distilling your perspective and take on things without trusting any particular single item from anywhere, or even dozens or thousands of them, but just getting the aggregate view of things.
That's a great question, and I think that here's how I think about this. I tried to record like a long chit, and then decide to dismiss that draft. But here's my next thinking. When you reply horizontally, which is to say in line, then your reply cheat gets added to the end, right? So if there's 100 cheats between what you're replying to and your eventual cheat, then the reader, let's say from the side, after a year, will only get to your reply like after a long time. Whereas if you reply vertically down thread, you're freezing that reply in time. So the reader in a year will get to that cheat and then see your reply if they click the replies button, and they will, because they're interested in the whole conversation vertically and horizontally, and they will see your reply right there and then. The additional benefit here, if the author who you're replying to decides to reply back to you, what they should do, and maybe this should be like a more straightforward thing, they should restitch your reply into the main horizontal thread, and then immediately respond to you with that like connection of the reply. This way, when the eventual user after a year gets to this cheat, they can then skip to the reply, and then they will hear your reply and the author's reply like together in sequence. So that's, it was still very long, but that's how I think about this.
That's the way to go. The only downside is that not many people are checking the comments, and you can only use a few of the options, live video, audio. You cannot put links or text, and you cannot generate the background image, but I think these are coming later on. So yeah, maybe that's the solution at this point.
Comments are terrible. We need to redo them entirely and make them much more palatable, much more first-class citizen.
If there's room with the eventual rehaul, other platforms have eventually converged on emoji reactions versus just the like. They give a lot more freedom in expression for folks without overloading the chat stack necessarily with like replies, because people would reply with that emoji, and given the option to like emoji react, they would just react with this emoji, leaving the replies for conversation. But it's tricky to get right, especially given the simplicity of the current UI.
Yep, it's on the list.
Here's an idea for the hopping back and forth and dedicating and knowing which thread is what within a single chat, but multiple chats. You need to, when you're replying or making a new chat, you have to tag a person. You have to put it to a person if it's in reply to something. If it's not, then you have to make a tag so you can actually have a new topic. So either it's a tag or in reply to, and there you go. Now you have always something where you can go back and forth.
All the options are there, but we can't make it that mandatory. There's a new reply to interface coming that's more flexible, more powerful, but again, we don't want to make it mandatory.
Get rid of the comments and make them the threads, so they can just start to stand on their own feet and start to have their own threads. And this way the conversation can go on. That's how it happens in the dinner parties as well, in cocktail parties. People are going from one topic to another smoothly without any transition, basically. And this is how it, I think, should be in Airchat as well. Technically, it should be possible as well.
Yeah, I've been thinking that too, which is each comment is its own room, or each comment thread is its own room, but it gets messy pretty fast. You can get lost very easily. And then nesting within nesting, do you keep spawning off inception rooms every time? How complicated do you want to get?
This is the perfect opportunity for Microsoft. Those who actually were with the Windows 3.0, 95, and all these older versions and the blue screens and whatnots, they are already old. And the new generation just have experienced maybe Xbox or some other stuff, or they see the Bing generating AI images and whatnot, and hey, Microsoft is cool, and they haven't been in the Teams trap yet. You already have a threading within rooms, chats, and that's tags. So if you're using tags, you can play those tags, and basically now you just represent all these individual taglines, given that people are using them as intertwined. But if you just unbundle them and have them as a separate threads, I don't think that's a bad idea.
I'm going to have to think about that.
tags aren't getting much love. But yes, if everyone was tagging everything all the time correctly, it would work.
I see it mainly as a UI issue. So now you have the chronological order, which is mixing everything. But if you just turn it off, then you have the threading option where each and every conversation is its own thing. So you can consume it from the beginning of the conversation till the end. And if you have done that, then you just come back and choose another thread. And I think that's the regular way how a lot of these other applications are having the threads going as well, whether it's emailers or some group messaging systems and stuff. It's just that you need some kind of a subject line, which is compulsory, or some other way of keeping the topics together. Rename them as topics or subject.
Tags are great. I really enjoy the fact that you can like filter by tag essentially. I think it's not super clear that consequent chits are under the same tag until changed by anybody in the room. That's not super clear. And also when you're viewing the second chit onwards from a change tag, then it just says new tag. Like it doesn't show that this is kind of under the same category because it cannot assume that, right? Unless there's like a direct reply. So maybe a post cheat reply selection. Like if I just posted a cheat, it's like, oh, actually I meant to add this as a reply to over there. Somehow to maybe being able to connect cheats after they've been created. Kind of like we can stitch cheats to different chats, but maybe like attach cheats as reply comments post the recording flow.
We actually already did, and my build is called Topic Everywhere. Maybe also on yours, just check. That feature is already built out, shipping really soon. Just putting the finishing touches on it. Like everything, it's more complicated than you might expect.
So you boiling the frog slowly. Next is make it compulsory to have a topic.
Really don't like compulsory.
Then it's not time to do a cheat yet if you don't know what you're talking about and you cannot label it yet. Not even the slightest. Becoming good at something usually takes a long time, so it's a long game. Doing things yourself, practically knowing how to do things, is a pretty good skill. Oftentimes, if not always, better than trusting on other people's opinions or second-hand knowledge. When people are taken out of their familiar routines and confronted with real human needs, the best aspects of human nature come to the forefront. This disproves the negative assumption that humans are inherently selfish and demonstrates our natural ability to emphasize and connect with one another. Rebecca Solnit in Paradise Built in Hell paraphrased in this article, which I recommend you to check. How does this sound with your Airchat experience so far? AGI builders are the new reductionists. That's the thought I had when I was looking at the chit. So if in the 20th century people were splitting atoms hoping for finding the smallest components, and then there would be that God particle which makes everything tick and work. Yet we haven't found anything, just the Lego blocks which doesn't become alive when you do something with them. The same thing with AGI. No matter how much automation is put in there, it doesn't become the living and breathing machine. Japan is taking the stand that it doesn't matter where you're getting your training data for the LLM, whether it's illegal or legal sources, copyrighted material, somebody else's intellectual property. It's all the same. Spoiler alert, we're gonna have a lot of boring content coming out. No, I don't mean Hollywood one. I mean automated, LLM-generated, animated content is already starting to appear in YouTube. Just check it out. I haven't tested this yet, but it looks pretty promising. You can just drop your documents and off you go without need for additional GPUs or expensive hardware. Might be slow though.
Yeah, it's a great consumer app. I have this running with MPT and Vicuna, I believe. I'm waiting for them to add Falcon. They said they're working on Falcon, and yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's not so slow as well. Surprisingly fast on an M1. Oh, and also they just released plugins, and they have a checkbox in there that turns it into a server, so you can actually kind of, replace your OpenAI code that calls GPT-4 and call that directly. It's not great for everything, but it's pretty cool to play with.
Is there any particular use case you would say that it's really good and you can already replace OpenAI with that one? Maybe querying your own documents or something which you don't want to leak out to the rest of the world?
No, not yet. So the use case is likely just having it on your local machine and playing with this. It's still the sad truth that, GPT-4 is way better than most of this. However, they do keep updating with a bunch of stuff all the time. So if you want to try out different models, you want to get a feel for a LLM, like the difference between a Vicuna and a Falcon, whatever, this is a great way to just run this without messing around with Python environments and collabs and all that jazz. I don't know if there's a very good use case right now.
The article is nothing new and fantastic in itself. It just shows you how complete your profile might be in the worst case scenario. Check it out if you like and input your email address in there. But I'm just more thinking that we should scatter so much info about us, like Amanda was saying the other day, that you have to input fake information so that the real one doesn't stick out. So I wonder how we can do that, and are there already some LLM spots who can help you to do that, and are there any legal consequences of spreading misinformation about yourself in order to protect yourself? So is this self-defense? When your old Airchat content reappears in new rooms and it's stitched there and it emerges for new audiences, or the new ones are digging out, or maybe the old ones are digging out and discovering new rooms, that's a sign of good quality content. If you like to get some piece of history, here is F.A. Hayek's personally signed copy of Road to Serfdom to Karl Popper, and it says, "Fellow struggler for freedom, with friendly greetings from F.A. Hayek." So I think the starting price is 400k FIY. This is an example of something what happened to me. I was listening to this Acquired podcast for many years, and I always did it in 2x, and then for once I realized that I never heard the song actually how it's supposed to be played, and here you go.
Who got truth? Is it you, is it you, is it you? Who got the truth now? Is it you, is it you, is it you? Sit me down, say it straight, another story on the way. Who got the truth? Welcome to season 2. Who got the truth? Is it you, is it you, is it you? Who got the truth now? Is it you, is it you, is it you? Sit me down, say it straight, another story on the way. Who got the truth? Welcome.
So which one is better? The intacit knowledge, which is not codified, it's not in any tangible form that LLMs can use, is the gold standard, basically, which is required. So a lot of the things which look simple are actually just simplifications based on complexity, which is earned by experience, knowledge, and wisdom by either practicing the field or some other way acquiring that knowledge. And these are not in the LLMs, so they cannot do the same thing. They can basically predict, but it doesn't mean that it's actually correct, because they are approximating something which most likely is not exactly based on the right fundamental analysis of it. Airchat is like real life, but without interruptions. There's so many things going on here that I think we can bundle it the whole next 1,000 chits. But I'll just give you one idea that it's also a generational thing. People who are old enough to remember that you actually have to pay for each and every photo if you develop them. So, it costs to take pictures. They still store and keep all their photos usually, and they have that mindset. But young people, they take snaps and they don't care about it, and they can take thousands and then just pick a one, choose one and throw the rest away. They are in a completely different mindset. The same thing here. Digital is more tangible than the actual physical. So they treat it differently, but it doesn't probably go as far as thinking as an asset or value. It's more like a natural thing with different meanings than what we used to bundle. And I also tend to think about that we here have all these multiple meanings for things, but most of the people are just completely ignorant of these things. They just see it as a one thing and maybe just something they throw away tomorrow. Yeah, the concept of notary is nothing new. So in that sense, the proof of providence is an old concept, and it shows something, but obviously it doesn't prove that it's not a fake or anything else. It just proves that it existed at that time. Most of the people are not using strong passwords. Most of the people are not using second-factor authentication. They are not backing up their data. It's not that deep. So we who know technology, we understand how it works, how they're just pointers for nothing, or there's nothing underneath it, or technically it doesn't make any sense. That knowledge doesn't exist for most of the people. They just buy those things without that knowledge. The ignorance is bliss. I think as academia is just too slow, and it doesn't work in this environment. Stuff is happening so fast that you actually have to be in the middle of it, and you have to execute, and you have to do things yourself. And I think this has always been the way. David Deutsch, Einstein, they were not exactly in the center of the academia when they were doing this stuff. The other thing is that deep knowledge, just specialized, really deep but narrow knowledge is also, the specialization is something which may get you in trouble in these days as well. So in a sense, the generalist may work better if you actually have the hands-on knowledge. So you can actually apply and use it to the new fields and do that. But that's where the shallowness comes in. If you're just superficially hopping from the wave of the next thing, and maybe you have a deep knowledge of something, but it's not applicable to the next one, or it's using different kind of knowledge base, then you're in trouble. And I see that quite a lot nowadays. There are already a lot of signs. People have been saying that they've been getting better talking and practicing here. You can find those in some of the rooms who were shy before, didn't speak that well, and now they're articulating. And I can actually come up with at least 3 persons who've been saying that in the last 2 weeks. So yeah, just participating, you become better at this. So and this is not a competition. You can participate or not. I think people are always social animals. We want to look good to others. We want to be articulate. We want to be heard. We want to be expressive. We want to be understood. Nothing changes that. But those are skills you can become better. I've already seen some comments by Mastodon users, because that app should have a Fediverse ActivityPub support. They're saying that they will block the instance. So they're already torn between whether it's a good idea or really bad idea to Meta to come to the Mastodon's and decentralized networks game. So it's going to be interesting times. Yet the problem is that those people who are actually visual, that type of people are already in Instagram. And now Insta is saying that, hey, either we want to pull all the people from Twitter who actually want to get rid of Twitter, but the social graph is not moving to come to the visual place. Or then the other option is to actually have the visual people turn to become like idea people, and I don't think that's going to work. Then there's Facebook, which was, in the early days at least, more like a text-based thing as well, and it has more tendency of sharing text than being too visual. But that's not how they're going about it. So I don't think it's going to work. There's also the last option, which is WhatsApp, which is mainly text, and a lot of people are using it, but they're not spinning it off from WhatsApp, which, I don't know, just now thinking about it, would maybe be the most neutral place to start something off. I think there's something into the projector thing, especially if you can project in your palm, for example, some kind of a touch screen. In a way that you can tap something and do primitive things. So you don't really need a device then. Obviously we have our iPhones on our phones, and in that way it's a bit redundant. But given that we wouldn't have a phone anymore, it's liberating if you can just talk. When we're meeting in person, we don't have any gadgets, widgets. We just talk and see each other, and it's all built-in devices we're using. I liked the Clubhouse first experience where the volunteers, Clubhouse enthusiasts, were running these rooms and helping each other out. That was really powerful in the early days. The community was welcoming and it was fun. A lot of people left, so the experience and the magic disappeared. And that was never the case with when Spotify launched their live. I think it was now called, and now they just closed it down as well. It was about, was it diamonds or something, and that was a horrible experience from the beginning. So when you're going to a new environment, culture is something you observe, and the behavior as well. So if you grow too fast, it's really difficult to keep these invisible boundaries, these ways which tell people without explicitly telling what is okay, how do you behave here, what is the nice way of communicating and interacting with people. On Nost, there was this similar nice fuzzy feeling in the beginning, and was it early March when there was some mastodon trolls who wanted on purpose to make havoc, and they tried to troll really hard and cause disharmony. And I think the community managed to tone them down, and probably they left, or they were left to their own devices. They didn't find the reaction they wanted, and it went down. The same is now happening in Blue Sky. Partly it is that I don't know whether you as app builder are attracting the people, or the people are choosing the app, and you just have to partly hope that you get the type of people you want to get in there, because if it sets the wrong tone, you may never recover, like in the case of the Spotify's live. Seeing sounds as colors is an interesting, I would say, superpower, and I had a chance to talk with South Korean world-famous classical freestyle pianist Yuni, and here's a tiny snippet from the discussion I had with her.
The thing is, I was in the kindergarten, and then there was a piano, but then I just played it there. It was so nice feeling, but at home I didn't have a piano, so I just draw in a long paper, and then I colored every keys, and then I played on the piano, and then I imagined how it would sound like. And then the next day I played it on the real piano in kindergarten, and then it sounded great. Oh yeah, it sounded like as I imagined, and that was the really fun time.
When did you make the connection that you can see the colors and you also have a perfect pitch? Was that from the beginning?
Yeah.
The very first time you draw and it was...
Yes. Yeah. So my hobby was every sound, which I heard it from the kindergarten bus, or animation theme songs, or TV pop song from music from TVs, anything which I heard, I always wanted to play, and then it comes out as I thought, and that was really fascinating.
So when you hear something, maybe birds singing, you can easily reflect and do that, reproduce it.
Yeah. And then when I was like 7, and some piano teacher told me that this is called a perfect pitch, and okay.
Are we actually now living the last times of really great games, which are basically written and everything is human-made more or less, before the AI will take over everything and it becomes more plastic, in a sense that something is missing because it's just generated and it doesn't have the same feel? I hope not, but just an example that this game came out in 2015, so it's been development earlier on, and yet it was quite sophisticated when it came out, and it's still nice to play. I wonder how the AAA games are going to change in the future due to the AI, how the storylines, how the characters, how the depth of the game, but also the gaming styles can change, and how how they're going to look so much different in let's say 5-10 years time. And I don't mean just the graphics and the outlook, but really like does the AI change the fundamental nature? How do you work with the games? Are we going back to the 80s where you're prompting? Just an example from a completely different world. This is an augmented reality game where you can skate anywhere with the physics engine, and you can change the scale, and you can basically imagine what you want to do, and then you can accomplish it. And it's not limited to the VR world. It's basically everything and everywhere around you, and you can also multiply with different people even when you're not physically in the same room. So what happens when the AI is completely combined with this, and the compute enables way more surroundings and understanding of the environment in a way that it can really start to interact. I don't think it's about features. You can add all the features in the world, and it doesn't make you the app or the killer app. The app presents something. Facebook is for grandmothers nowadays. It's the boomer app. No cool kid wants to be in Facebook. Snap is still, I guess, somewhat cool in some circles, but those are probably already in their 20s. Instagram is for a certain type of people. LinkedIn. So the app presents something. It's not just the features. The features doesn't make the app. It doesn't make the user experience. It's a statement what you're using as well. And sometimes you need to start fresh. Meta as the whole thing with all its legacy and all its apps presents something. And it's also something not everybody wants to be associated with. Everything is fake indeed. And even your relatives are now giving excuses why they're not showing up on your functions. Madame Chloe is the latest superstar in the meme world, so check it out. This cat from the Kyiv bomb shelter is really making its rounds, at least in Twitter. I wonder who's going to make songs out of this. You just mix and match the individual chits, maybe in random order, maybe in some context, and make songs about it. Also, the new audiobooks, the best of this and that chat room by these and these characters, or the best of March 2023 in this and that particular topic. A lot of Reader's Digest coming up. I wonder how rap battles would work if you have to wait for the opponent to give the next rhyme, and you have to hold back. It's like chess moves. You have time to think about, but you have to respond. But you cannot just keep on going. Also, you could actually play turn-based games, even chess, with Airchat. Maybe even visualize the thing if it's specialized enough. Fun times ahead. In the last 10 years, there's been so many YouTube artists, and you can actually see them growing up. Sometimes they are teenagers, maybe even 13, 14 when they start their career, and now they've been already 10 years doing stuff, and you can see them grow their audience, grow their talent, and becoming even famous and getting recording deals and making their living out of the music. This just came out. It looks rather extensive. I read it, but not sure what to think about it yet because I don't have any personal relation to the company. Airchat is a conversational app for ideas. Apple mentioned that they did some 5,000 patents, and here's a really interesting insight about, for example, that before you click something or you do something, basically they can already read it, what you're going to do. Check out the tweet, it's a long one, but in the middle there's interesting stuff, how Apple actually has been trying to figure out what we do by our perceptions, by our gestures and things like that, and what they have figured out.
Hey, so while everybody's looking at the Vision Pro thing, I just want to read this. I don't know why this is the room I chose. It says the latest, and this is the latest. A former intelligence official turned whistleblower has given Congress and the intelligence community inspector general extensive classified information about deeply covered programs that he says possesses retrieved intact and partially intact crafts of non-human origin. What the actual...
I believe it. I have a video, actually, I should upload it, of those black balloons that were sighted everywhere. My friend took a video of them way before the story came out, and it's like hard to fathom what the hell they are. I gotta ask my friend's permission though. I have the video.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. I don't see much evidence for this being true. I think it is much more easily explainable in many other ways.
Yeah, agree. That article went hard into his credentials and how much he's like a trustworthy source, but I haven't seen too much evidence beyond his credentials and waiting for more. But wouldn't it be cool though to discover today that there's life in the universe? Could be cool.
We all have 4K HD cameras in our pocket now. Show me the videos. High res, please.
We got denied.
Damn it, now the alien's gonna get him before he has a chance to upload. He needs a dead man switch somewhere. If he shows up acting all happy and strange, check for lizard skin underneath.
Can we get metadata about this video at least? Was it shot in 4K HD like Naval requires? Or is this some grainy bullshit that he's gonna release for some credit internet points?
Here it is. It's not 4K. He might have it on the original. I don't know that, but this is what was sent to me through iMessage back in July of last year. This was many months before the whole UFO thing that was going on. The thing I'll say is, like, the objects were so far away that, again, it's one of these videos that you can interpret a bunch of different ways, but it's definitely a super weird video when you guys see it. But I don't think anybody's going to be confirming it's aliens.
This is pretty big, consider that almost 50% of all the websites are done with WordPress. And now it's available for the WordPress.com, but also I guess with the plugin you can put it to any website using WordPress. 20 credits for free and $10 per month. This is pretty extensive thread. I haven't read it all yet, but it's worth checking out. It's an in real life antisocial thing to have that on and you not having one. So you will not want to communicate with people who are actually having those on. So you have to share the space. So in that way, it is de facto when you're alone or you're working or you're in some productive or some other mode, which is like don't talk to me mode. Like every new gadget, you love them in the beginning and you use them for the novelty, and then it will wear out depending on the person, whether it's a day, week, or month. But eventually it will happen anyway. So then you start to think about it. Recording this shit, should I put the headset on or should I just do it with my phone? What is more convenient? What is more easy? And this is how usually it goes. So before it's actually like eyewear or something you can forget that it exists, it becomes like seamlessly part of your existence, your habitus. Then basically, you don't have to think about it. It's already there. But before we are in that stage, maybe it's 5-10 years out. I see education as a huge opportunity. Like Bart was mentioning, how to play piano, but it can be anything basically, arts and crafts, where you have to physically do something and it's basically mimicking, or you have to follow some instructions, you have to break something apart, you have to build something which requires skill, and usually this is done with tutoring, somebody showing you how to do it or looking after you and guiding your way. Now that can be done automatically. Also in the schools, it's easier to demonstrate things and do things. So altogether, I think the education, self-learning is a huge market. B2B maintenance services is an area where AR is already now being used quite successfully, and it's reducing costs. You don't need to send people, a specialist from another side of the planet to fix something which is trivial, in a way that if you can just guide the person who is not a specialist in the field. So they use it in the remote service centers, AR tools, having a view for the local spot, and then guiding the non-specialist how to do the proceeding, whatever that is. I don't believe outside of tech sector that the regular Zooms and Teams gonna go to the Vision AR way anytime near soon. The reason is that if you look what happened to the COVID remote working time, a lot of people didn't actually have proper cameras, they didn't have proper mics, they didn't have a proper setup, even though that was their primary place of work and they needed to adjust, and it was a good excuse and not even an excuse to upgrade their stuff, and maybe the company even
compensated for all those upgrades. You still have people who are not actually properly using the cameras, mics, and the audio is horrible. So it's going to take a long time, but I don't think the incentive is there for people to do it better. If that would be, they would actually buy good mics for the sake of their audience, but even that is not happening. If there's one use case which might be interesting, and this is what I was wondering, how soon we start to see people, business travelers, using vision because they're on the road. Can it be actually the next privacy thing? You don't want to expose your laptop with all the cameras and everything around. You don't want to maybe type with the keyboard because everything is tracked and seen. So if you can just use the vision and nothing leaks out, you don't need to speak, at least with your outer voice. If there's a way to speak without making sound, maybe that's even a way to be in the Zooms and meetings. But I think that might be interesting use case, which can be used by the salespeople, people who are on the field, traveling, and that could be something as well where AR headset, even though you may look ridiculous, but still it's like you working alone, and it has the benefits because you don't need to carry that heavy equipment with you. Apple is coming to the gaming finally. So DirectX 12 support without virtual machine allows a lot of the games which are existing to also be playable in Apple machines. Here is Cyberpunk 2077 running on M1 MacBook Pro 16 gigabytes if you want to click the link. Any of the trade skills where you actually have to use both of your hands and physically do something, I think that's a tremendous thing where a lot of things can be improved. So it can be obviously something like surgery, it can be something which is just plumbing, it can be hairdressing, it can be basically anything where you need your hands, and the virtual testing or practicing is really handy. But it's also like in education, I can imagine that you could just visit the solar system, put atoms in place and do a lot of things just by visually having them in front of you. So I think that there's a huge potential in this in some particular field. The Disney cooperation, there were already somebody suggesting that Apple should buy Disney. I'm not sure whether it's a good idea. I just come to think of Nokia in the early 2000s when they started to compete with the customers, with the operators. Maybe that's the same thing if Apple goes too deeply to the content creation, being the manufacturer of the devices. Finally, when we start to have a good audiobooks read by AI, they may become redundant. Not redundant, but the next thing might be actually storytelling in AR. I already heard about some theater productions and this type of things happening in the COVID times, but imagine that storytelling, plays, can be animations, any type of content can become live, even your history lesson in your living room or wherever you are. And I think that's a really fascinating new chapter as well. Is it actually the next level of consuming your content, fiction, non-fiction content as well? Apple is in a really interesting era now with the gaming platform Unity Corporation, also with AI-created movies, animations which are coming alive, becoming full-scale, full-blown trailers, short stories, Netflix type of a series almost in a few years out of a text prompts or whatever the multimodal first origin source is. And I think this is really fascinating if you start to see all these things converting to AR space. This Runway version 2 model is quite nice looking already. So text you prompt in and video you get out. It starts to get to the point where you can tell stories and they start to look like regular movies. Yeah, maybe it takes a few generations still to becoming actual realistic. But no, it already is good enough to use for some purposes. 3D capture on your device. It's easy to see why this is becoming a huge thing.
Well, Vision Pro, surprise, surprise. So you can take any object in your environment, you can scan it in, and then you can work on it with your vision. We are getting there. When there's going to be hundreds of millions of these objects scanned, I guess LLM models will help also to produce those 3D spatial videos as well. Just a few observations while listening to the episode. He repeats so many times the safety of the language models that I don't know. It's just the only thing I almost remember from the episode. Another thing is that he emphasizes so many times that friends and being close to friends, and basically the early days of Facebook, if there ever was, that it's a thing where you communicate with your friends, and it's important to connect, not just in a superficial level, but hey, the whole business model is to monetize the connections, push stuff to people, use the content and the people as a means to chunk more monetization out of everything happening in the interactions. So I think there's a fundamental disconnection here. Then in regards to the SMEs, how it's so important for the small and medium-sized enterprises, basically every business in any level, to have access and possibility to do stuff with AI bots and LLM models. And yet he did not open source the models. He actually denied for each and everyone access to use them commercially, meaning that they need to, these SMEs he cares so much about, needs to use his products or the big corp's products, because you cannot use those models commercially. So how does that work for the innovation and for the little guy he cares so much about? Yeah, he says that it's about the safety to putting the models out, but if you release it as a MIT license, isn't it like, hey, we don't take any responsibility of this model, do whatever you please with it, but it's not our fault if something goes wrong? Why cannot they do that? They have all the legal persons and all the money in the world to refute any claims about releasing it as it is. Text-based media. He just touches the new initiative within the company against Fediverse, Mastodon, and Twitter type of content. But it's interesting that he focuses on the medium, text, not the content per se. When we now start to have multimodal language models, so it doesn't matter which the source format is, you can switch between the formats. Like you can have text and it can be converted into speech, or it can be converted to animation. Similarly, why focus so much about that it's in text and not in the substance itself? That's interesting and maybe telling something. This Ben Thompson's article is high praise for Apple's Vision Pro, and it's worth checking out because he actually managed to get a hold of the device and use it for 30 minutes in a controlled environment. But what he's saying also is that Apple claims that it takes 12 milliseconds for our mind to realize that something is not instantaneous. So that's the hard limit. Any compute needs to happen before that 12 milliseconds is TikToking. This is a subtle shift, but it will change a lot of tools, a lot of workflows, and a lot of ways of thinking. If you start to think about and create first 3D object where you put the skin, you put the characteristics, the variables, and then if and when needed, you can generate 2D images and the rest. A similar shift in perspective is happening also with all the content. You could say that now we're going back to the atomic world, in a sense that first there was an idea, and then you think about what's the best way to manifest this on this particular case. Is it text? Is it like a tweet? Is it a picture like in Instagram? Is it a video like in YouTube? Is it like a story like in TikTok? Vision Pro or
the further generations enabling it, it becoming like a seamless experience that you forgot that it exists, blurs the line between what is real and what is virtual. If you can project things which look like real into your perception of the reality, but the other way around as well. If you can capture any object, any event, any sequence of events, and you can save them, modify them, remix them, match them, manipulate them. This also causes havoc with your memories, because visual is so much how we experience things, and if you see it, seeing is believing. It's easy to memorize things if you can walk around them, you can perceive them, and you get a strong emotional attachment to the event somehow. It raises some emotions, some excitement happens. So this imprints the memory, yet it never really happened. If you add a neural link or direct connection without any external gadget, eyewear in you, then it's becoming even more, I would say, hideous. What is real? What is not real? Would you like to have a roommate to live with? Pick and choose the character you like. Pick up the traits you like. How many months would you like to have a roommate? Subscribe here. These are the steps to the matrix type of reality, which feels real. You are immersed into it. You can experience the wind in your face. You can feel the touch. Everything is so real.
Is it like a cheat? Like Airchat?
Airchat is the new content wrapper. One idea, one cheat, atomistic ideal content wrapper. Let's see whether we can keep it that way or it's gonna be inflated, bloated shit. In some sense, it's like Nokia building excellent hardware, but you're already entering into the software world, and that's where they're not good at. So the meta is in a game where you need hardware, you need your customized chips, and not even that is good enough, because you need the deep integration with the things only Apple can at this point provide. Even Google is struggling because they don't have the whole ecosystem and the value chain in a way Apple can integrate. Check the cheat first for the explanation, and after that, here's a little bit of more about the second proposed law of quantum complexity. So in essence, there are 5 stages where the first one is initialization, when basically things are starting to get a bit more complex. Thermalization is where particles are bouncing and stuff is getting to the thermal equilibrium. And after that, when that's reached, things doesn't stop there. There's a complexification, as it's called, and it's getting more complex, but still the entropy is invisible, so it's a quantum effect happening. And then comes the stage where the complexity equilibrium is reached, so there's like a saturation point where nothing can be more complex anymore. And then the last stage is recurrence, where it basically collapses back to a simple state, which is really against all the odds. And then the whole thing starts again. Rinse and repeat. So is the second law of quantum complexity basically about the distribution of the quantum effects. When there's no time, so everything already is. It's just a matter of, and we know that there's no uncertainty either, it's just a matter of the distribution, where each and every of these states is, in which multiverse, universe or multiverse segment
everything is, and that's when, from our perspective, it looks like time, it looks like a transformation when we going through these different slices, but from the total system level, it just is, and in that sense, the complexity is also saturated, and basically you can say that from the total system perspective, it's always saturated to the max. Why it's gonna be pretty hard to do the AGI, no matter how much compute we're gonna put in there. Here's a segment.
Is the difference between inexplicit ideas and explicit ideas, according to you?
So it's very unlikely that ideas like a painting are stored in the painter's mind as bitmaps, like they are in a computer. They are stored in some other way, which we don't know, but then we don't know how anything is stored in the brain. It's certainly not the same as how we do it in a computer. So that both the equation and the picture can be stored in a computer. When the equation goes into a computer, it can be translated directly into something that a person can read. In the case of a picture, you have to see it to appreciate it. I don't know, you're probing the fact that I don't know what qualia are, but nor does anyone.
The reason that I'm digging into this inexplicit ideas thing so much is that I expect that this is related to what consciousness is and how we come up with new creative ideas and what is the thing that is different in the human program compared with a dumb computer or an animal.
Yeah.
And it seems that you and I have different ideas about what inexplicit ideas are, how they function, and so that's why I'm interested in this. Do you also have the suspicion that inexplicit ideas is possibly the secrets of consciousness, or what do you think of that?
Well, a secret of consciousness. Since we have no idea how to encode things like consciousness and qualia in a computer, there's something we don't know. Now, and definitely, and if that something did not include qualia and so on, then and consciousness, then they wouldn't be sufficient. They wouldn't be sufficient to make an AGI and so on. So whether understanding that is enough to make an AGI, I don't know. And whether understanding it, once we understand it, can be translated back into the form of things like equations, I don't know that either.
So here you go. There's pieces missing, and like the reductionist atomistic view, breaking things apart didn't make things work. It's the same here. Just putting more compute most likely doesn't resolve anything, doesn't result the AGI people are hoping for. Airchat is a community, even though it's also a social platform. And this David Spink's summary of his 11 theses of communities is an interesting, I would say, opening to think about what's happening here in Airchat and where it's going and how things have been going so far and why they've been going where we are at the moment. So check it out, and if interested, give your thoughts. Something is not right in the world. 4-week-old AI startup raises record 104 million in European pools, and yet the valuation is 240 million. And this is a Paris-based Mistral AI, which just started. Something is not right in this news. I don't know more about it. It's just a tweet I saw, but I think the sentiment is there.
I do agree it's probably excessive, but I think people are now looking at AI as being a $100 billion plus space. And so investing at a couple of $100 million valuation for AI experts out of Meta and DeepMind doesn't seem like a crazy bet. It might be a 1 in 10, might be a 1 in 100, but if it gets there, it'll pay back. And the scarcest thing right now is to find engineers with AI experience who are driven and have vision and are willing to build base models. But it's probably inevitable that we will go through an overfunding and a hype cycle and then a crash. It's just the nature of how technology and technology revolutions get deployed.
Often the startups who doesn't have a real founder, it's like a corporate from the beginning. Corporate people coming in, high valuation, a lot of money from the beginning, but there's no real ownership, no agency. And this seems to be exactly that type of case where already 50% or more of the equity is going to the investors. So yeah, big promises, but is it really gonna push the needle? I'm not so sure.
Oh, I didn't catch that. I assumed 240 million was their pre-money and they sold less than a third of the company, which is still quite high, but they got a nice chunk for it, and AI is very expensive. If they did indeed sell half their company or more, then yes, it signals very poorly. The founders aren't really in charge. And who is the core founder anyway? And was this team slapped together, or was it really organically grown with a leader at the helm? These are important questions. Now, the lead here is Lightspeed, so it's not necessarily a classic corporate play where they're just throwing money at it. Lightspeed is very profit-driven. They're very smart, and they've had some very big hits. So hopefully they did their due diligence on the people as well as on the idea.
Is it any big surprise that it seems to be that these big corporates have been using each other's data for training the LLM models? For example, that OpenAI has been using YouTube and podcasts to train the Whisper model, and probably each and every one of these have been using data which is actually most likely users' data for these big models. And now it's a matter of regulating and preventing the commercial use of these models when they are being used and trained by other people's data. Airchat, never feel alone again. And here comes the context. AI is going to make us more lonely. People will ask AI for help instead of our moms, dads, friends, and communities. People will get AI girlfriends and boyfriends instead of actual relationships. We're going to need each other less, which will make us need each other more. It takes a long time to the future. Amos is also taking a step to the Meta's expenditure of doing the their version of the VR, and he shows a R&D of Apple before the iPhone came, and they are completely different ballpark numbers there.
It's a good piece and very insightful. If you read the end, you can see he's withholding his criticism because he hasn't actually tried it, but overall he's skeptical, and he does think that the iPhone is the correct mass market device all the way through. The form factor in these things is just too large. It is the right device, but in the wrong form factor, and getting to the right form factor might be literally decades away due to battery and weight issues, something that even Apple cannot solve.
Indeed, he said that Apple started from the MVP, and that's the minimal, the high resolution screens and the compute needed. Have you seen anyone actually digging into the physics of things? Where are we with the compute? Where are we with the required components and the miniaturization of all those things? I think the battery technology is probably the key, but if you really want to have it like eyewear, eyeglasses, and if it cannot have anything else, so no weird wires dangling somewhere, everything needs to be more or less transparent, it needs to be miniaturized. How far off are we, given on the leading edge technology we're having at this point?
I have not. It would be an interesting analysis, but I think anyone who's been around the tech industry long enough can also just see the speed at which battery evolution moves. And this is mainly about batteries more than almost anything else.
Yes, then the thermal effect, I think, is another one. If I recall, it was the Magic Leap who had issues with the burning in your face sensations because the units were running so hot. So maybe it's also a little bit about the computer chips that they need cooling, and that's going to be an issue. So the transparency, cooling, compute, and miniaturization with enough juice to run with it, those are probably the issues. Exponential law is hard, so who knows, or maybe it's something we beam it elsewhere, the energy and the compute with some weird ways, and that way it doesn't really need that much. But if we step it up also, that it needs to be not in your nose, but within your eyes, so you have some kind of a contact lens. That's another level of difficulty again.
I don't have much hope for wireless power and bandwidth. You can think of wireless bandwidth as the entire air around you is just one cable, which is shared by everybody. So there's just not enough bandwidth relative to what's always available with a cable, so people will always choose the cable. Power is even worse. All of these power startups like Ubeam and so on eventually collapse in a hail of snake oil.
Obviously, for wireless bandwidth, we do use things like Wi-Fi, but you're not going to use it for an interconnect between different parts of a computer. You're not going to use it to drive things from the GPU to the CPU. That's where you're actually just pushing maximum resolution and maximum fidelity at all times. So you're not going to take the massive fidelity hit that comes from going wireless instead of wired.
Some 20 years ago, there were startups trying to build CPUs with optical computing, having lasers or some other diodes emitting light and building gates from those bases. But I don't think it went too far at that stage. Too expensive, too complex, too difficult.
I know. I was part of that movement. The first company I helped start was building semiconductor optical amplifiers and used vertical cavity lasers for that purpose. That's still not going to go in the open air scatters. So it might work in a vacuum if you had line of sight. But other than that, I wouldn't hold that much hope.
Something you learn every day. So for some reason, I didn't know you were part of that one. So pure coincidence, I took that topic up. I was also involved with the gallium nitride, building templates, wafers, building the blue light, then eventually, obviously, coming to the high brightness LEDs. So I was part of that movement in the early parts of the 2000s as well.
Hilarious. Yes, looks like we both spent some time investigating gallium nitride and indium phosphide and vertical cavity surface emitting lasers and erbium doped fiber amplifiers and all the like. Life is long.
Yeah, and after that one, I was involved with pico and femtosecond lasers doing optical coatings without thermal effects.
This shit has to be part of some sort of movie dialogue. Please, please.
How to turn things extremely toxic, and I don't know whether there's a way going back in this case. Reddit de facto carried out a hostile takeover of one of their communities, the Apple subreddit, by saying to the mods that if you're not reopening the room again, did I just call it a room? I guess I did. They will invite new mods. So if you do that, it's like a poison in that well, isn't it? There are a lot of these claims that GPT-4 is so brilliant with all the tests it passed, and here's the latest one where the MIT undergrad computer science curriculum was passed with 100% mark, yet it seems to be that it was only 62%, so it's hallucinating. Actually less than Putin in a so-called economic forum in St. Petersburg, but nevertheless 100% is in a total different range than 62%. If your business model is tied to the UX, the user interface, the user experience currently, even though you may have a complex system and some modes underlying, it may result in some difficulties. And here's a segment.
There are incumbents for whom the current UX or UI paradigm is not one that will sustain effectively in the new environment. So let's get into UX UI. So as everyone knows, a chat interface, hence ChatGPT, is a common way to interact with these LLMs. There are going to be some B2B use cases, and certainly many more, I would say, B2C use cases, where a chat interface is superior to a point-and-click interface. And if you're an incumbent who has built their entire stack on a point-and-click interface, you're going to have an innovator's dilemma problem. So I don't know if this is true, but let's imagine a world where a chat-first interface is the best way to build a CRM. If that's the case, it's going to be really hard for Salesforce. It's not that Salesforce can't afford to hire great product people to build that. It's that they have an installed base of millions of daily active users. They're used to the point-and-click interface, and they can't disrupt that business. So there's an innovator's dilemma issue that could arise from this UX paradigm shift.
When LLMs, while training, are looking at things, reading, is that a copyright infringement? And Evans is saying here that because it's not reproducing work, it's just looking at things, the existing copyright doesn't hold. So we don't have a legislation in this situation. And if we start to consider that this is the case, then what happens to the whole of humanity who's been the entire time replicating, mimicking, and copying each other? Open source LLMs are not exactly all the same, and you cannot check the weights. So you don't really know what's going on, what's inside, and it's impossible to check everything. So it's not like reading code. Here's an example from the Falcon. Somebody asked whether it knows anything about Abu Dhabi, and surprisingly, human rights abuses are not something it knows about, but it does know that there's a good governance going on. So maybe you have to source a little bit deeper who's been doing and what, if you want to use these weights and systems ethically, and who actually knows what type of Easter eggs they are in all these black box models anyways. Mastodon is a peculiar place. If some of the Fediverse servers, moderators, that is, are blocking just by the spite of Meta Project 92, or was it 96, just because it's coming from a big corporate, that's one take. But you are not just blocking your particular user account, you're blocking everyone who's using Meta's instance. And you're also blocking it for everyone who's using your instance. And isn't the whole purpose of federation to keep it open? But this way things are blocked, and are we any better than the rest of it if that's the way it goes? Well, it certainly is a way to keep it fringe, because who has the time and patience to investigate what type of instance you're getting and whether the moderators, owners of the instance, are still in line based on what they said when you joined it, and it sounds like a complete mess. I was testing today a little bit T2.social, which is a new Twitter clone. Well, it's not a decentralized, it's just a good old-fashioned centralized database, and it seems to be that I'm a number. I'm a person 6236 ID, and I think that's the most unique thing about it. It states the number saying, I guess, how many before have been in the app. Then you can also verify yourself by making a schedule a call with the co-founder Sarah and paying $5 for the pleasure of it. And that's pretty much all I can report about it. When the LLM model has put in more or less the publicly available knowledge we have so far, well, there's a lot of things which are not in the net or in this large form, but given what we have, what do we do next? You can optimize the model, but how far off are we from that point? And how many of these big companies going to do it? And when it's becoming just like optimization gain and not anymore huge exponential or incremental gain, what is the next level? Is it rush to the existing but non-digitalized rest of the knowledge? They were also discussing in that episode, Mark Andreessen and Alex Friedman, about putting LLMs, AI bots, to discuss and argument issues from both sides. And when you do that in a sufficient level and sophistication, are they able to produce new knowledge? The machine just predicts what's good for the next token, but probably can it come up with something which is already existing and available, but we just haven't figured it out because nobody has been looking at it from that angle. I would say that yes, there's a lot of that stuff which is already there, but we just don't know it because there hasn't been anyone who's been looking at that corner. So when we put these automated bots to discover existing knowledge, how big of a gold mine is that? Given that the data these bots can spill out is verified, is factual in the sense that it can be factual. They also discussed that what is truth and is there truth and who says it is the truth. But besides that point, how long does it take before we come to the point that humans are out of the loop, in the sense that it doesn't make any sense for the public policies, for bigger decisions to involve any of the humans, because it's just evidently wrong. Like you cannot accept any of the Marxist theories into the public policies because they just are bonkers, they just are not relevant. So anyone advocating or suggesting anything which is just widely accepted, not true, is just becoming ridiculous and out of bounds. So how far off are we from the point that basically politicians, lobbyists become so naked that it's becoming ridiculous? My guess is that the deception goes to the deeper level. If previously governments were owning the media, you have a national broadcasters and they were controlling who can tell how it is. Now the same is starting to happen in the technology layer. So the national LLMs are going to have a conveniently twisting the weights in a way that you don't really know what's underneath and what's hidden. So the Chinese bot will not tell anything about certain events, and Indian bot will not talk about something. Russian bot probably don't talk about almost anything about anything, purely fictional story. So it's just a level of degree, and then the fight goes to the open source versus approved LLMs, and the same fight goes on. It's still a big capex, capital expenditure issue. It's still the incumbents versus the open source pirates, hackers who are trying to keep the world open and fighting with Wikipedia and open source software to keep the balance and the checks in place. This raises its own issues because the sources, the so-called facts, will go more to the background. There's no more books to verify those things. They are only digital recordings which can be also manipulated. Yeah, there maybe are images, there are speeches, there are maybe texts, but it's more and more in a digital form which can be manipulated to whichever shape and form. So how do you verify anything in the future? And how do you verify the past? Who has the original copy of something, the original book, which has it the way it is and originally was? How do you trust anything, and how much does it really matter? Are we going back to the basics in a sense that is it the right thing to do? And that's the guiding principle. So it's ethical question, and facts per se are becoming less relevant if we are not talking about something which is physics, where you cannot negotiate with nature. If you have access to whole human knowledge space applicable to your context right now and every moment forward, what do? Isn't it then not a race and basically combining anything existing to just a different form is something everybody can do. So the ultimate frontier is creativity. Creating something which the bots cannot do, because they can mix and match and recombine things. They can extrapolate, they can do certain type of things, but they are not creative in a sense humans are. So every person needs to become a creative person. If you ever had an open book exam, you may maybe the first time think that, hey, that's really easy, before it hits you that it's actually really hard. And this is probably also the way it goes in the future, when everything is an open book exam, but you just have a shallow knowledge of this situation which is given to you as a suggestion, but you don't know your history. You don't know the context behind it. So that way, you need a neural link to get the context and the depth, which now takes a lot of time and effort to learn these things and experience and experiment. Maybe there's a way to expedite that as well in the future, but that's probably where the competitive advantage and the edge will be. You may be an expert in tactical prompt hacking in the future way, where you know your way and you can ask the real smart questions without having the whole context behind you or the mental models for those. But that's not the way to go about being really creative, because that's usually the combinatory effect of having a wide knowledge and deep knowledge of interrelated and sometimes isolated issues, which can then spark the creativity and create something new. Or if you're not creating something new, what do? Maybe there are some islands where the bots and the robots and the automation doesn't still reach, but they are getting shorter and shorter in the future, at least fulfilling the basic needs. So is it really that we have to go back to the history, arts, and all the soft sciences, unless you really want to push the edge in the physics and the hard sciences? So these are your options, because the rest is more or less covered. The new level of future idiocy is that you can only ask things, but you don't know why or what. You just repeat what is told to you, and you just move your hand and do this movement, because that's what is shown to you, and you don't know the cause and effect of the things behind it. Well, somebody could argue that that's how we drive a car. We don't really know what happens when we push these buttons, or we don't know what happens when we push any buttons in the computer or mobile phone. Probably that's just a different level where it goes way deeper. I went through the list of rooms which are open to me, and I noticed that there's a lot of those who doesn't have any new updates. The list was very long, I would guess in hundreds. And that puts me thinking that what if Airchat will not have these mega influencers, and it will not have these mega rooms, huge rooms, in other places like huge groups with tens of thousands of people or thousands of people, because it's so easy to fork here the room, make a smaller one, and if there's too many discussions going on at the same time, it becomes difficult to read. It's like reading Elon Musk's tweet comments. There's just thousands of them coming immediately, and you just cannot follow the discussion anymore. Not taking any comment on the quality of the comments, but the idea that there's too much content, so it's becoming uncomfortable or impossible to follow it. similar manner, it's so easy to copy the success of a room, and not just copy, but make it more comfortable, more intimate by just making another one, even though the topic is the same. We already now have here the AI rooms, a few of them, prominent ones, looking at you, Naval and Keith. So my thinking today is that maybe the big influencers are not coming here anytime soon, because there's not going to be a lot of followers in that sense, and also maybe there will be a lot of rooms which are small, and the discussions happen in these small, intimate room or house or block settings, which are limited to few tens of people per room. This looks pretty amazing. You will see all the stuff it can do. The price is quite hefty as well. It's $2,500, and I don't know whether it actually even includes the additional keyboard. But the way it can be used, the OLED display looks also pretty neat. For the first time, it looks like that. Wow, maybe I would like to have that one instead of iPad, but I don't know. It doesn't come with the Mac OS. Anyways, if you want to check the original video, it comes with the German description of the device and the functions. I muted it, but you can check it from the Volker Weber's. In his TikTok, it's not in his website. So check it out if you like to hear the full description. He also made a blog post about it. Maybe I can put it into the comments, the actual blog post. But anyways, looks pretty impressive.
Yeah, I agree with this, and I'd take it a step further, although I'll listen to the segment in its entirety. It's not even going to be a text interface. It's going to be a voice interface and models that get good in a hurry at dialing in what's best for the customer. Airchat could actually be really powerful here. And like a quick chat, you know?
As an update to the T2 experience, still haven't seen R2D2, but the traction is actually better than in Blue Sky. I got something like almost 20 reactions to one of my posts yesterday, and it seems that even though there's only less than 10k sign-ups, which doesn't mean that they are all active, there's some activity. Obviously, everybody is new and everybody wants to connect and everybody's poking around this thing, but still, it's better than in some other of these new emerging networks and social media experiences. Mark Andreessen is back in the podcast talking about his latest essay about AI, and here's a segment. Check the previous one first. It's more longer and I would say more comprehensive discussion, but this is like a next one on the line if you're still interested of the topic and want to get a little more nuanced perspective on the matter.
Assumption that basically smart always beats dumb, right? And the other form of this that you'll hear that the doomers will say is they'll say, well, if it's anything sufficiently smart can convince anybody sufficiently, less intelligent to do whatever they want, right? This is sort of one of the things that they do. They're one of the superpowers that they kind of give AGI to kind of say why it's inevitably going to escape, constraints or whatever. Okay, here I would ask, look at the world around you, right? Would you say that the smartest people are in charge?
That feels like a rhetorical question, which we'll move past.
Like how's that going, right? So again, here, the core assumption that smart people are somehow in charge of less smart people, not so much.
Yeah.
So I would call that one easily falsified.
Yeah, that sounds like a cult, but there's been a lot of those cults.
Yeah, so there's a lot of these back and forths about why AI is not really gonna destroy the humanity. Here's a third one I've seen now in a matter of days. Diminishing values, obviously not much new. but the different angles. What is interesting, he's talking about COVID and thought after COVID, and how not saying the right thing and not thinking what you're supposed to be thinking, and that discussion I found fascinating. Also, he talks a little bit about the way A16Z goes about now and sticks to the founders and supports them in good and bad times, and how the headcount of his VC is so 500 people. I thought they were a little bit scaling down that model, but maybe I was misunderstanding that. But I would love to hear if anybody has some insights how they actually are. Are they really sticking to the what they claim to be supporting in good and bad times, and really on the founder's side when things are not going right and good for a long time? Clubhouse, I don't want to point them, but it's just something which came to my mind that obviously hasn't gone right, even though they raised 3 rounds of funding, I think, within a matter of a year with a good valuation. So how is it going for them? They clearly are still alive. So yeah, third one on the row, maybe there's a fourth one as well. I just haven't found it yet. Elon Musk may have finally managed to kill Twitter. If you're unverified, meaning you don't have the blue check mark and you haven't paid the $8 chuck tax per month, then you are limited to 600 tweets per day. That's what you see. Then you will have a rate limit, meaning that you cannot see more tweets. And 600 tweets is not that much if you consider that it's all those things you skip over. You're checking some thread and there are a lot of small comments. All those account. So 600 tweets, if you want to use the core product, sounds a bit silly. Users are penalized for using the product, and the core product is about reading the tweets. And also it's a advertising business. He's supposed to serve ads for the users in order to get views, and now there's a limit which also reduces the amount of views, impressions for the ads. I'm not sure what to think of this. The easiest explanation is that he's running out of money and he needs to limit the expenses, and views are expenses, you have to serve them, and this way blaming the AI scraping, which is not really any news. There's always been web scraping. Doesn't sound plausible explanation.
Oh, I think this is absolutely about AI scraping. I think he wants to preserve that data for his own AI company that he's building, and he doesn't want it lifted by OpenAI and by other crawlers. I think that's exactly what's going on. So, not an accident. He'll change the limit as needed.
That could be the case, but I don't think that's the most easiest answer here, because Twitter also limited the access to the tweets if you're not logged in. And this theory in this tweet says that Twitter started to DDoSing itself because some kind of a bug. So this would explain why even the rate limit was put in place hastily and also increased just a matter of a few hours later on. So it was not like it was anticipated event, like if you, well, he already limited access to the API earlier on, that was already expected behavior. This seems like a rash and a quick thing. Yeah, the 1st of July is something as well, which could also affect this, but well, these are the theories I found out. Obviously, limiting the login requirement also limits the scraping, so yeah.
Well, obviously, you would rate limit accounts that are not logged in or prevent them from even seeing the site if you're worried about AI scraping you. So I think that's all logical and consistent. And for all the hatred that's flying around on Twitter, there's just a whole bunch of people who hate Elon and will automatically attack and call him a moron and try to make it sound like the worst thing possible. Yeah, there are probably some unanticipated consequence of doing the rate limiting. They probably had to implement it in a hurry because they probably saw AI bots just going for it. And once the data is gone, it's gone forever. And now they kind of have to clean up their other processes that are relying on that, which I'm sure they will. It's not rocket science. But I think all these people rooting for the downfall of Twitter are just the people who were demanding censorship and were annoyed that Elon opened it up to free speech. If anything, I think, I'm not a big Twitter user these days, but from afar it seems to be doing reasonably well, maybe even better than ever.
And of course the previews are also gone now from Airchat. So here's a picture of the tweet.
Yeah, I saw that announcement today too. I also saw one immediately, basically, from Elon Musk saying that rate limit is going to go up. I don't understand the reasons exactly why this is happening, but whatever the case, I think that he's going to change it. This is him, marketing, whatever you call it, in order to generate a bit of buzz. He's very good at this. It's a form of trolling, I think. Maybe there's an important reason behind it, maybe not, but I wouldn't be overly concerned at this point. And also, he says that it's about reading posts. Now, what constitutes reading a post? Is a post absolutely identical to a tweet? I don't know. Is he talking about that long form thing where you can write whatever it is now, 25,000 characters or something or other? You can include video and all that sort of stuff. Is a regular tweet a post? And is scrolling past one, does that constitute reading? Do you have to pause on the tweet for a certain amount of time? Does that constitute reading? It's a bit slippery. He hasn't defined his terms there, so I don't know. Then again, I'm not an expert in any of this stuff, but I just wonder. I just can't imagine until we start getting reports of people saying, hey, I'm an unverified account and I can't read any more tweets, that this is a problem. But maybe it is. I'm speaking from a place of ignorance. Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying there. It seems to be haphazard, going off half-cocked, all that sort of stuff. But let's put the optimistic spin on it. It's just iteration, right? He's checking stuff out. He's experimenting. Hey, more power to him to do that stuff. And in the meantime, people go, oh, you're ruining Twitter. Twitter's, falling apart and everything else. He's sitting back going, look, this is just temporary. Don't worry about it. In his mind, he's just thinking, people can yell and scream all they like. He seems to be completely immune to that in some situations. Couldn't give a damn about what people are saying, the noise, the buzz. He ignores it all, just plows on through trying stuff. And hey, if it goes bad, then he just changes it back. He reverts back. He tries something new, tries something different. So I think that might be what's going on. People don't like it. They're very protective of Twitter. They don't want their platform to be experimented with. And so they're going to just say how awful it is and how that this is the end. How many times, ever since Musk took over the place, how many times have we heard, well, that's it. That's the end of Twitter. Twitter is just, going the way of the dinosaur. The whole place is ruined. I'm leaving Twitter. That's it. Everyone has to announce, when they're leaving Twitter. No one does. The place seems to go from strength to strength. So I am not at all that worried. I'm sort of looking at this just as that old meme, the person with the popcorn just eating the popcorn while, the people on the side of Musk are saying, yay, go Elon, do this thing. And then the people on the other side saying, that's it, I'm leaving Twitter. It's all gone terribly. There's all this hate speech out there. More power to him to try different stuff. I don't know. I'm not aware. I don't think many of us are aware unless you're inside Twitter as to what exactly is going on. It seems to me he often knows what he's doing better than the people who are outside the company, and he's playing a game. I mean, if anyone in the world can be said to be playing 4D chess, it's the world's richest man who is out there actually building rockets and going places. So he knows what he's doing.
The rate limit was very real, at least in my case. I couldn't see even on my own tweets. What I noticed is that you could, if you had a logged-in session from some other device or browser, it didn't apply to that one. So if you were logged in with multiple devices, then you would effectively reset the the limit, but nevertheless it prevented you from using Twitter. I agree. He's really good at playing games. If you remember the CEO appointment, he already knew that beforehand, and he was playing these balls that should I resign, what should I do? And almost all of those occasions where he's asking something, he already knows the answer, or he's already decided something and he's just playing the game. In this case, I think it may have been that there was some fault in the systems, and he just spinned it this way because it was evident that things are not going to blow up. So he needed to respond it some way. And why just say that, hey, we failed with something? Better to spin it in some fancy way and make it to whatever marketing event, because it's going to happen anyways. And he just wants to have a little bit of fun, like you described. And he's already now shuffling it. Maybe it's already a third time he's been changing the limit. It was a known fact that he was not paying for the cloud services, and Google was the one I think he cancelled, and it took effect 1st of July. And so in that sense, if there's a lot of services in the backend which are dropping off, and this is starting to cause issues, it was a known thing. He was trying to ramp up the alternative services, but it wasn't fast enough. So in a way, this is passing event. Nevertheless, one of these whales which we don't ever see anymore in the Twitter, but well, stuff breakdowns at times. But the biggest thing is that there's no really place to go, and this is once again another attempt for a lot of people to try to go to Mastodon. Some of them went to T2, Blue Sky. People are scattered around, but there's not enough impact, a network effect to go one place, and this is quite unfortunate because well, you have to be in all of them pretty much, because some people just choose one place and others the other place, and now you don't have a unified place to get anything.
This is a very interesting take about how Musk has either inadvertently or purposefully basically cut off the censorship industry by cutting off their access. So worth the listen. I think it's like 8 minutes worth listening to it all, because it's all highly interesting.
This is great, but I think the unfortunate reality is that most of the value from Twitter comes that it's fully public and the de facto broadcast medium for the internet. And I think the thing that I'm afraid of is that by locking it down, it's basically ruining the reason that people use Twitter. I think that people think that Twitter could also be for conversations, and with paywalls and closed off, that people still come there for these conversations. And, you know, I find that suspect because, you know, there's platforms like Airchat, which are far better for conversations. And Twitter's highly geared towards broadcasts and making you famous for that one tweet where it's totally innocuous, but it gets put on CNN. So I'm not sure how the platform will evolve as a function of these changes. I think it's great that they're going to put the death knell on the censorship Death Star, if you will. But I don't know. Yeah, seems complicated.
Exactly. It's not Twitter's content per se. It's the user's content who's been generating it. And unfortunately, still today, Twitter daily user hours are 40 million, and top 25 news sites in the world aggregated daily user hours are 15 million. So it tells where are the news. Well, they are still in the Twitter, and Twitter is basically originating the news for those top 25 news sites in oftentimes as well. So in that sense, if Twitter goes down, a lot of the news go down as well.
I really think this is short term. As a matter of fact, on the other side of this, I think 99% of the people that contribute to Twitter are coming back, and probably at least 10 or 20% of the bots that make Twitter crappy are not coming back. I think it's a brush off the rapid polls. And the optics are there for scraping, and that's the reason to do it, but I'm sure he was just sitting around, I was like, wait a minute, if I turn off the scraping, all these damn bots that are constantly like bugging all the people I'm actually here to serve are going to have massive problems, and we'll just see what they do. Remember, it's a privately held company right now. It's actually of no benefit to him other than fluffing certain metrics that frankly have been fluffed for a long time and therefore serve the business poorly because there's no real feedback mechanism to how many views they're getting. So it's a privately held company anymore. MAUs, DAUs, doesn't really matter unless they're kind of either bringing value in content or bringing value in consumption. And all the bots and rapid fires and the people that keep coming back to the well to just try and scan like thousands of things, those aren't profitable things to concentrate on. Much like, not so much with Airchat, but like if it's only about listeners, how do we navigate so we can repeatedly get back to where we were listening only for weeks on end? I'm not sure that, end customer, that cohort, is actually long-term what makes the platform like a wonderful place for sparkling conversation. I mean, this is my bread and butter. Of course, the customer is very important, but there's lots of people that are in your vision and in your workspace and in your path of existence that actually aren't your customers. That person that's merely reading Twitter and doing nothing and scraping 1,000, what are they doing for your business? They're not your customer. Good marketing, good business is saying, fuck yeah, to great customers, and I don't care about the other customers. In fact, some customers outright need to be driven out for the business to succeed. Which is why there is this constant jokey griping about customers in every profession, including the restaurant business. And it's not about all the customers. It's just it's actually about, the customers that are assholes that should be dunked on, right? It is what it is. That's how it happens, So those aren't mutually exclusive. You can exclusively serve the customer and then look at another potential customer that's not a real customer at all. I mean, just doesn't add or contribute anything to your business model. So within the confines of propriety and serving your real customers, you got to get rid of the lousy ones. So you rate limit them. Bye. You want to leave? Fine. Bye.
This Douglas Hofstede interview is quite revealing, and I don't know what's the best word for it. I would say puzzled, puzzling, confused, confusing, depressing, depressed. So I think he is all those words, and the watcher may be feeling the same way, and in a way it's quite a sad interview. He has written such a wonderful book, and his life work is so fascinating, and yet he somehow seems so lost. It's really interesting that he's been trying to find the meaning and crack the puzzle of the mind and consciousness since the 60s. And he was even doing a rudimentary ChatGPT experiment without really obviously having the capabilities at the time. And he was really puzzled about the meaning. And in that segment, he explains that it's just when you can extrapolate, curve fit perfectly enough so that it seems that it is having meaning, then it has meaning. It's like when you have a really good Vision Pro, which is mimicking the world and you cannot see the difference between them, then it is live and it has meaning. So there's intent behind the words, there's creativity behind the machine because it's so good at giving illusions.
So there's an interesting twist here where, sure, that's Elon can protect Twitter's data, which is probably protected in their terms of service, along with many other things. But terms of service can be thin comfort indeed. Like, Naval, do you consider all your tweets Elon's property now because they were on Twitter? I mean, it seems like this is the same version of who has the rights to train on this stuff? I don't think Elon has the rights necessarily. I think he has legal rights, and I'm not sure it's clear that he has. If we're talking about just not distributing stuff, but like what these AI models can do and the amount of data that goes into them and whether or not that should come cost-free to whoever's training the model, I think it's an interesting area to dial in on. And then it trips us into part two, which is if it is the public town square, if it is the world's town square, which he said, and I believe, well, I don't know if I believe it all the way, but it can be a proxy for that. In that environment, and extend that to Facebook, extend that to all these other places. Now, what are people's underlying rights if they were, pragmatically, without the terms of service nonsense, just in a common way? We kind of all knew we were talking in public, and we all know that if we're in public, like it's a public statement. So, yeah, it's an interesting rabbit hole. And then last one, you've been on Twitter, like, all due respect, a lot of these Twitter accounts, they're lucky they're going in some big model and getting averaged out. Like, I don't know. There's a good amount of accounts on Twitter that if they got dragged into the light for their bullshit, they would deserve a good amount of public ridicule. So I think those folks ought to be happy they're getting averaged in. There's some real shitheads there. I used to not resent, but the type of regular that would come in and be like, oh, I remember this place, like, no one was here, it was awesome, we had the place to ourselves, I loved it then, it was so cool, now this place, total, everyone's here. And you're watching, they're like, yeah, dude, I remember that, like, that's when we opened, it was brutal, right? No one was making any money, we worked hard to bring it up, here you are wishing, like, it wasn't busy anymore. And I say that because right now I'm like, man, I can't now think of it like this. I don't want all these broadcast media, like, multi-level marketing people in here. I hope this Airchat thing just kind of flounders along for 20 or 30 years while I have incredible relationships with smart people. Sorry, Naval. Ooh, yeah, this is a rough one, actually. Careful what you wish for.
Threads. What can you do with that you cannot do on Instagram? But more importantly, the other way around. Why should I update both of them if Threads enables to put all the pictures, videos, and it has a larger text form and it's the novelty thing now? And if I'm having both, why should I update both of them? So I think these are some of the questions. So is Meta actually cannibalizing itself? And maybe that's the intention as well, because they are, well, in a bigger competition now with all the other social networks. And maybe that's on purpose, but if you think about from the individual's perspective, why should I have both? Because I can even import the whole Instagram social graph. So does it actually really make sense? And if same people are following me on both, are they supposed to get different content, the same content, and why should I see it twice?
Yeah, exactly. It really makes no sense when you think about it. If Threads can do more than text, they can do photos and videos, then isn't that just a competitor to Facebook? But Facebook is owned by Meta, just like Threads is. And yeah, if I'm posting photos to Facebook and Threads, why would I post them to Instagram too, or vice versa? It's just like absurd. It's amazing to me that all these companies are owned by one master company, Meta. I mean, these people are lost in the trees. Like, they need to zoom out, look at the forest for a second. It's just like people are making products just to make them, and they've lost sight of everything that matters.
In some way it works with physical products like Unilever and some soaps or whatever, canned goods or cosmetics. You can find the niches and you can cannibalize products even within your own brands, if you have hundreds or tens of them and you want to capture some market segment. But because it doesn't really matter from the user's perspective, you buy this or you buy that, but if you're producing content or you want to use the product as a distribution, so now you have so many places to keep it up and you're not really getting any traction properly in any of the places unless you already accomplished and you just push it out to everything and somebody just put it out there to all the possible channels. But if you're building something, you have to properly focus on something, and there's so many options already nowadays. Just to get a little bit of perspective on this thing, let me try to list some of the options you have as a social media manager, or if you're creating content, you want to do the distribution. You could start with YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, T2, Blue Sky, Farcaster, Nostr, and the list just goes on and on. It's just impossible to keep up, and you need to focus on something. And even within Meta, you have already 3 options, and the social graphs are pretty properly aligned. But they can be completely different in Twitter, in YouTube, and in some other places. And I already forgot TikTok.
Not quite, because Facebook is a friend graph and Threads is a follow graph, and those are completely different and lead to different networks and different outcomes. Facebook also tends to be private or semi-private amongst your friends, whereas Threads is very public. So even if they add photos and videos, I don't think it's big. It changes. Yes, it changes the media types, but it doesn't change the fundamental interaction type. And the fundamental interaction type of Threads and Facebook are very different. That's fascinating, Petri. So, yeah, I don't buy that line of argumentation either. I think you're being skeptical about it, correctly so, which is that just because something is higher fidelity doesn't make it real. After all, even the Vision Pro, the fidelity there is just enough to trick humans, but to an animal with a different form of perception or to a measuring instrument, the Vision Pro is not rendering reality, it's just rendering reality to fool our eyes and our ears. And the same way, a ChatGPT might be conforming or pointing to the real world, but it's not pointing with the same understanding that a human being who is actually embodied in the real world has. So, yeah, I don't buy Douglas Hofstadter's arguments at all, and I think he was far smarter than that. So we must be missing something. I mean, obviously, either something came across as incomplete, or there is a further underlying intention or nuance to what he's saying that he was not able to convey in that video. Exactly right, which is why I think that Threads and Nostr and Farcaster and others are very, very difficult, because they have to displace Twitter. So if you're already good at creating text broadcast content, you go to Twitter, you focus on that. If you're good at images, you go to Instagram, you focus on that. If you're good at short videos and music clips and so on, then you go to TikTok, you focus on that. If you're good at long form video, you go to YouTube, you focus on that, which is why a lot of these networks tend to be created around a specific content type. If you're a content creator and you're good at a specific kind of content, you go to where that content is best showcased to the largest possible audience, and that's it, full stop. So having multiple players in a single content type simply does not work. All the numbers 2 through n will go to 0.
Indeed, if you watched the video, I think at least I'm reading it in a way that he's really depressed. He has probably lost his original purpose and meaning, or forgot that. So I don't think there's an angle missing in that sense. I think that's how he genuinely feels today. And unfortunately, that's where we are at this point. A lot of people already have left. Twitter is not the same place anymore, and they're just scattered in the wind. So there isn't really a place. So in many ways, you have to now go to the multi-channel approach if you want to reach the people, because it's also a risk if you just in YouTube does something that's whole of your social graph, or like Twitter, if they do something silly and you're being just putting together the engagement and the following for the last 5-10 years, and you have a significant amount of people, but they're there, what do you do? Checking my Threads feed today after 12 hours or so in the app, and I couldn't help but laugh out loud because it felt like a parody account, like a real parody account, because everybody was pushing their content there, repurposing their content and trying their best to bait people, and some obviously were doing it as a joke, but many were doing it as serious as they can. But it still felt so unreal, so I don't know, kitschy in a way, that it's like, okay, I'm too old for this game. it seems that the colossal fight has already started between Meta and Twitter by Twitter sending a letter to Meta saying that stop poking our IP and followers and our data. The letter is 2 pages. You can see what they're saying there. So it's like TOS, check them out and check also our robot text file in our website, and you should know what is allowed and what is not allowed. Game is on.
You can follow public figures and big companies' pages on Facebook. But yeah, Facebook does have that friend model. But is that really any different than just having a Twitter account that's private, where people can follow you and you follow them? I mean, it's really the same thing under the hood. And when you really think about it, like Instagram does pictures, and if Threads also does pictures, then it's competing with Instagram, and they're both owned by Meta. So it just looks like a mess to me. And I can only imagine these social media managers posting from 15 accounts, trying to publish everywhere, like you were saying, the N number, it just starts fizzling out. To me, what would be more interesting is if you unified all the mechanics and you found all the things that worked, and you put it on one social media, like one decentralized social media that had all of it in one place and wasn't a UX nightmare somehow, and actually pulled it off. Because if social media is truly decentralized, then why do we need 15 different ones? Especially if at the end of the day it's just pictures, video, text, and so on. You could have it all in one place, and then you decentralize the data across thousands of nodes and different varieties of nodes. You don't need multiple social medias, technically. So I think that's a much better experiment worth having at. And maybe it would be the piece that all of these clones aren't bringing to the table, something that has never been done before.
Not Boring Founder posted this yesterday. I don't know whether it's his, but anyways, can you see and guess A, B, C, D, E? I think there was even 7, or somebody mentioned 7. Which one is which? Which one is Twitter and which are the clones? So this is the area of everybody cloning each other and having the same brilliant idea, except Airchat and a few others who are going completely different way. But nevertheless, yeah, it's the same text block going to different places, and for some this is the end place, and for others it's just the distribution. And I think then the only difference is that are you really sharing any of your family stuff or extended family stuff in any social network anymore? I haven't done that for many years, and it sounds weird and strange to give your family photos to some of these advertising-driven companies. So maybe that's all going offline anyways, or end-to-end protected messages or some other places which are not run by these social media companies anymore. ChatGPT code interpreter is now available for everyone, either via the API or if you're paying subscriber. So you can start to use the LLM model for data analyst purposes, for example. So the bot can now write Python directly. So writing programs and then analyzing and inputting data and manipulating it and outputting, and you don't need to know how to code it. Previously you needed to do the Python coding or copy paste at least the code, run it and debug it and put it back. And that's why it was a cumbersome, and if you didn't really know the language it was harder to do because you didn't know what went wrong. Now that's all gone and done within the ChatGPT. And that article is pretty interesting, which I will put on the comment, and I will tell you in the next shit what I'm actually thinking what's gonna probably happen, or the thing what I've been pondering. It's not exactly related to, but more like a future prediction. Now that it becomes clear and evident that, and I read somewhere that almost 50% of all new code is now written by LLMs anyways, what happens to the Pythons and all these languages which are human-made, and it's a huge achievement to do those, and it's something which is almost like a basic infrastructure, but nothing really happens if that is not in place. So are there still in the future a lot of Python core developers, because it's becoming less visible, if even these open source languages are written mainly by LLMs? Is that also something which is becoming like a luxurious and sort of prestige thing, but mainly these languages will also disappear, like what happened with language translations, machine language translations? They started to directly create their own language, so there was no go-between language anymore in the later stages, for example, when Google was developing the models. And is this the same thing happening soon, that Pythons and these are going away after they become enough sophisticated? And now it's good for the error correcting, and it's easy to see that if there's an error, and it's a feedback mechanism for the LLMs. But in 10 years, what's going to happen next?
It's funny, literally the only social media I can think of that couldn't be merged together into a single one is Airchat. Like Facebook and Twitter, they're so similar. Like if you want the privacy of just friends, you can have a private account, and they have pages, and I mean, all the stuff is just so similar. I'm pretty sure Airchat is the only thing I can think of that isn't. So Airchat is saved. I would say, though, that Snapchat is something that probably couldn't be decentralized, because you're trusting the servers to delete your messages, and you cannot trust decentralized servers to do that. I mean, maybe you could have like end-to-end encrypted Snapchat, but I don't know how you could force the client to delete it either, So maybe you'd have to do like TEEs, like proof attestation that you deleted it, but then it's just like, bro, we're going pretty overkill for Snapchat. But yeah, I mean, everything else, man, just kind of seems like DMs or posts of files under the hood. It's all feels the same. So that's why I'm intrigued by Airchat. There really isn't anything like it yet. It's pretty clever.
Yeah, I haven't used enough the Simplex to know whether the client can actually force to delete my message if I send it to you. Probably this is the closest we have now, which I think there are already some initiatives to integrate this to the Nostr as well. But yeah, maybe there's a replacement for Snapchat as well. If we would invent social media now, and we don't have anything before, but we have bots, ChatGPT type of user interface, how would it look like? And if we have the multimodality in place, so you could start with text, you can have video, you can have audio, you can probably draw, you can throw in a picture, or do it either way, convert picture to text, or whichever way. So basically everything is possible to transform from one shape to another. How would a social network and social media app look like? I would go for this atomic content unit, which would come from that multimodality. And if optimally the philosophy, the values go for the decentralization, you own your own data, then it would probably be something along the lines of Airchat meeting Nostr or some other decentralized network. And what comes with the storage is then one thing, but the other is that each and every piece of content is their own content unit, which can then respond to some other, or they can be combined. So in Twitter way, text way, it would be called probably a tweet. Here it would be called a chit, but it's the smallest content unit, and it can then respond to some other ones or can be merged together with other ones, and they could be distributed maybe even in some other form. The text form can be converted to video or audio, and this way it can be distributed, and it's up to the user, the listener, the other end, the receiver, to decide which form the intake will happen, and also probably which way the response will happen as well. And that's pretty cool future or way if you start to think about it this way. Then the interface is just user preference, user experience, and content becomes more like a back-end storage unit in a way, and it doesn't really matter which form it was in the beginning. Now, after playing a little bit more with threads and connecting with people and posting a bit more, and noticing that it actually allows you to do things Twitter doesn't allow you to do anymore. Twitter's video limit is 2 minutes 20 seconds. Threads goes now for 5 minutes. You can put links. I think you can put multiple ones. The character limit is bigger than in Twitter. I'm not now talking about Twitter without paying for the Twitter features. And it seems that Twitter is going more to the paid route for everyone. And if Threads will keep being free and it basically offers good enough service, I think that might be the biggest threat, pun intended, for all the other networks who are now trying to get the users from Twitter and invent the wheel again. The good enough is usually the biggest appeal, because it just works, and if it's not irritating and annoying enough, and there's certainly the appeal and the possibility for the network effect. And in a way I start to see that already now happening, at least within tech and a few other circles which are starting to post things.
It's not funny, Colby. It's a fact. Because I feel the same way. I can't compare Airchat with anything what exists. And it's very hard to explain my friends what it is, because they're asking me to compare it with something, and I can't, because it's impossible. Because it's something different. It's brand new, unique. It's a fresh air, Airchat.
The definition of a loyal fan has now gone to the next level. It's not just that you have to like or engage within one platform. Now the expectation is that you do the same for the rest of the platforms as well, even though the content is the same. An elaborative summary of a lot of the points circulating now, and also why it feels like that we are now at the end of the user-to-user communication and networks, where the actual value is to try to reach the people and interact, and not to be milked for views or data mining, or considered as waste if users are not paying for the service. So the freemium model doesn't really work anymore, if it ever was working is in this concept. There are a lot of points, and it also doesn't paint too good of a picture for the future of Threads. This predicts the end of Threads as other products early on as well. And the main points are that there will be seeded with Instagram users, who will quickly get bored because they're not really Twitter users, so they don't must that format of text, and they are to influence, not to to do what the Twitter crowd is doing. Also, Threads will try to attract Twitter users, but will fail because Twitter caters for specific niches which are not appealing, or Meta doesn't want to have them. And this way it will not succeed. For example, news. Meta already has mentioned the head of one of the main designers of Threads has already stated that they don't want to have the similar type of news service going as what's happening in Twitter. And third one, Threads will be shut down less than 12 months to protect Instagram's core business. The upside of getting even all of the Twitter users and the ad business is marginal for the total core Instagram revenues. So in order to protect, not to get mixed messages and getting people off the Instagram, which is the money-making machine, they need to do something. And the outcome will be to merge Threads as a feature within Instagram, which makes sense because now you can start to do more and more stuff in Threads what you can do in Instagram, and it's sending mixed messages. There's more into the Twitter thread, but I will put it into the comments. I have noticed that I haven't been too active in Threads anymore, and today I tried to a few times post something, and this was the result in all of them. So I guess it's not a blue whale. What is on Threads when things are not working? It's black to new blue screen. Meta has started to take some more drastic measures to block users who are in EU. So even if you're a US citizen and you're supposed to have the Threads app, if you come to the EU, they will block you. So you will not see the replies, you will not be able to post anything. You probably see the feed, but not even the profile content of users. So you are effectively just kicked out of the app. VPN may not even function at that point or this point. So here we are. Looks like people from the EU or whoever is in the EU while accessing Threads may not be able to use it this year. This is intriguing and paradoxical as well. It's not a mass media, social media, if there's a lot of people in there, but when you start to find for the common denominators, you eventually come to this point. And that's what the pop culture is, and that's what the most famous people usually are. Well, what's the option then? If we want to have a social media in the future, which is not exactly like that, then I think Airchat is an example of that. Here, it's not a matter how many people you know and how many people you follow, because you're not seeing everything, and it's not the point of this thing. You just cannot even observe all the information. So yeah, social media of the future, if it's unique, customized, and bite-sized dinner party, block party. Since 1940, we have 4 times the population, 100 times college-educated people, but where are the 10 to 100 times ex-Feynmans, Einsteins, and all the other clever people? That's the question. Are they actually now in startups and in other fields? Why is it that we don't see so many of them? Or is there so much going on that we are just not seeing them as we used to see them? The similar way that in the 80s and 60s and 70s and earlier on, musicians, it was easier to pinpoint the stars. Now there's so many of them. So it's just that we have so many of those already that now no single one pops up, and it requires quite a bit of specialized knowledge also to recognize them. So they just don't get to the social media bubble anymore.
College education has nothing to do with scientific innovation and may even be negatively correlated with scientific innovation as it introduces groupthink. So really, it's only population that's an issue, and I think that is very easily explained both by redirection into other fields as well as innovation being below a certain threshold and being recognized as great in its time. And finally, I think the groupthink effect of colleges negatively contributes towards innovation, and I think has been responsible for the stifling lack of innovation. Innovation as a finite quantity that you mine, I just find that highly suspect and uncreative.
There's always been group thinking. There's always been the popular paths which tend to give you the best career advances. So I'm not sure whether these are the actual explanations. There should be also more private funding available. It's easier to get your message out. So in a lot of fields, it should be easier to be an outlier and get innovative stuff done. So is it just that our expectations are going exponentially higher, or is it that there's something else explaining this? Maybe regulation, some other things which are hindering the actual progress. It didn't take long to have a real example of a Marvel movie or any other Breaking Bad for superconductivity type of TV series plot coming up, going back decades, and really have these outliers, people who are not part of academia or the regular institutional or the institutions with the proper funding who are making the discoveries. This is not obviously proven yet, but if you read this catch-up thread and check the background and the different stories, it starts to feel like that, yeah, it's not always that easy, and it can take a long time to make these discoveries, even though this thread claims as well that you could have done that hundreds of years back. Is it a losing battle to fight against LLMs which are imitating your art? The Stability AI introduced in the 2.0 version the feature or non-feature of taking away the possibility to use somebody else's style. But then the open source community trained the model and now it's back there. So is this the future? If you're an artist, it's no point starting to fight against, because it's the same thing like Pirate Bay. You're not gonna win after all, and who you're gonna sue if there's like open source community and it's all out there as waiting models for the LLMs. So what is it? What are you suing against, and who and how, and are you gonna just have a Streisand effect if you gonna go big with your claims? Hopin, which was the competitor of Zoom for the event, which was actually a really nice product. They raised 1 billion with a 7.6 billion valuation in mid-2021. Now they sold their business in low millions to Zoom, their core business, and returned half of the investment money to investors. And now the company is valued at 400 million, which is a quite significant haircut. Also, the founder who made a secondary exit or sold his shares during that 1 billion round, who netted 200 million. I don't know whether he needed to return some of the money, but nevertheless, he's out as well. Now it seems that the company is starting to do something which they bought at the same year, StreamYard, which was actually a nice product as well, but it's not exactly the same as Hopin. So times, they are changing, and some of them were just temporary, like the remote work, as it seems. If I use a piece of hardware which have code running in it, and I point it to a direction, and then I push a button, and then there's an algorithm who will sort out the details and from dots make an image. That's protected by copyright. If it's called a picture I take with my iPhone or with a specific camera, but the principle is the same if they are digital. it's copyright protected. But if I, instead of pushing a button with my finger and pointing the device, I prompt using a different method, I put together a series of words which describe the scenery and what I wanna produce. And then I push a button, maybe with the same finger. And then the code will, within a hardware box, it will spill out the bits, and the result is an image. And it is said, at least in that article, that AI can support a copyright claim if a human selected or arranged it in a sufficiently creative way that the resulting work constitutes an original work of authorship. So what's the difference between me taking a picture and using another form, meaning putting together some words and then pushing the button? This latest Google tool for rappers, writers, wordsmiths and poems called Text Effects. I think it will set the bar higher for everything. The total quality of stuff people put out should go up if they're using tools like this. But it will also set the bar higher for anyone and everyone who is already at the top of their game and really world class. It becomes so much more about creativity, ideas behind whatever you're doing, because the tools give you so much powerful ways to express yourself. But you don't have the ideas. It just sticks out like a P-rated movie. A few years back, this was solely in the millions, the drone operator systems and how do you do it. So it was within military. But now it starts to come to the consumer level. So just if you check that video, and even that post suggests that this person needs a Twitch channel, so this becomes more entertaining, and this could go in so many directions easily. It's becoming a bit more blurry because it's so easy now to do that. You just take your Xbox controller, and what if I donate quite a bit of money for the drones, and then I can drive one of those. That obviously has a lot of legal and ethical and moral and all the above and possible questions, but this is what it's coming to. There's gonna be hundreds, if not millions, of drones flying around, and it's becoming just an everyday thing, and they're gonna be weaponized, and there's gonna be illegal stuff happening as well. Why it's very unlikely to get radical innovations coming out of universities and academia. Well, here in Sound Carol's episode, at the end of it, he talks about it at length, but here's a snippet for you.
Hire 10 people. You don't hire 100 people or even 10 people. You hire a person every 5 years at best, maybe every 10 years or longer, depending how big your department is. You don't get a lot of chances at the prize, okay? You have to hire someone. And if you're a department like most departments, where probably, there's a big pipeline squeeze bottleneck between being postdoc and being junior faculty, but most junior faculty will eventually get tenure. So you hire someone, they're 30 years old, you're going to be with them for the next 40 years, right? So a conservatism creeps in, is what I'm getting at. You don't get to hire many people. When you hire them, you might very well be stuck with them as colleagues for the next 4 decades. And so it would be nice to take some chances, take a shot here and there, try, roll the dice a little bit. But there is a natural conservatism that creeps in because you don't have that many chances to hire theoretical physicists, and you want to be relevant and important department going forward. And maybe you can say, well, a very good person will start off in paradigm B, but then eventually realize it's not working and switch to paradigm A. Sure, that's possible, but it very often doesn't happen. I don't want to say that it doesn't often happen, but I should say that it often doesn't happen. How about that, right? People stick with the basic theory, the basic framework in which they've been working for a long time. The people who believe in the steady state theory kept working on the steady state theory for decades after we discovered the cosmic microwave background, okay? So what happens is that because you have individual departments doing the hiring and they don't get to hire many people, if there is a feeling in the community that one approach A has a 90% chance of being right and approach B has a 10% chance of being right, roughly speaking, you hire 100% people working in approach A. That's not always true because people are quirky and et cetera, but there absolutely is going to be an enhancement of the bias against people working in approach B. This is very familiar from voting theory in a democracy, right?
Here's the latest with this copyright infringement court actions, which are happening now with AI, LLMs, whether they are actually infringing somebody's copyrights, either when they are trained or when they are being used. And this article has quite many points in there. So it's just interesting to see where this is going. One of the things which stick out was that OpenAI claims that they don't have a direct financial interest in allegedly infringing the copyrights of the writers or whoever the artists are of their work. So even if there's derivative works which are done with the models, they're not benefiting. That's what they're saying. We're starting to approach a point which has comparisons in the history. For example, let's take the movie industry. Previously, there were a lot of sets, and it was expensive to build the physical special effects and settings. And now a lot of that can be done with the FX. It's just computer graphics, and it starts to look real, or even better than the real. Similarly, previously, films, you had physical films, and you were using chemistry to make the pictures appear, and if you needed to fix, you need to have a physical fix, and then became the digital. Here's an example where previously you would try to do some mechanical means, even though they're digital. So you keep the original and you just enhance, somehow modify, but you try to be true to the original. You're not doing anything new, you just change a bit what's happening, but this is not what happens now.
All those things. Oh, an ice pop. I actually decided that I would treat myself and buy an ice pop.
And an edit like that, there's no audio engineering degree in the world that can fix that. It's just a total intonation mismatch. So sorry, you can't make that edit. Got to find another path or just re-record. That's where Regenerate comes in. I just click the gap between the words and click Regenerate, and new audio cells are grown that make it sound absolutely seamless.
I actually decided that I would treat myself and buy an ice pop. I hadn't had one of those since I was in grade school.
So we can now decompose the current thing, the art, content, whatever it is, into ideas. And then we reconstruct it. And we just take, the idea. And the rest is completely new. But this way, we can make it even better. We can enhance it way more because we are not limited to what was there before. And this can't be one-to-one with the original by the looks of it or the sound of it, not yet smell of it. When it becomes more cost-efficient, faster, easier to do the reconstruction, regenerating the original, this brings new opportunities and possibilities as well. We are not exactly in the beam me up Scotty situation yet, or for a long time for that to happen, but the idea is pretty much the same. You can take the old archived analog movies, for example, and completely reconstruct them. You take the audio fingerprints of the actors, you transcribe it, you take the scenes and you redo it in full 8K and Dolby Surround or whatever audio you want to put, and put the nice special effects, and all those cracks and pops and weird visual artifacts are gone. This is already happening with the advertising world. It's cost saving, faster to do just AI generated pictures, and you don't need to find the location, the models, all the things which go with it, the makeups, hair, clothes. There's a lot of logistics. There's a lot of economies behind this as well. We don't need that many resources anymore, because previously you needed to physically do those things. You need to acquire them. It takes a lot of resources to do these things, and now it's just pixels, and it looks as good or even better. And we're not even talking about the visual prototype of AR world, where you can look around and you can walk in it, and it's a 3D world, so you can touch it and you can interact with it, and that's the completely different level. And with decomposing into ideas, those movies, the old ones for example, could become 3D worlds. How cool is that? Maybe in a decade or two it's the same situation as with LPs, vinyls and CDs and downloadable media streaming audio. What is the original? Is the LP better? Is the original actor with the intonations and the cracks and pops and weird thing is happening the real thing? Or is the digital AI regenerated version which has the intonations and it has all those weird things regenerated the real thing, the better thing? An example of tremendous help, which is already now usable with AI, is translations. If you're having an app, software app, and you want to localize it to the native language of your users, usually that's done either with paid services or with volunteers doing it with the help of some platforms where you do it manually, or you have some DeepL, Google Translate assisting in the process, but it still takes a lot of time to do that. Now you can do that just uploading the file to these LLMs, and boom, it's done. It's 99% in there. You have to check it out, but it's done. And the crazy thing is that if you need to translate your website or you need to translate some user guides or stuff, obviously you can do that the same, but then you can take the lexicon from that app. If it's special terms you're using, special way of the words you're using, that LLM model is going to remember all of those thousands of strings. And that takes a lot of persistence and work if you do that manually, each and every time checking that there's a consistency in place. And you put it to the LLM model and it happens in seconds. That's from the tour Apa Voyage from last year. They are performing live audience. They are usually fully booked and been already making probably 200 million. It's same amount, a bit less to produce the tour. And what is unique about it is it's completely virtual. I mean the actors, avatars. Clubhouse was almost dead after their initial success in the COVID era, when millions of people and their huge funding managed to capture the perfect storm, in a sense that everybody was at home and that was the place to be. Yet that's not the thing anymore, and they were really quiet for a long time. And just now they released their latest change, which is interesting to say the least. They pivoted from the live room synchronous audio into asynchronous friends and friends of friends model, and this has left almost everyone in this thread by the founder completely dumbfounded, and the response is almost 100% negative. Even before the latest release, it was extremely hard to find the room, which you even have had bookmarked so that you will get notifications when it's live. I remember earlier this year there was one room which was scheduled to come at a particular time every week, and I was at that time there and I couldn't find the room. So it seems that people been using other social media to sync themselves, to find the rooms and talk about and share the links for those rooms. So they made it extremely difficult and hard to find and use the main function of the app, which was the live rooms. And apparently they didn't care too much because of this new release. One of the big things, which is a bit surprising, is that they completely ignored the following people were building. And I think that was one of the appeals of Clubhouse, to discover new people, discover cool people, discover and learn new things from people you didn't know. And that was the magic of Clubhouse, getting to know nice people and new concepts and being positively surprised. And now they completely ignored all those followers, the following base you gathered over the years. In the blog post they mentioned that they will make it so that you have a room where you can stack all your followers, so you don't need to friend them, so they are not on your new friend list. Yet they didn't make that in their release available, so there's no way you can do that. You just hope that it will come someday. They were quiet for months and now they come out with this thing. It's kind of working, but it's not really working, so people are really upset. And if you're using the intro walkthrough guide for the new features, it makes you to go through the list of friends. I don't know how it was designed, and then you can choose and select the ones you want to keep, and then you can accept them all. But after that there's another list of friends which says friend requests, and you have to go through them one by one. And if you go through them one by one, there comes a point when it says that too many requests and they block you, so you cannot even accept those people there. So it's really weird what's going on there. Are they not really friend requests? Is it just some suggestions named like friend requests? I tested the new feature. It's easy to push the button and start talking, and then you have a new chat room. It says friends of friends, but I couldn't change that to only friends, so apparently friends of friends can see it, and I don't know who can talk in that room. Some other chat rooms, it say that invite only, but I didn't see anywhere that option and I couldn't change it, so I don't know how it works. The new release is almost 101 carbon copy of Airchat. They've been using even the same vocabulary which is in the essence of Airchat. You can see in their release text there are terms they use: friends of friends, friends, dinner party, house party. There's a lot of exact same things, and it's hard to say that these are coincidences. It's not hard to see why people are upset. You were having live conversations, which happens right now with everyone who is in the room. Yeah, you can replay them later, and this is the whole concept of Clubhouse. Then suddenly they changed the whole thing into Snapchat type of casual, with friends and only friends type of conversation social app. But it's a completely an entirely different way of communicating. If you do it publicly, you don't know these persons. Yeah, some of them may become your friends, but it's more a public forum where you're talking. It's not your friends forum. It's not your closest friends where you're sharing your details and your everyday life. This is not what it is about. And suddenly you switch that. It would be the same like LinkedIn turned into your private communication platform. You ask, who are these people? Well, I know them from the professional side of my life. They're not my friends. Some of them may be, but not all of them. And this is not the way to do it. And you just cannot switch that and expect that everybody would be so delighted about it. So it might be that they are obviously losing. They already lost because of COVID went away and people started to go their ways and they're not in their living rooms anymore. So the live room situation was already going away. But there were still core people who were really loved the concept and were there, the true fans. Now they're losing these people most likely because it was already now really hard to use the software, the app. And now you completely switch the model. So who is the new target group? Who are those people? I'm not sure that you can count on the original users because they feel betrayed. And they may have some memories and feelings about the COVID era, and they may not all be positive, or you may wanna not touch them in the years to come. So you have that association as well. Maybe it would be better to change the name of the app as well. They're also dividing people to two categories: those who are your followers, the Meta's, Instagram's broadcasting channel, and then those real friends, you're casually chatting asynchronously and having good time. So clearly it puts the app a bit in a conflicting situation in a way that who wants to have those live things. And I still believe there's a place for the live synchronous discussions. Twitter Spaces is still alive and it has a place. The founders are and were in a really hard place. They had an instant huge success and tremendously successful funding rounds as well early on. And then the times changed, the success went away, the demand shifted, and they needed to do something with all the money they have and the company they have and the vision. And they've been a long time in the field, so it's not just a whim of doing this thing. They were doing things along those lines for a long time, so this is their passion. And now you need to do something else. We will see whether they can pull this through, but copying Airchat and completely disregarding the original model with the true fans and loyal fan base, even though it's been shrinking by the months and most of the people have gone away. But you had a lot of goodwill, there was a lot of credibility, there was a lot of trust, a lot of good memories, and executing it a bit, you can fill the gaps. It might be hard to earn the trust again. Probably you need to shift the company away completely and have a refreshed start with the new user base. And the money in the bank, you probably can do that, but it's interesting to see where things are going, especially if you're just copying what somebody else is doing, because that's not having your own vision. It's following somebody else's playbook, and you're always just responding, and you don't have the knowledge and the experience of executing your vision and learning from there and creating new things. It's hard to make it to work when you're copying someone. Just the recent examples, and we are still in the middle of it, so there's no final end results yet. But for example, TikTok was the one who didn't come up with the idea but made it popular with the short videos. Now YouTube is feeling threatened with the long format videos because the shorts are taking over and the long ones are going out of fashion, and obviously they did their own variation of TikTok shorts with their own shorts. Similarly, Meta has the short format reels, but it's not exactly the same as TikTok. They cannot copy the culture, they cannot copy the feel of the TikTok. The latest copying case is Threads, getting 100 million users but losing most, if not almost all of them in a matter of months after coming out, is an example again that just copying something which works for the original crowd, which is different. Instagram posts are not exactly Twitter type of news and instantaneous discussion of ideas and talking. It's completely different format. So the parallel here with the Clubhouse, that you have live audience at the same time in the room talking about things and then jumping to different thing, is not obvious that you can manage with the resources you have if the idea is not supporting the use case and where you've been known before. What feels fair and what doesn't is a difficult thing. Here's an example where Books 3 dataset, which is copyrighted material, for example, Handmaid's Tale authors, 33 books were part of that dataset. So now they are part of the large language models. I think OpenAI was using it, I might be wrong. So these are part of now the results you can get out of these LLMs. But ideas are not copyrightable. And over the course of human history, we've always been copying things. It doesn't sound fair, but yet if you're not claiming to be the original, isn't that the way humans are? But what these copycats usually are missing is that the thing which makes it unique, the thing which makes it successful, you cannot see it from the outset. It's something in the process, something in the learnings which is hidden intact in the knowledge of doing those things. In some fields, it may give the advantage, in others, it may not. But if you're an artist, would you like to be known only from your old work, or would you like to innovate and create new stuff? So somebody copying your old stuff doesn't really matter that much. App software also living things in a sense that the market demand is changing, people's preferences are changing, the set which is working now may not work in the future. So whatever you're copying, and if you're only copying somebody else's work, you're just reacting, and you cannot copy the culture, the use case, the audience, and the feelings they have, and the connections they have with the product and with each other. Those are the things you don't see by just copying something. And nevertheless, what you see is already months, if not years, behind what's to come. And if you have stopped innovating, if you have been just freezing and frozen in time and just hoping that you will be successful in the future without doing something new, you're already out of the game. Earlier today, T2, which is trying to get the Twitter audience, or those who are leaving and doing something better, but still having the similar features as Twitter, they sent out an email which they apologized a bit later on, saying that sorry, we didn't intend to do that. But they've been saying already early on that if you're not using your social media account enough, you will lose your short handle if you have one of those, I don't remember, maybe it was 5 characters or something, and you will have your longer one which you can define early on. So they sent that email already, and I'm not sure that that's the best way of reminding people that hey, better be liking and posting or else, because you're already telling them that we're gonna take it away, it's just a matter of time. So keep on posting and putting out stuff, not because you like and want to do it, but because otherwise you're gonna lose something. What else could have they done instead of copying Airchat? One of the customer groups which was really successful, loyal, and still is, and I just peeked in, is completely confused, is artists, musicians who wanna play and connect with their fan base, their audience, and also get more discoverability and obviously new fans. Spotify in the COVID era was in the perfect spot and place, and they even have the platform to do live audience music-related things, and even for just music consumers, you could share your music lists and talk about music, and licensing should not be an issue because Spotify has already that covered. But they completely bombed. They launched to the market and they just closed the whole app down. So this was one of the quite obvious, but maybe there's some reason they didn't go for that paths Clubhouse could have extended and gone, because if you want to do live virtual concerts, you could have a monetizing model for that one as well. And there isn't really too many platforms who are doing that properly, so there's a huge gap in the market for artists who already know and play live, which was the Clubhouse audience and the Clubhouse musicians. And if they could make money, if they could reach out, and if Clubhouse would have gone deeper to that market and really serving these artists and musicians, they could have a chance and a future. It would be interesting. But for some reason, they didn't want to pursue that route. So currently the artists are a bit confused because you cannot play music with both of your hands if you have to push the button, and if it's asynchronous, it's not the same thing. For example, two musicians playing at the same time, that doesn't work if you're doing it async. If you have a house, you probably can have a room and do the live thing, but it's quite confusing at the moment. So it seems like it's not really the market to go. One additional point is also that the club deck, which had over 100,000 users, a lot of the users were the pro users who were having good rooms, and also musicians, because you could use your audio interface more easily, plugging it in with your computer. And this was also something which happened around Clubhouse and became part of the ecosystem.
All right, so I'm on a bike, I'm a bit winded. What I want to say is like the obvious statement, I think, which is everybody's copying everybody. There are many apps well before Airchat, well before Clubhouse, that are exploring social audio. One that comes to mind is Cappuccino. This is an app that actually functions very similar to the new Clubhouse, except the big difference is it was a private group with friends where you would record a message and then it would batch it together, almost like a mini podcast. I also invested in a company called TTYL that was all about more like phone calls, like AirPod-based phone calls with friends. That ultimately didn't work. They pivoted to paparazzi. But what I want to acknowledge is like, yes, if you're copying someone directly, you're probably not going to win, but we're all copying each other to some extent. So we're all taking ideas from one another. The patterns and even the muscle memory that people learn using these apps, like you don't want to fight with that too much. So anyway, just had to say it. While some of the patterns are the same, the actual difference between Airchat and Clubhouse, the new Clubhouse, is quite different. You know, I think somebody else mentioned this in another chat, but really Airchat is about finding new people. It's more interest-based. Clubhouse is really focusing on friends of friends. In some ways, these are just different use cases in different networks entirely. Of course, if both grow and succeed, they're ultimately going to compete. Friend graphs move more into interest graphs. Interest graphs move more into friend graphs. There's also an argument to be made that perhaps the new Clubhouse will help Airchat. If you think about it, like, you know, Instagram wasn't the only photo sharing app. There are tons of them out there. There are many of them exploring different filters, and a lot of that led to maybe the adoption and exploration of these types of apps. And the exploration of more social audio might lead people to try more apps. And the people that want to try Clubhouse might also want to try Airchat. So might be a win-win, at least in the short term.
Yeah, we're all learning from each other, and that's basically how we build new stuff as well. Because I was trying to come up today with something which is not based on anything I know already. And I'm not sure actually whether it's even possible to come up with something entirely new, which is in some shape or form is based on some concepts or ideas that you already know. I was also thinking that in some sense, Airchat could be the new Twitter. And by Twitter, I mean the Twitter which was up to date with the latest things happening, where people were really analyzing, talking, responding, like we're now doing about the Clubhouse. There were a lot of other, when Vision Pro happened, we jumping and talking and analyzing, and it's really interest-based. it's idea based. It's about those things, and then you find like-minded people to talk with and discuss. And this is what Airchat is about. So yeah, you can do the friend stuff, but and you obviously start to talk with people you are like-minded. But it's also about new people and new ideas. So it's a curiosity app in a sense. I think it's actually win-win because it's also going to segment the market. Not everybody likes the discussions what we're having here, and there are certain type of people who are more about different type of things, which been happening quite a lot in Clubhouse and happened also in Spotify's thing. And that's probably not a bad thing to segment the market to different interests and different people.
Yeah, I think they copied Airchat and even the interface looks the same. The async messaging is the same, and I don't know why they did it. Maybe the audience was not retaining on the platform.
I figured out how you can actually make a live room, or you can change the settings of the chat feature, whether it's friends or friends of friends. Instead of pushing to talk, you tap, and then you get a selection menu where you can choose the settings, but you cannot change them later on, so you have to do it before you start the room. Another puzzling thing is that when you're building something and then some people come, unless you're really specifically excluding people and just picking and choosing meticulously who can come in, is it the users who are choosing the app, or is the app choosing the users? And this is evident in some of the apps I mentioned, the Soundwave and Wisdom as well. They had a certain use base in the beginning, and I'm not sure they actually managed to break to the larger market after the initial users. And when you have certain type of reputation, like restaurant may have a bar, it's hard to try to attract a different type of audience. Probably the same a little bit with the apps as well.
Which direction do you think is harder to do? Layering like relations on top of an interest graph, or extracting interest from a friend graph? Right, I think of creativity as being able to apply one concept or insight into a different discipline, or bringing two concepts together that haven't otherwise mixed. That's also what created Homo sapiens sapiens, when we first realized that we can improve upon the tools that we had developed over the last few thousand years, and that just kicked off the birth of innovation. The idea we can actually improve things, and to improve something you have to start with the thing at first, and hence it might be called copying, but I think it's creative.
So I know a lot has been said about Airchat and Clubhouse, but there were some things I was thinking about through the day, and I thought I'll add them here. I'll start with just my understanding of Clubhouse and how it has evolved. One of the core things is that Clubhouse was built on a very different social graph and very different positioning when it started. Famous people with influence came, and since they have external social capital, which is on Twitter or on Instagram, they brought in a lot of users who want to listen to these people just to get a feel of being in the same room as them. That was how Clubhouse got its growth. Now, what we need to understand and remember is that these famous people got a lot of users on the app, but they were not users, they were mainly listeners who were coming to tune in. As the COVID and pandemic thing sort of calmed down, the famous people went back to work, right? And the amount of time they had earlier is not the same amount of time they have now. They had later, and eventually they started speaking lesser and lesser, right? Time liquidity is something that matters in a social network, and the busier the person, the lesser the time. that's one of the reasons I think this struggled in after the initial spike. Another important point here is that all these people who came in because someone famous was speaking were only coming in and listening and not really starting their own rooms. And remember, at that point was just sync spontaneous rooms, right? Mainly because they had no one to talk to, no rooms to start. People tried, got bored. People tried, got bored. Rooms sync spontaneous was a very new behavior, and not everyone is a natural creator. So it wasn't just a natural thing for people to keep going when the first room was awkward or alone or lonely. Clubhouse's structure was sync spontaneous. So it was a spontaneous togetherness problem that they had. This is a term coined by someone I know called Samir Singh, spontaneous togetherness. So you have to, it was a spontaneous room, and it only worked when people were together in the room. Otherwise, it was just a boring room, right? Then they went from to synchronous and scheduled rooms, because spontaneous rooms were not working and scheduled rooms started working a little bit more. So it solved one problem. It solved the problem of everyone coming together at any random time, but it wasn't enough. Now, creators and people who saw value, they kept on going. They kept running rooms. In fact, there are some rooms which are very high quality and they do very well. And they kept creating. They kept creating rooms, kept inviting guests. A lot of these things happened. Listeners tuned in, right? So people listening stayed there just because of these high quality rooms, right? Then Clubhouse said, oh, hey, we'll introduce houses, which made a lot of sense, right? Because they wanted to target the friend graph, and this is where the friend graph concept really started for Clubhouse, at least in my understanding. If one of you has another theory, please do correct me if I'm wrong. It didn't work because, again, it needed people to come together. Even though scheduled, but it needed people to come together at the same time for magic to happen. So that means you are limiting the chances, or you're really playing or really creating a very tight situation where conditions to derive value out of the product depend on a lot of variables, right? So that's one of the other things. They did introduce something called replays, but it was too much work. It's too high friction for someone to go and listen to replays. It's like a podcast. I understand it's cool, it's nice, but will I spend 35 minutes listening to a replay of a room versus listening to a podcast? No, I won't, so that's something. And because it's not like the replays, you actually really knew what's going on in the replay, and it was too high friction and it didn't solve their problem, right? They were bound to go async, by the way. Clubhouse was going to do this because this is the only way for them to make audio work, right? Clubhouse's structure, which is the graph that they were working on, became friend-based. Friend-based graphs are very interesting. Of course, everyone here I think knows about it. But there's no concept of, there's no problem with data decay, right? That means when you're looking at Instagram stories of friends, Instagram stories actually get archived or get hidden, but you don't care, because what you really care about is what your friend is doing right now, what they did last weekend, what they did last week, what they did last month. Maybe that's about it, right? And that means that, well, okay, come together, have fun, and move away. This is something I think they're trying now. Let's see how that goes. So Airchat is different in many ways. It is an interest graph, although there is an element of finding interesting people and then sort of working with them, but there's an interest graph. An interest graph means that chits or messages or anything that is created here will remain valuable for a very long time. The challenge will be to figure out a way how to keep surfacing the data that is relevant to different rooms. So how do we do that? And that's a product challenge that can be solved. Airchat is also async from day one. So people who came here, I think we can sort of put them into 2 or 3 buckets. Number one, for example, I think I came on about a year back, and when I came on, the product looked very different. So I've been seeing Airchat evolve for a long time. So one of the core things is that people who came here were either explorers just looking at a new product, or are people who are active, creating rooms, engaging, listening, doing things. And then there's a third coin, which is let's say I invite a friend and they come on just because I invited them, right? So it's quite different. A last point here is that it's very, very hard to introduce a new interaction to the same network of people. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I can't think of a good example right now. For example, Threads was a good one, right? I mean, it's a good recent example of why it doesn't work. You can't just induce a new interaction to people who are used to something else. I'm not saying that Clubhouse won't work or can't work. All I'm saying is that it's very hard, because this is the mathematical thing. People have been coming together for X, and now suddenly we are giving them Y. Will that work? Will that not work? Who knows, right? Social apps, no one knows. These are some thoughts I had. I read the other chits and sort of heard other chits in this room and other rooms about this. And we all know how this works, and but not to beat Clubhouse or say, oh, it won't work or anything like that. It's just a very, very different game. Although it's interesting to see them moving into this now, but that's the thing. Social apps are a lot of luck, a lot of art, but they're also math, right? You define certain conditions and you say, hey, if we make these conditions happen, then the product will be wonderful. Now, maybe we can force those conditions to come true once and maybe second time, but can we create a product that replicates that again and again? It's very, 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 very difficult. And then again, there's a concept of boredom date, which means most social apps get boring. So that means they can't just be a status game or a novelty game or a fun thing. They need to become utility sooner than later for it to keep its value. But yeah, that's about it. These are all my thoughts. I hope they help. Feel free to counter or add anything you guys think. I forgot to add a point here. When I say Airchat has been asynchronous from day one, I mean that in a way where while everything else has changed in Airchat and evolved, the nature of the core purpose of Airchat was async from day one. And that hasn't changed. That's because that is the value of the product. And principally and mathematically, that makes a lot of sense to people who are here because we're using it for that. There's no other reason, right? So that's the point, that the current network of Airchat and the current graph, current sort of cluster of users who are using it, giving feedback, learning about each other, learning about new topics. We are learning a new way of interaction, which didn't exist earlier. And that makes it very valuable. Because when this network and when this cluster grows, it'll become more and more valuable for more and more people.
Well, it's true that in tech we do quote unquote copy from each other. I think it's more about concepts. It's one thing copying concepts because you just build about concepts, and the concepts are, stuff that people have been thinking about for a long time, many people. The actual implementation, copying that, is, I think, unethical. And I've always thought that's unethical. But there's a lot of money involved. Look at some of our brothers in Germany. They made a fortune, just literally copying U.S. startups. ethics goes out the window when there's money involved.
Kamal, what do you think is the ethical breach here? Copying? I mean, isn't that what humans have always done? I think that copying is fine. It's the execution, the originality, the constant iteration. I don't think that for a second that Clubhouse will be able to compete against Airchat. I think just because the people behind Airchat are much more creative, they're going to move faster, they're going to be more iterative, and they're going to learn faster. Clubhouse has been around forever. It's like a dinosaur. Yeah, they can strap on some mammalian characteristics, but they're not going to get to be Homo sapiens sapiens. I don't know if I stretched that metaphor too far.
I hear you. I'm not a big fan of ripping someone off, copying something one for one. In fact, if that's their strategy, you're probably not going to win anyway. But the challenge is, where's the line? There's certain things, certain patterns, certain ways of interacting with technology or apps, let's say, that become so normalized and expected by users. It's actually in some ways similar maybe to, certain brands like Kleenex, for example. People call tissue paper Kleenex, but Kleenex is a brand. And so there's sort of this progression perhaps of new patterns or new ways of interacting with technology that almost become the norm. They almost become cultural and in the public domain.
Well, in that case of Kleenex versus tissue, that's just branding, which is a different exercise. As far as people blatantly copying, there's like in legal terms, the sniff test. You can sniff and know if it's done or not. It's just common sense. There's nothing really complicated about it.
There's nothing to be done about it, but they copied the microphone button, they copied the push to talk, they copied the chat line, they copied the recording indicator around the microphone button, they copied the way we coin stack the faces to indicate how many people have spoken before you in the chat line. They copied the multiple speaker heads. They copied a lot, man. It's actually hard to see what they did that's original other than just put in a bunch of viral loops and share your links out. They copied friend of friends, they copied friends, they copied dinner party, house party terminology, and they pass it off as something new. They literally said, we made something new. So yeah, you can say what you want. There's copying and then there's photocopying.
I came back just to hear the discussion about this because when I saw the new Clubhouse update, I was like, oh my goodness, this was literally a complete ripoff of Airchat.
So the example that comes to mind is perhaps one of the most trendy industries, which is the note-taking space. I think that what Rome Research did when they populated the whole idea of bidirectional links and all this concept of knowledge graph, which I'm not really sure they invented this concept, but obviously they introduced it to the masses. And kind of the wave afterwards that brought up to life apps like Reflect, Obsidian, or Logsec kind of seemed like everyone were copying each other. So at the beginning, I was really convinced that, one copied Rome and then the other one copied them. So I used to think that this is an equation of the winner takes all. And we live and work in an industry and an environment that sanctify the big winners. But I think that there is a room for many apps and many companies in the same space. So, for example, Rome is a VC-funded company, whereas Obsidian, for example, is not funded by investors, but rather by their community.
What is what they cannot copy? What is unique about this place? And what makes people come back over and over again?
Clubhouse copying Airchat is pretty hilarious, but ultimately doesn't matter. Zuckerberg copies things all the time. Microsoft, Google copy things all the time. Ideas don't matter. Even execution of new, quote unquote, new ideas doesn't matter. The only thing that matters in the long term is real continuous innovation. Obviously, this is more nuanced when you talk about things like YouTube being created at a point in time where there were no other options, and they ultimately got critical mass and scaled and built network effects around that data. Now the barriers for competition in all forms of digital services are lower than ever. So ultimately, I just keep going back to the only thing that matters is a real continuous, sustained pace of innovation, and copycats will ultimately just accelerate the pace of commodification.
Did they steal my faces? Did they steal my face?
Everything may be a remix, but you still have to remix it. That is some blatant rip-off, really.
Oi, oi, oi! Come back here with that! No! No, 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 no!
So, Petri, I apologize, but my new best work ever just dropped, and I've watched this at least 70 times today. No big deal. I love it.
Richard, what's wrong? Have you been crying? Hey! Which one was it? It was church candy, wasn't it? You just brought piss to a shit fight, you little... You get in your fucking house!
Nowadays, people say copy, replica, whatever, all of this shit. No, they stole everything. Even the phrase, we made something new. But, you know what? The thing is, to steal the interface of Airchat without having the philosophy of Airchat equals zero profit and a suicide as a social media. So, we'll see.
Not that it would have like a huge impact on Airchat's total addressable market, but it would be pretty gnarly to see Airchat maybe, take on live events to kind of just steal user base away from Clubhouse at this point. It would be like the ultimate jab. Also, to add, if you wanted to make it even cuter, you could probably reduce infrastructure costs and bandwidth costs by only making it scarce for that feature in terms of like how many live events can actually be hosted on the platform, maybe at a per user level or at an app level per week, so that you can keep the quality of those live audio discussions good.
Such an interesting discussion. Greetings from New Zealand, everyone. I'm always a very interested and curious listener. But I think that there might be an important distinction to make in this particular discussion. Ryan's coming from a perspective, from a market perspective, where we discussed the duplication of idea methods, right? So there is a problem that's solved by a common idea, and then you end up having with similar products. As a product designer and industrial designer myself, I can empathize and resonate with what Naval is saying, which is more in the case of pretty much one-to-one carbon copying or duplicating a designed experience within the realm of that same idea problem. So the examples that were mentioned before, like when Facebook copied Snapchat's first invented story mode, and then they basically took ownership. And nowadays, when people think about stories in their minds, I'm pretty sure the most common image is that one of Instagram because of size, popularity, exposure. They basically hijacked the design for themselves. So there is a big difference between stealing someone's experience design as sort of like a property and then embedding into yours and claiming it's of your own design versus that inevitable point where different projects, different companies, different brands trying to solve one same problem end up with a similar product. When you start hijacking other projects or other products' experiences and then embedding it into your own, that's when problems start, because that goes beyond that thin borderline that separates we're all copying each other, we're all drawing inspiration from each other, to a more dishonest way of building or rebuilding your own product based on the experience design that was created elsewhere. So I think Naval has a very valid point in terms of how the experience, the carefully designed experience of Airchat being copied and then stamped on to Clubhouse's new design, and then the following claim that it's new and that they invented that is an issue. There's so much to be said about this, but in summary, I would say that there are two big standpoints here. One is what Ryan explicited with, we're always drawing inspiration from each other, and the inevitable fact that we're trying to solve a common problem, we end up with common solutions, versus Naval's point, which to me, being a product and innovation person myself, is a bit more critical because it speaks to a more insidious character in that duplication.
It's funny because when I recorded my initial objection, I hadn't even played with their product that much, and now realize that there's even more that they copied, like floating speaker heads and tap back and forth, and even my launch phrase, "We made something new." So yeah, anyway, we're going to go back to building. I don't really care about them. They've failed, and they can chase and copy. There are significant differences still between the products and the approaches, which is fine. And, maybe at some point, members of their team will realize that they have better things to do than clone other apps, gain some self-respect, and go build something actually new. And for the record, I know that, Ryan, you're defending them, and it's okay to be inspired, but it's a different thing to straight up carbon copy elements and then claim that you came up with them in the first place. It just beggars disbelief. In any case, I know you're an investor in Clubhouse, and so you have to do the right thing and defend them, and you're morally obligated to do so. But at the same time, I think their claims are disingenuous.
Hey, Naval, weren't you also an investor in Clubhouse? That was the impression I got. I could be completely mistaken. I got that impression because you were so active on the app, I think, in the beginning. And I expected that to be some kind of sort of promoting the thing that you had invested in. But I don't know. You tell me.
Hey, Leondur, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing this. I just wanted to comment quickly, not about the subject itself, but the fact that you decided that you're a curious listener, but you decided to come up. Please come up more. I really enjoyed your style of delivery and speaking. I definitely followed and am expecting your content elsewhere as well. We have several rooms that I think your expertise and the way you view things will be definitely appreciated. Apple's about to release a bunch of things. UX is involved, Vision Pro. Join us. This is lovely. I followed with pleasure.
Hey, Alex. Oh, that is nice, mate. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, you got it. It's Leander. Perfect. I've been an attentive follower to Airchat for a while. I made an acquaintance with Josh Little. He used to be the founder. He is the founder of a now defunct project called Volley, which, in my opinion, is the definitive format moving forward, which is us truly exchanging, our ideas via voice, video, or a combination of both. I got nothing but love for Airchat, and I just wish more people here in my country in New Zealand used it. Yeah, lovely to engage. Thank you very much for the warm welcome. I'm following you back as well. This is awesome. Thank you.
Hello all at A16Z. I just wanted to start a thread and see who is still on the app and to say hello. How's everyone doing today?
I did a little bit of live TV last night about AI, whether it's an existential threat, do we need more AI regulation, and obviously all the bad ideas are mine and the good ones are coming from the AI rooms and the brilliant people here and elsewhere.
Do you really want to compare this with Airchat? Come on, guys. I think that's an insult for Airchat, because for me as a consumer, this doesn't like anything on Airchat. And let's go into a room, an asynchronous room.
Advice. I listen to be the rescuer.
I can skip to the next speaker, and I can tap to hold.
Thank you to both of you. Alison, Shirley.
And I have to wait till all the speakers are done before I can actually add something. Let me show you. Hope it's not too long. Okay, and that's the microphone. Well, that doesn't look the same. So, yeah. That is what I call a very cheap copy then. Because, no, this UI cannot compete with the UI of Airchat.
Get your backups on order if you're still on X. Sounds like that it was an inside job, or more likely a hack within the system, or maybe one of the racks from data center moved by Elon Musk was tipped to another truck. Kidding aside, Romero got his account back. He knew somebody in the company, and they put the account on lockdown, and the recovery process was successful. Yet you may not be so lucky. So what do you think of this? What should we do except do the backups? Most of the business communication will become automated in a few years. Human interaction will become the exception. It's already a bit silly to read any business posts or articles or blogs or anything of a kind, because most likely it's been created at least partly by AI. And in a similar manner, people are already decrypting that AI text into short summaries and trying to get something out of it. When you're sending an email to request some further info about buying some services, or you're considering of selling something, the same thing happens. the whole transactional nature of business will become completely automated. Human output will become the new API. So it doesn't really matter whether you're speaking, in which language you're speaking, if you're speaking, whether you're drawing a picture, whether you're acting, or you're using some other means to communicate. APIs, those computer APIs, are no longer needed. Any form of communication can be used as an input, and it can be put as an output. So in this way, the whole business becomes quite interesting from the automation perspective. How much of the bureaucratic nonsense for humans signaling can be taken away, all the waste can be reduced, because it's just computers talking to each other, and it's just about getting the business done. This is the ultimate anti-spam, because why would you generate any content or anything of that kind? Because you know that nobody's gonna read it. It's gonna be just filtered away anyways. So why waste time to do it at all? And when you as a human do something, it's most likely gonna be recorded and captured in some form. So if you say something, there's no need for you to record it personally. It's gonna be there, the transcript is gonna be there. So if somebody asks, what did that person X talk about in that event, you can get an idea, or these are the main points he was talking about, and these were the counterpoints, and he was referring to this and that from that bit of information from history referring to these and these things. So you can put a lot of things in context, and it can be even drawn as a cartoon if you like that way. So we can start to focus more on the ideas, the important things, or some of us, hopefully, can focus more on those things. Standing on the shoulders of giants is how humanity has been building the knowledge base, the experience, the know-how. And when all of that more or less becomes in the AI models, and you can access it, and you can get all those things which came before, adding something new becomes an interesting quest. How do you actually do that? And what is it? What do you need to pass on to others to take the pattern and run a bit further? Now when you're doing a peer review article, you have to put a lot of stuff into references and establish your point and show that what is the new thing. But in the future, do you have to do that? Because you can imply or assume that it's all known, and maybe you need to put some reference points, but the AI can do the rest. So you only need to state the really exact point, and the rest is just waste in a way, and it's just something which needs to be explained for the humans. But otherwise it's just vectors and reference points and weights in the combined knowledge of humanity. How we reinvent our creativity, our contribution, and where I'm focusing our time, effort, and energy. If and when most of the things are already done by computers, in a way that you don't need to put yourself time to gain that knowledge or find it or learn about it. It can be given to you, and you can observe it, watch it from different angles, and just input the things the computers cannot do, the creative bit, the common universal explainer, what makes us so different from the rest. Most of the current creativity is mixing and matching and combining existing things in a little bit different way and interpreting them in a different way. But it's just using what's already there, and sometimes by accident or some other coincidences there's something completely new. But most of the so-called creativity isn't that creative in a way that AI cannot do it. So mixing and matching and reproducing derivatives of those will not become that interesting in the future, because you can just ask for it and it shall be given to you. If it's based on something that's already existing and there's some reference points, it probably can be reproduced or produced digitally. The same is not true in a material sense. Our material sciences are not in that level. But in the digital realm, which becomes more and more of our daily experience, there's no need to go to the analog world, to the material world, and produce something and then digitalize it. That step is gonna go away. And that will fasten so many things. But it does not matter that much in the future, because your sensory experiences are gonna be augmented anyways. So the digital objects start to look like real objects. They're probably gonna even feel the same with some haptic aids. So in this sense, what is reality? What is really needed in the physical sense? And when the distances become vast, meaning light minutes or light hours in a little bit further future, then it needs to all be digital if you want to communicate with different solar systems, for example. And then we are already in the matrix, or altered carbon, or in a metaverse, which is already starting to approach. This happens too often to even consider thinking about it. But funnily enough, yeah, that's how we reinvent the wheel. But sometimes some good and crazy ideas come, which could be worth pursuing as well. Hey, would you rather invest on Legos, or would you prefer to invest in a VC fund? It's actually a tough choice, unless you're really managing to get into the top quarter or the really top VC funds. Otherwise, you may be better off with the Legos. Our news have been broken for a long time, but now globally the information sourcing for the news is really broken as well. When Twitter came along, it became pretty early on as the global Telegram, and no, not that kind, the old one, where the information sources quickly across the world, and you will hear the latest and directly from the source. It was tweets, but it was also Periscope, which was giving the video and authentic voices for people around the world. The power of the Twitter was that you just had an account, and then you could tell what you see, what's happening, how you're feeling, and people could read it. And obviously there was a lot of and is a lot of noise, but also authentic voices, and it didn't need to be in English or in any of the global languages. This worked for a while, and it was a tremendous power, which obviously the regular major media was also using as their sources. But then it turned into a current manipulation and aggregator and something else. This original truth has been lost in the fight of spams and clickbaits and revenue profit motives. People who actually have the news, who have something to say and are just happen to be in the place where things are happening, they may not have the verified account. They don't probably are the influencers or the ones with the large following. They just happen to be there. And if they would have an account and they could share their voice, that's the one people want to hear. They don't want to hear about someone who is sitting at their desk thousands of kilometers, miles away. But this is what the current trend is and where the X, for example, is going.
I don't find this a particularly hard problem to solve. In fact, I think most of the people who are whining about it are mainstream media who just don't like being disintermediated. The reality is there are plenty of great OSINT accounts on Twitter who figure out what's real and what's not. And I've tweeted out lists with these OSINT accounts, and anyone with half a brain can find them. So yeah, misinformation gets spread for a little bit, but no less misinformation than was being spread by the mainstream media. They're just annoyed at losing their monopoly on misinformation.
But it's not just X or social media. It's the old media, the major media, which has become the legacy media, losing, if not all, most of its credibility as well. But as well the journalism. They are mainly just opinion pieces nowadays. Major media used to have the resources to do the original journalism, and that's what the news is supposed to be about. Not about second-hand telling what's happening and coloring with your preferred opinions or filters. But that's mainly what's happening now. And it is an opportunity. It's a good thing, but it's a change. Where are the news? Where are the opinions? Where are the people you're following? Well, they have always been individuals. You notice someone and you start to trust their judgment and their expertise, and then you follow them. And it doesn't really matter where they are writing or reporting, whether it's a Twitter, whether they do it independently, whether they have their newsletter, whether they're writing in a Wall Street Journal or some other major media. But it's about individuals. And this is where we're going back, and we should be going back. Major media is dead, and they had their place, but we have to move on. So what's coming next? LLMs, AI, customization, everybody has a voice, 8 billion people plus a few trillion bots. So if you're not starting to get customized view what's happening today from the sources you trust, and it comes in a way you like, and in a manner, and in a format, in a length, and in a discussion you like, if that's not happening in a few years, few months, then we are doing something wrong. We need an automated AI layer to sort out the spam, all the noise from the authentic voices and what's happening, and then bring us the good news, the bad news, and all the news and the analysis. But it requires that we can verify the sources, there's authenticity, proof of human, and a track record. News have always been atomized pieces, bits and pieces around the world, gathered together and filtered, analyzed by somebody. But instead of that somebody being somebody else, now it's either AI, some algorithm, or some people in between, and then you do your own judgment. But like in physics, it's all relative. There's never been any absolute truths. And now it's just more in your control. Previously, it was major media who decided and was pretty much binary or few alternatives. Now there are so many different grayscale layers. It's not a technical problem, it's a network effect problem. Currently, the latest developments in Twitter actually have made it, and the Wired article illustrates this pretty nicely. It's becoming almost impossible to find out the voices, the real sources, because of that image thing and a few other changes in the platform. And currently there's no alternative. Blue Sky has been catching up, but it's not yet there. The problem with the alternatives is First of all, a lot of them are still in beta, so you cannot get access to it. So it's not open for everyone, so that's not an option. Mastodon is open, but it's really hard to work, and it doesn't have the network effect. People just don't like to use it. It's too clumsy to work. Blue Sky is the best alternative, but it's not open. You cannot get access. You cannot get invites. So there are no real alternatives. Noster is open for everyone. The clients work, but it still has only some tens of thousands of active users. And that could be an alternative, but it hasn't caught up yet. Blue Sky doesn't have the capabilities of showing video, which is a huge issue. GIFs and the memes is less so. Mastodon accepts that, but the instances are isolated and interoperability is not a really good user experience. Noster does have the same problem as Blue Sky, so the image uploads are difficult and it's a little bit too hard for the regular people to work with. Meta hasn't had a perfect opportunity here, yet they didn't want with their threads to focus on the news segment. Also, they have blocked EU, so some 300 million people, and a lot of things are now happening into Europe, so that's also completely out. There are also other reasons people don't want to get involved with Meta.
Right now, it's the opposite of Arab Spring, where Twitter brought people laser-focused literally into the same geolocation. Now it's such dissemination of truth that I think Naval is right about the list being, it's the agency, the personal responsibility to create and curate those lists in order to find the truth. And we have to seek it. We can't passively rely on pushing some buttons in an algorithm to provide it for us. I think for too long I became spoiled by the algorithms and the tools. It was just magic. I made a list and I deep dived and I learned. If somebody else was smarter or ahead of me in a field, I borrowed their lists. But I think now more than ever, it becomes personal aggregation, and the skills of research and discernment are very, very important. These are things I used to teach, and now I see where we need them today. I'm pausing because I want to ask myself if my argument is that it's worse today, the dissemination of misinformation and the inability to find the truth, or if it's equally the same throughout all eras of history. I'm thinking predominantly of yellow journalism. I'm rewinding my brain to the American Revolution, where Sam Adams wrote fake editorials in the paper. So I think it's equally incumbent upon us to come up with the truth. And now, while we're waiting for AI to reliably push that button for us, after the age of magic algorithms, I think I have to do it myself. I think that might be my conclusion. The speed and the availability of both news and propaganda reminds me of a conversation I had with my dad, about 15 years ago, maybe even more, I don't know, a long time ago. Dad retired from, he was a banking CEO, and I asked why the markets were so crazy all of a sudden. And he said, well, they're not crazy all of a sudden, they're compressed. In my day, I had to pick up the phone, call a broker, then the broker would do something, it would hit the market, it would clear, all that took time. If I did something with the bank, it would take days for checks to clear and all the things that had to happen. What you're seeing now is it instantaneously hits. A lot of times you skip the broker, it's automated. So if you took that graph that you're seeing in Calling Crazy and you stretched it out to the original time period that I dealt with, it would be similar, but now you're just kind of squashing it like an accordion and it's crazy. And I always thought about that in terms of news cycles and the availability of news too, that we get so much so fast. And I wonder, well, how can a human keep up? So I'm waiting for that magic time where we leave the magic algorithm zone and everything comes to me. And the next step being the magic time where it can automate and curate to my liking, to filter out that truth. Like you said, Petri, it's a little long, but that's what I think about.
This sounds awfully familiar.
the fact that it can go around and talk to every person on Earth, understand their exact preferences at a very deep level, how they think about this issue and that one and how they balance the trade-offs and what they want, and then understand all of that and like collectively optimize for the collective preferences of humanity or of citizens of the US, that's awesome.
Even rather intelligent people have a hard time sorting the information. There's just so much of it. How do you tell the true from the false, the clear signal from the disinformation? It's very difficult. I think this AI layer that you talk about is kind of going to be where it's at. AI in everybody's pocket, but that AI has to be trusted, right? We have to be able to look inside and look under the hood and know that it's actually programmed and set up to be looking out for us rather than looking out for whatever, Apple, OpenAI, Google, whoever sold you the AI in the first place. Open source, on-device, personalized models. I think that's the future. That's where it's got to go. I think we're going to have a huge change, and we have no idea how the world will look like in 5-10 years. Our modern platforms and technologies will start to look like as modern as the 80s TV now. Because what's about to happen is not just a gradual shift, incremental step, but a change in the way and in the mode how we perceive, interact, and do things. I think it's going to be bigger than if you were in the late 80s and you were lucky one to have a modem and a PC and you could pay your bills by dialing up and then typing with your computer and doing it that way, or in the early 90s and you had an email. And now looking 20-30 years later, the services and the ways are still somewhat the same. They look more nicer today, they're more convenient to use, but the change is not that big. There was already Windows 3.1 and interfaces were already there, so you could easily use them now if you just shift it back from the future or the other way around. The big disruptive change is the multimodality combined with AI capabilities which are just getting started. The 80s television was pre-programmed, scheduled. You take it when it's given and what is given. Your only choice is whether to watch it or not. We still work the same way. Somebody designs the platforms and the services, and you have a choice whether you use them or not, but that's pretty much it. The future ways don't have a interface, they don't have a design. It starts from a intention, desire, or idea, and it's generated on spot for the purpose in a way and at length what is needed. Like the ChatGPTs of today, which don't have the textbooks, images in them. They were just the learning material for those. And when you make a request, everything is generated on fly based on those learned models. The future interfaces are hard to imagine because they can be so different. There are some familiarities. Maybe you prefer to get your information via rap songs. Your neighbor may not prefer the singing format. Maybe poems are better. And your other neighbor is a boring old text type of person, so they are like written messages. And the younger one downstairs prefers cartoons. And the neighbor next door has some other weird way I cannot imagine. They all get the same message. They all are communicating. They are getting their business done. But it's done in a way, in a format, and at length they prefer. And that can be unique. The magic happens when all our current boxes that have shiny screens and buttons can disappear. They're not needed anymore. So we could live like a village life in a few hundred years back, or that's how it looked like, because the technology will shift to the background. It becomes part of the magic. So if you would go to the future and observe the people there, they are talking and then things happen, and you, who doesn't have that something, and as a cargo culture person, mimic their actions, you speak, and then you expect the same things happen. But nothing happens. What is that magic they do? Who is granting their wishes? And things happen, but not for you. What are you missing?
I agree with this completely. And although I think he got pretty lucky in actually nailing the timing from that far out, especially with the transformer architecture and the follow-on like analytical tools that come with it. I think Kurzweil is going to be roughly right about 2030, 2035 for like what I'll call transformative AI, because I don't think it's going to be alive, but I think it's going to be technologically transformative. Will it transform the human condition? Probably a little. Will we squander it? Probably a little. Will it be a huge transformation spiritually? I doubt it. Is that the next big thing? Could be. 50 years, 100 years. And just out loud, Petri, I saw your little green headphones blip up. I haven't been on very much. Hold on, my sweet. I saw your little green headphones flip up, and I haven't been on that much. It's nice to see you, man. It's nice to see you. Little chit-chat. Get chit-chat. Top of the morning to you. I hope you're well.
The easier it is to get information, the harder it is to understand it. Why is this so evident today? You don't need to wait for the newspaper to be delivered on your door in the morning. You can just open your phone and all the news in the world are coming to you, and all the information sources, even the original ones, are there for you now. No need to go to the library, find the index card, and then get what is available on the shelves based on somebody's decision. All the information is on your fingertips now. The information retrieval and consumption space has been divided. The oldest generations are using the most the newspapers, the traditional mainstream media, Fox News and the kind, and the youngest generations are using YouTube and TikToks. And what is common for both of these? They are usually short formats, and it is selected by somebody, and they tend to be a bit shallow, one-sided, and to understand the issue, you need to have some background and context, and that usually takes time, and this format doesn't really work for that type of analysis. But it's not about the medium. You can get good information from YouTube with the long form podcasts and documentaries. You can get up-to-date, the latest information directly from the source, from the microblogging services, from Twitter, Mastodon and other places. It's about the skills to analyze, evaluate, and understand which sources are reliable, and drawing your own conclusions, having an agency, taking responsibility. What do you take in? And more importantly, how do you react? And what do you put out to the world after you have consumed, analyzed, if any, all that information. A lot of factors are against balanced views and more considerate and rational responses. Starting from our biology, which rewards the latest new thing, quick reactions, negativity draws our attention, gets our attention, and we crave for those things. Short is always, in some sense, better than long. Long is tedious, hard means working, so rewards immediately sounds nicer, it's easier. Laziness works. Taking all that time to understand and build your perspective based on the context doesn't happen immediately. It takes effort. Traditional, longer form, high quality content, the weekly magazines, for example, have eroded over the last few decades. So they become more clickbait, and the declining revenues have forced them to go along the lines of the other media. And the good content is nowadays somewhere else. You can find it in Substacks and other places, but you have to do the effort. They're not bundled together anymore in The Economist, Financial Times, Weekend Edition, or any of these your favorite wrapped formats, which used to be the good labels and brands for information. They are gone. Combine all this with the traditional, as old as humanity, factors, power, money, politics, and the new formats of manipulating people, and this makes this almost complete. But I have a life, you may say, and correctly so. We don't have time to figure out everything. We are not supposed to do that. Nobody expects for you to have an opinion about everything. The easiest way is just say, I don't know. But that's probably the hardest. You're supposed to have an opinion. You're supposed to pick a side. Why? A lot of previously private matters have become public thanks to politics. From your perspective, the singular items may be isolated and they don't affect you too much, so there's no point putting much time or effort to figure them out. But from the perspective to whom it matters, who have an agenda, they are counting on people not paying too much attention to the details, because they are getting the benefits out of it, and you are getting the costs and all the downsides of it, collectively at least. And there's a name for this type of behavior: regulatory capture. When we extend this concept to international matters and security, it becomes way more serious, way more escalated, and way more significant. What was just some local lobbyists, money games, or local politicians' power games is now the big arena for dictators, even with the hundreds, if not billions of people under them. And this can have and has and is having dire consequences. Yes, you can live your life, enjoy the little things, the big things in your personal sphere, but just remember, sometimes things are not exactly how they used to be, and sometimes things can go really wrong because everybody's just doing their thing and hoping that somebody else is taking care of this difficult thing, all those things which may not make you look cool, nice, or there's something controversial which needs to be said, or you have to put up some kind of resistance, you have to form an opinion, you have to stand for your values and for your rights, for them to survive and exist in the future. What used to be your private life may not be so in a very near future if your basic and fundamental security is no more. And this is what an escalation is and how it happens if you're not paying attention and you're waiting for a little bit too long to form an opinion or focus on things around you. Ignorance may be bliss, but can you afford it in the long term?
Petri, as always, with terrific wordsmithing. Yeah. Ignorance may be bliss, but my God, do you overpay for it?
He who fails to increase knowledge increases sorrow.
I think it truly depends on your design. For people in the academic sphere, I do think that axiom, it applies to them a lot more for obvious reasons. That there's a reason that they are in academia. And for the truly curious, they have no choice but to expand their mind because that's their design. And for them, it might even be a bit of a curse.
Why does the boomers, who are still in power, influential politicians or otherwise active and have the means to shape and interact with the course of the societies, why they do not do anything about the security situation at this point? This puzzles me because their parents and grandparents were involved directly, first-hand, with the world wars, all the trauma, all the difficulties, all the hardship. So they heard all the stories from their parents. They lived some of it themselves. And still, they decide to do nothing when the situation is what it is at the moment. And if you don't care about humanity, what about your children, if you have some, or grandchildren, or even great-grandchildren, or your personal life, if you still have some decades to live for? How does the future look like? Does nothing matter? It's not about blaming and shaming. I'm just genuinely interested and curious whether there's any answer for this or not. It's understandable for the younger generations, the TikTok generation, people in their 20s or younger and also a bit older, they great-grandparents or grandparents may be already dead, so you haven't heard the stories. And the situation is also different if your parents are directly involved. So you live that still in some shape or form, but for the younger generations, things become more hazier and just something from the history books. The link in the first chit in this topic was about the 80-year cycle. So we tend to forget things and regard people who came before us as fools or something which doesn't influence or affect us because times are different and things are not as they used to be. And we tend to think also that the future is always better than the past. And the cycles are not repeating and we are not falling for the same mistakes the other generations did. History is full of stories and episodes and times and even nations where the progress has stopped in some of it permanently. And for the whole humanity, it's also been close call a few times, and we've been stagnated for decades and centuries in the past because the forces of resistance to change or closing the society have been so strong that other forces of openness, innovation and progress have not succeeded.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I feel like the boomers have, in fact, reacted along the lines they grew up with, which is maybe not so much World War II. That's probably a little more distant for them, and the early boomers are likely gone. But they reacted to Ukraine right away with support, and they reacted to Israel right away with support. And I think it's a combination of, those were the historical hot points as they were growing up, and we've all gotten used to economically being able to sort of stabilize situations without sending our own kids there for the most part. So I think it's a combination of many things, but I guess I'd ask which security situation you think that they're outright neglecting. But the boomers, well, the United States at least, and I think the Western complex, if you want to call it that, slept on a couple issues that they didn't grow up with and they didn't have perception for. So they definitely slept on China because China was never a geopolitical concern at that level, and there was an economic benefit to the trade. And they definitely, at this point, I think we can say they definitely slept on trying to go the peaceful route with letting not Islam spread, but to me it is clear now that there has been a large campaign for a long time to sow dissent with the idea that our moment will come. And I think that's what drives a lot of these worldwide protests. So I think that has been fomented, and I also think they learned from the Russians that propaganda, realpolitik, is more powerful to an underfunded. I don't want to call them a state because they're disgusting, but organization.
I mean that if you're in Europe, the world wars are still around us. You still see the things, at least in those places where the fighting was happening. Also, if you were a boomer, your parents or maybe your grandparents were directly in the wars and maybe died there, or relatives which were injured or died, and the trauma which came afterwards and the rebuilding and all those things are in a living memory, and the horrors of the war are not something distant but very close to you. And by the security situation I mean that we are actually now probably already over the peaceful times period, and this can easily escalate into a world war situation or instability situation for decades to come, where there's nothing but bad times ahead of us. And this is what's happening now because we sleepwalking to the situation. The Russia, Iran, China, all those axes of evil, which they start to be by association, by colluding with each other, are starting to step up because we have forgotten what it means to fight for the freedom and the values we have, and we are not prepared to actually stand for those things. We don't have the military capabilities in place. We haven't started to even prepare for the horrible idea that others may not respect our borders. They actually might see us weak and take what they want to take because of their inner motives. The history repeating itself, the appeasement, what happened in the Europe in the 30s, for example, is a good example. We didn't step up, we didn't stop. And those who are imperialists are not stopped by words, they are only stopped by actions, by greater force. And that's what needed to happen. And we've been letting this situation to escalate for years and decades, and it's not gonna stop if we are not gonna do something about it. It doesn't go away. But because of the situation is something which is not desirable. People probably don't want to think about it and they hope it's gonna go away. It's not easy in a political way either, so the populists and the politicians prefer to do whatever they prefer to do, and it's not to do the right thing or the hard thing. Only by observing the last 2 years, for example, what has already happened, who did what and what did not happen, it is very evident to see that we are not ready to face the reality that we may be fighting in a war soon, and we need to start to prepare for that situation. And if you look, for example, that how is the military preparedness at the moment, how are we capable of coping with in a situation where we need to start to actually pick up the arms and fight for our rights? Do we have the ammunition? Do we have the stocks? Can we convert our production? We already have a really good case with Ukraine. They are running out of cells. They actually already are out of cells. And the EU promised to provide them with 1 million cells per year, which is not much. They would, that's the 2 months stock for them if they are in the maximum capacity. At the moment, Russia is using 20,000-30,000 cells per day. So we already see now that the orders are not in place, the capabilities are not prepared for the times to come. There's nothing to say. It's all in the numbers and in the actions, what has already happened.
Oh, you are absolutely correct. And Europe is entirely screwed and chewing their own arm off. I took it from a U.S. point of view. Europe should be very, very nervous. You've got Macron as like essentially a Hamas sympathizer at this point. There seems no unity to really get involved and at least support Ukraine from the back end. Most of your energy comes from Russian pipelines, I believe. And you're absolutely right. To hear appeasement coming out of Macron, it's crazy. It's crazy. As for the people, I kind of feel like they've been lulled to sleep by this kind of performative socialism wearing capitalism's cloak. And also, they are trapped away from the ability to actually even institute change because they are simultaneously fractioned within their own countries. Bureaucracies have sprung up that sprawl their countries and into the EU. It is hard to get things done. And I think Europe is in an extraordinary amount of trouble. You have Russia, obviously, that's a clear issue. You'll absolutely get dragged into whatever happens in the Middle East. If it escalated, your economy is anemic. No one wants to do business there. Socialism has essentially lulled the populace to sleep. And I'll tell you, your biggest threat, in 2050, Africa is going to have the largest population on Earth and the lowest demographic age. And the first people who leave will be the wealthy. And then will come the violent and the desperate. And they will flood Southern Europe in a way that I don't think a single country has ever seen an inflow of population. And in the meantime, they'll be talking all this garbage and all the stuff will happen under the hood. And yeah, so I took it entirely the wrong way. If I were European, I would be very, very nervous. Part of the reason I have really clear and immediate responses in Ukraine and Iran, and it is Iran, so, but in the Middle East right now, is, my family was in work camps. My family died in World War II. My family, suffered from it, and then in the wake of it, my grandfather moved the family to the United States when my mom was 13 or something. I'm the firstborn American in a Dutch family. So, yeah, the list goes on and on. Energy foolishness, financial foolishness, virtue signaling instead of actually looking out for your population. This whole confused bureaucracy and monetary system that is the EU and will crack. So yeah, I hate to say it, but I absolutely agree with you. And I can somewhat see it in mentions, but I can't click through to it. Absolutely, the U.S. will get dragged into it. But we have a lot of advantages, so it won't be a good time for the U.S. either. But it'll be significantly better in the U.S. than in Europe. And, people, my opinion is like all these munitions we've sent off to Ukraine and we'll probably send off to Israel and we'll keep shipping out. The fact is, our whole arsenal needs to be rebuilt anyway. So we're not sending them money. We're sending them stuff that's been sitting on our shelves and is 5 to 7 to 10-year-old technology. So in the wake of that will be a massive spending boom, which will update our arsenal. So there's certainly a gap there where the munitions are out and the new production hasn't come online. But I have very little doubt that it'll come online extraordinarily quickly. So yeah, it's going to be a tough time for the U.S. It's going to be a tough time for the whole world, I think. But for right now, my initial response was that the U.S. reacted correctly to both Ukraine and Israel as the two larger issues right now. And then as it goes forward, we'll see. But I think for now, we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. And again, part of what we're doing is we're getting credit for large dollar amounts that are actually going to cause us to resupply our own defense industry. And all the money we spend on defense, it goes to American companies, American workers, American manufacturers, American commodity producers. So it's a type of spending that isn't net devastating. Honestly, I think China stays out of it. I think China stays out of it because all of the tier level geopolitical players will be depleting their own resources and distracted with each other, and China can just fix its stuff, grow, handle its demographic issues. And related, there's a sentiment that I've seen on Twitter and heard in here that we're going to give back Taiwan. That is never going to fucking happen. There is no chance that with China the way it is right now, we will give up the ability to harry them in that theater in the eventuality that we need it. And in all these cases, of course, we do it under the auspices of freedom. But, geopolitical positioning matters as well. So I don't think, because once they get Taiwan, they'll just run the table in the whole region. Yeah, that's my opinion on that.
Here's a nice excerpt from a book that's already translated, I think, into 7 languages. It's about Ukraine and also about history. China has been radicalizing lately in the last few decades, and it's becoming more aggressive in its acts. And if you look also internally, there's a lot of turmoil, and like the similar way like in Russia, the best way to give diversions is to point it outwards, and there are a lot of things which are leading to the direction that I think we are once again maybe seeing what we want to believe and not what actually is happening.
I don't disagree, and I won't pretend to know it absolutely. What I would say is that China has delivered an increasing quality of life for their population for a long time, and now that is in jeopardy. And if they really get into it with the United States, that's even in more jeopardy. I see China as being not neutral, but neutral, bending towards whatever makes it more of a pain in the ass for the United States especially, and maybe even Russia part 2. China and Russia are not friends. They may talk to each other. They're not friends. China has a big problem with India, a little problem with Pakistan. So on the backside of China's issues, they have these other things. And with their treatment of Muslim citizens, I am sure they are also not all that interested in seeing a worldwide jihad happen. And again, I'm not saying I'm right, but they can't turn and just mess with us because they have other historical problems they have to deal with, and they have demographic problems, and if they go to war, they probably have economic problems as well. Not so much because war doesn't pump up an economy, but because in that case, the U.S. will absolutely strangle them. And China has a clear path to dominate the world economy with their rare earth minerals and their size and their control. So again, I think I'm not one to think that China's always thinking 1,000 years ahead. I mean, they've had 3 revolutions in 125 years. But I wouldn't see strategically that happening. I think Xi wants to be an old man still in charge of a country and not go to war. And then finally, the cold calculus is if China really turns and wants to be at war with the United States is absolutely going to pull out of Europe and say, okay, you guys are on your own over here. And I mean, yeah, I really think if push came to shove, 2 things are true. I think the U.S. would obsequiously leave Europe to solve its own problems, which may or may not drag Britain into it. And then, I mean, saying the quiet part out loud, of all the countries on Earth that if they have their back against the wall and a lot to lose and the best ability to maybe survive it and do another nuclear event, it is the United States. I mean, that doesn't make me happy to say, but I think that's true.
When something is familiar to you, it doesn't mean that it's common. Is your experience of gravity the way it is elsewhere? When you are deeply within your context, you lose the sight what is not obvious, evident, or common. When you learn a new language, it's not just about the grammar, the syntax, the words. It's about the history. It's about way of thinking. It's about the context. Our expressions are immersed with our context, history, and everything we know, have experienced. And because we are part of it, we are like fish in the water. It becomes invisible. When we are training LLMs, they have a lot of that encoded, implicit knowledge within all the multimodal text, video, and every other form of expressions we have. But we don't see it that way. We just think that it's just words or something is too obvious. And we can easily mistake that for its own agency, for its own intelligence. It finds new, different perspectives on the things we have given to it. It's new for us because it's different, but it doesn't mean that it's something itself it has came up with. There are a lot of things we have not discovered because we haven't connected the dots. There's a lot of knowledge which is hidden, forgotten, but now it's coming back to the limelight again. And these are the treasures we are now digging up and getting the benefits. It's time to build, so I did some building myself as well. Here's a tool where you can cross-post to Mastodon, Nostr, and Blue Sky at the same time. It's pretty handy if you have an iPad, but obviously works with iOS and also with Mac. I will post the screen capture demo I did earlier today. It's still in the early days, so if you want to test, I can put a after the video the link for the test flight. So be warned, stuff may break and will break, but I've been using it for a while and seems to be pretty neat way of sharing articles and stuff you find on the internet, or just wanna post once and have it in a different places. Here's a quick demo about the tool I've been making. So you find something interesting on the web and you wanna say it to other people, and this is done on iPad, so you can just drag and drop text. You can change the content and make it as you like, and if you want to share a link you can copy paste it or you can drag and drop it. And notice that that's the slide overview on an iPad where the tool is at the moment. And you also notice that you have different platforms there. There's a Blue Sky, Mastodon and Noste, and Blue Sky has a limit of 300 characters, so you have to make it a bit smaller for that one. Mastodon have 500, so you can put a little bit more stuff in there. Noste doesn't have any at the moment, or obviously there are some technical limitations. So here you see I'm changing a little bit of the text for different platforms. And while I'm doing that, you can also see that there's a link preview. You can also add videos, you can add photos as well. And when you're good to go and you have finally find your way of with the words, then you can just push the blue button and off it goes to all the networks at the same time. You can check out that those posts actually went out there. Here you see that now they are all posted. And this is the link for the test flight. All and every feedback is welcome, and I really appreciate if you can also comment on the things that you like and whether you would actually be willing to pay for this thing, because I would love to get some money out of that one as well.